na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
Are you kind of my type? Fool, certainly right. Confused by all the tiny lights. Face hidden in shades. wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Say life was not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. You don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right. Confused by all the tiny lights and all the things you bought. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? said. Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you home. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take
wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. They say life is not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. You don't want to show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Butchables. I'm joined by Orcs. The Britcast is back as we head into week number 10 of the LPL. That's right, we're in our final week of the LPL. I can't believe we're already on the very cusp of playoffs, Orcs.
Oh, I'm so excited for playoffs, but I feel like there's still so much to be decided, even in terms of who's going to be in playoffs. Even this late, I feel like so much is still up in the air. It's going to come down like a couple of series, so none of the teams can slow down now.
No, absolutely not. There is plenty more to come. And honestly, it's not usually this close, this late in the split. Like by week 10, we are not usually this tied up, but there are still 7 teams fighting for playoffs. Let's look at what happened yesterday to start our show off, as we've got plenty to get through before the first game. We've got a few bits of housekeeping to get on through. So yesterday, our matches, 2-0 to JDG, very expected. V5, though, really struggling to push it over the line versus Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I feel like V5, ever since that loss against Weibo, have had some issues, and they just keeps rearing their heads, considering this was a team who didn't drop games, right? They didn't obviously drop series at the start of split, but they had a lot of 2-0s, and then going 2-1 against Ultra Prime, who are already locked out of playoffs. Not the best form, but still picking up the win. And then JDG, another loss for AL. It's rough. Their schedule does not get easier. The last 2 teams they face are EDG and Top Esports. I still believe, I still hope, but yeah.
I will say, arguably, EDG is easier than JDG, so technically it just gets slightly easier, but yeah, it's a tough schedule. That is for sure. 7 teams, as you can see, still fighting for playoffs. IG through to AL can still make it, but we've got our bottom 4 eliminated, our top 6 secured. And we could even have a top 2 team locked in, depending on the results today, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes down. But we've got a few bits to talk about before we jump into today's games, and that is who did well last week on the Rift. As we've got a few honorable mentions here. Rookie there in the mid lane with his double SR rank. I'm really curious what those ranks, what the double SR stands for. But JDG's 369, RNG's Way, V5's Rookie, JDG's Hope, and then RNG's Ming. I will say for Hope, it's so sad that he's on the purple card. Everyone else is gold. Come on, give Hope a gold card.
You know, he's working towards it. Maybe next year he'll be able to get his gold card. But yeah, I mean, these are players from 3 of our top 4 teams. Those ones who are locked into the top 4. And it's the same teams that we had as the top 4 for our spring playoffs. Phenomenal performances, not just this week, but over the course of the split. But no real surprise to see their faces popping up again and again in these weekly MVP performances.
Yeah. I think that's often the case, right? We have a few players that are just consistently there. Let's take a look at our next slide as we continue with our weekly awards. It's the young player award, as it were, the rookie players. Is Wayward going to be topping that one? I feel like this has been true every single week. I feel like Wayward is always at the top of this category.
Bit of a monopoly on it. There's been a couple of times we've seen exceptional performances put other people in, but I mean, Wayward is just a little bit too good, in my opinion. Has had a fantastic year so far. And top esports, I'm going to go out and say it, Munch. They are looking rather strong. I think is the safest, very safe.
What a hot take.
Yeah.
Really going out on a limb with that one. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They're looking okay. Rookie grabbing himself MVP of the week, despite V5 not looking super hot recently, getting an MVP in every single V5 game over the course of the last week, and still looking fantastic individually.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the thing where it's like he really is the MVP, because V5 haven't looked as hot. It has been a bit of a fight in this last week, and Rookie has just been that difference maker. And I feel like that's always going to happen when you have Rookie in the roster. He's always going to pop off, but they really needed him to do so in week 9, and he came through once again.
He certainly did. So good job, Rookie. It's not his first time being the MVP of the week, and I guarantee it will not be his last. With all of that said, though, let's look at the matches coming your way today, because that's what you're all here for, to watch some League of Legends. We'll be kicking off with TT versus RNG, which I suspect could be a little bit of a closer matchup than maybe the scores would dictate. And then we jump into BLG versus WE as well. Really important matchup for BLG when it comes to where they are in playoffs and where they want to be in playoffs.
Yeah, a really important one for W in terms of not ending the split 0-16. So both a lot to play for, I would say, in this situation. One obviously playoff consequences, but the other just trying to fix that score.
Just trying to survive. Just trying to get a win on the board. Let's talk about those 4 last playoff spots that everybody is fighting for right now. We have 7 teams in contention for those last 4 playoff spots, and I think we should talk about the odds of them making it. So, Orcs, talk me through the standings. Talk me through the remaining matches these teams have.
Okay, so to make it clear, if you make 8 wins, you're locked in the playoffs. Nothing else matters. 8 wins, you are locked in. And the 4 teams on the left, so AL, LNG, OMG, and TT, it's still possible for them to make 8 wins, which means their fate is still in their hands. You know, if TT win 2 of their last 3 games, they're in playoffs, nothing can change that. FPX and BLG can only make 7 wins. Therefore, obviously, you know, they ideally need to win their match against WE, but they also need someone from those 4 I mentioned before to remain on 7 wins, and then it'll come down to game difference, and that's the way they can potentially get ahead. I mean, if TT remain on 6 wins, even better for them. And then IG in a bit of a difficult spot, because the most they can get is 6 wins. So if any of TT, FPX, or BLG win a series, they're out, right? It's like FPX and BLG, the fate isn't completely in their hands, but still, to an extent, you know, they can still control their destiny. IG is, it's just one of those situations. They're along for the ride. They can't really dictate things other than they have to win their remaining series to even have a chance.
Yeah, they're just going to get their head down, get those win on the board, and pray that everything goes wrong for TTFPX and BLG. Crucial thing to watch out for as well is the game difference, because head-to-head is only the 3rd tiebreaker in LPL. First tiebreaker is series difference, obviously, and then second tiebreaker is game difference. So it's really crucial. Teams like TT are -4 right now, but with still 3 series remaining, if they can get 2-0s, if they can get to a positive game difference, they could be looking at something like 7th seed. It's very possible. So very exciting time, depending how things will pan out. But enough about the standings. We need to talk about the series coming to your screen. It's TT versus RNG first up. And for TT, this has been a phenomenal split. And crucially, this has been a big break for them as an organization, because you have to go all the way back to 2019 to the last time this organization made it to playoffs. And technically, it wasn't this organization. That was all the way back when there were Sino Dragons. During the time as Dominus, during the time as TT, so many splits and never making it above 11th place. It has been a long time coming, but they might just do it this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 3.5 years and 2 rebrands since this team has managed to be in playoffs. Been a long time, and this feels really close. This feels like with the remaining schedule, it's definitely possible. Interestingly enough, going up against RNG today, Gala also had a tenure on Dominus Esports, and even he wasn't enough to get them into playoffs. But the hope is that with the way they're currently playing, they should be able to find their way there. With 3 series left on the cards, I feel like they're in with a good chance. But game difference, as you said, super important. Get the series win, even better, and that's what they're looking for today.
God, it's crazy to think, you know, you mentioned Gala used to be on this, well, not on TT, he was on DMO, right? It was Mark alongside him. It's crazy to think both of those players now in the top 4 of the LPL. What a journey that has been for the 2 individuals. Let's talk about what TT have been doing right, though, because, you know, this is the split where they maybe make playoffs. This is the split where everything's changed. And I feel like a lot of that has come down to actually Yao Yao and Kepler down in the bottom lane, which is a surprise to a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've actually really started playing well. I think at the start of the split, we saw TT have some good early games, but it would kind of struggle a bit after that. Now I feel like the early game's gotten even sharper. But on top of that, I feel like they're so much better at just managing to continue the momentum later in the game. And a lot of it is centered around this bot lane. Kepler and Yao Yao, obviously they also had Puff and Southwind, but these 2 are the ones that start at the moment and have really been delivering. And they've been making team-wide plays. Obviously isn't just these 2, but like Beishuan and Yukal moving resources down there, and then even moments like this in those later games team fights up against FPX, and this was a really important series, managing to win it out in the team fight.
Yeah, absolutely crucial. And it feels like the team play from TT really is the crux of the game plan. Like, so many situations are exceptionally close, but they're working really well. Like here, you see LWX trying to get kills onto Yukal. Hoya immediately goes forward and punishes him, takes out Hong as well. And like this dive, maybe the cleanest dive of the entire split of any team. Like this was immaculate.
Yeah, really nice aggro juggling because Tower's doing a fair bit of damage, but everyone basically using the health bar as a resource, and that's against top esports as well, so no easy feat. But here's the person we're talking about, Yao Yao, formerly known as Pudding. And I mean, you look at these stats: kills and assists at 15 first, kill participation at 15 second, and a super high support jungle proximity. Bot lane is the focal point, and this is a player who's setting it up for success.
You have to remember, this is a team in 10th place, so to be in these numbers on the categories is really, really impressive from Yao Yao, and I'm excited to see what else he has up his sleeves, especially today, because he's up against me. That is, in terms of support matchups, that's going to be a test and a half. But we do need to talk about the boys in gold as well, because on the side of RNG, there's been something that's been playing on my mind, dog. Something that's like scratching the back of my brain, because with RNG, something really doesn't add up, because across the course of this split, Gala, he's had 2 pentakills already in this split. But yet, when it comes to MVPs, he's only got 1.
Yeah, I mean, you think bare minimum, you would think he'd get 2 MVPs. And I actually remember the one where he didn't get the MVP, because I think I was casting it and I was joking, like, you know, obviously Gala's going to be MVP. And then it was Ming. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess even a pentakill isn't enough for Gala to get MVPs. And it's, I mean, I feel like it's had a fantastic split, and yet, I mean, 1 isn't even just, I mean, it's obviously low in RNG, but even just generally in the standings, 1 is not that high considering the performances Gala's had. It's, yeah, that is a really surprising stat.
It speaks volumes, doesn't it, to how good this team is when Gala's not getting MVPs with the form that he's in right now. But, you know, Ming stole his MVP back in 2021 in the finals. I guess it's time for a bit of revenge. But let's take a look at those pentakills, because they were beautiful to see. This one, you know, Aphelios struggles with lack of mobility, not when the enemy team kicks you right in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, Hacker doing a pretty helpful move there. That was such a fast pentakill pickup, just decimating them. And the one here, and I just want to say, I'm sure everyone is grateful, neither of these pentakills involve Zeri. Did a bit too much of those recently, but Gala able to deliver on the Jinx. And I feel like the consistent thing is when he's in team fights, he's just such a menace, such a powerhouse, and RNG can always rely on him to carry through.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Gala's team fighting has always been good. Like, even way back in the start of 2021 when this team first went to MSI with Gala, the criticism was the laning phase, not the team fighting, right? His team fighting is still absolutely stellar. Just now, he's also awesome at laning. And one of the most interesting stats, I think, look at his solo kills. 10 solo kills as an AD carry? Like, where do you even find these solo kills?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for the windows, particularly on things like the Aphelios, dashing forwards the Gale Force, finding the burst. But, you know, something I want to draw attention to is kill participation at 15, 20th in the league for AD carry, super low, because for RNG, they don't necessarily play around him in the early game. They do just let him pick up gold, farm up, and then he's that insurance in the later stages of the game. RNG do the work early, and then Gala is there to just deliver them the win, which is part of the reason I feel like he hasn't gotten too many MVPs, but it's just really nice for RNG to know if it does come down to those 5v5s, they have someone who can just absolutely deliver.
Oh yeah, they absolutely do. Gala, an absolute machine in the team fights. And in a meta like this, where all of the AD carries are pretty much team fight AD carries, that will certainly do you well. But we're on to the stage here as TT step on out. You can see Yukel just helping his teammate figure out where he needs to start.
Helping him out in that regard, which always nice, always nice. Yeah, very appreciated. That's that team play, that leadership you need. But yeah, I mean, I feel like TT, as we said before, in a good spot to make playoffs, but game difference a huge thing. Even just taking a game off a team like RNG can do so much, but taking a series would be absolutely massive in terms of giving them better chances. And remember, we've seen RNG be upset before. Towards the end of spring, they were 2-0'd by WE, who finished 15th in the league and then went on to win MSI. So definitely can't rule TT out in this one.
No, certainly not. So RNG will step onto the stage as per. It will be Breathe, Wei, Xiaohu, Gala, and Ming. We didn't actually read out the roster for TT before, so just to let everyone know, it will be Hoya starting up in that top lane. Hoya, Beitron, Yukao, Kepler, and Yao Yao. And I really like that they're bringing Kepler and Yao Yao in this once again. They have been doing exceptionally well, but they're going to have their work cut out. It's fair to say, right? You've got head coach Kenju there as well, who, like, I mean, this team has just been...
By the way, how bright it was shining.
I know.
That's very well polished, I must say.
It felt kind of metaphoric, right? It felt kind of poetic that the shining gold of RNG with how they've played in the last couple of years. It's very apt for this split as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like, you know, looking towards playoffs, this is a team with mountainous expectations, but RNG are, as an organization, have always managed to deliver these big results. Coming back of being the only organization to win MSI 3 times, and then looking towards summer, looking towards trying to get another title off the LPL. But obviously a lot of opposition and still trying to lock in those higher seeded spots. Bear in mind that the top 4 are locked into the top 4, but top 2 isn't yet locked, and RNG are trying to get one of those spots so they can avoid for double of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to throw a cheeky little bit of info at everyone as well regarding the top 4 standings. If RNG lose just one game today, not the whole match, just a singular game, JDG will actually be locked for minimum 2nd place, as RNG won't be able to overtake them on game difference. I believe RNG are the only ones able to contest them in the top 2 right now. So if RNG lose one game, JDG are well and truly locked in, because JDG have finished their schedule already. They're done with all of their games. So we'll see. RNG certainly hoping to get the 2-0, hoping to be able to contest JDG in the top 2. Obviously can still contest top esports as they've got 2 series remaining. Should be an interesting one. I will say, for RNG, like, on paper, they're a clear favorite in this series. I don't think we can sugarcoat that too much. Like, RNG have been absolute menaces, and when it comes to the mid game, they are dominant. The one thing I will say is, in the early game skirmishes, I really feel like TT could make some waves, right? We talked about Yao Yao roaming up, right? Yao Yao, Beitron, Yukao. This 3-man squad, honestly, could cause massive issues for RNG if they can, you know, play without nameplates and give us that mojo that we've seen in the early game from TT. I genuinely think this could be a really exciting series.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you even look, 2 days ago, we had RNG against IG. IG, similarly, a team where the early game momentum is something they've really thrived on. Haven't always been the best at closing it out. I do think TT has the edge there, but they managed to take a game of RNG, which, you know, is why RNG is in such a delicate position now and can't afford to drop any games. So I have no doubt RNG will be taken seriously, but I think TT, stylistically, the way they match up into it, gives them some good odds.
Certainly does. Zeri being banned away, I like that from TT. Removing the Wukong as well. It's Kalista and Azir taken away from TT. So removing some aggression from the bottom lane. And, you know, the Azir is just a comfort pick for UCal, but also just incredibly strong currently in the game. Gwen taken off the board as well by TT.
Yeah, so a lot of powerful picks trimmed away. Poppy is something that's still available on the cards. Highest presence champion that hasn't been. It's second highest presence overall. Only Kalista beats it out in presence on 12-14. So we'll see if RNG opt to ban that away or do leave it open and opt to maybe trade something else. So that's going to be left open. There is also Talia on the card. So TT have to choose which they want, and I expect RNG will probably respond with the Talia for themselves, and then maybe look towards jungle, or even something like a Gnar could be picked up early, although has been toned down a bit on 12-14.
Yeah, 12-14, obviously changing the meta pretty substantially. We have seen a couple of those changes coming on through, but the Poppy, still incredibly strong, still a fantastic first pick. And I think with the highest presence region for Poppy, like LPL absolutely adores Poppy, happy to blind pick that every single time. The Talia locked in though for the side of RNG. Xiaohu's been a monster on Talia. I mean, Xiaohu's a monster on everything, but he's got 7 games on Talia, 85% win rate, 7 KDA. Like, it fits his playstyle so perfect.
Oh, absolutely. It's been so monstrously good. I do just want to mention on the Poppy point. Poppy has a 96% presence, but only 2 picks on the patch because it's been banned so frequently. So a bit of a rarity. We're going to see it today. Now, RNG do take the Sivir. We've seen a lot of Sivir and Zeri trade-offs, like Sivir, Yuumi, Zeri, Lulu. Zeri's obviously banned in this situation, so TT need to come up with an option they want to take into this. And, you know, we typically see them invest in that early aggression. So could see them go in that regard, and they are looking at the Alistair. This is one of the supports with a pretty good matchup into Sivir because she can't spell shield your engage like she can against Nautilus. I mean, even Leona, you can obviously threaten the spell shield for when she throws the ultimate down. So TT will lock that in for Yao Yao, and we'll see what they opt to go for. It looks like they might match the Talia in the mid lane with that Ari. Obviously, you can play around the Unraveled Earth, use the fact you have 3 dashes to maintain a distance away from the Talia.
Yeah, so that Ari locked on in. And now over to the side of RNG, looking towards jungler by the looks of things. You know, Trundle has been classically the pick into Poppy, just very good. Shred the resistance away with your subjugation ultimate and make Poppy a little bit less tanky. But also, you don't have a dash, right? So a huge portion of Poppy's kit not usable against you. While the bans filter in, I just want to quickly mention this Sivir pick for Gala. So far, he's only played it 2 times this split. However, they were both wins, and he does boast a 24 KDA on the champion this split. So even if TT fall behind in this game, the goal here is give Gala 2 deaths. Just ruin his KDA. Just annihilate that statistic. That's the
and
objective.
no more pentakills as well, I think is safe to say. RNG start banning AD carries. Interestingly, ban the Kai'Sa. I feel like it's not something we've really seen at all. But obviously, Gala is very proficient in the Kai'Sa, and I feel like often when your own team has a player proficient on a pick, they know when a pick can be really threatening, can be really good, so they ban that away. And TT ban away the Jax. Notice that the Yuumi is still available. We often see things like Sivir paired up with the Yuumi. Really powerful scaling bot lane. And the fact you can just wave clear really mitigates a lot of threats. So I wouldn't be surprised to see TT ban Yuumi here. They could also go in another direction, looking towards the top lane. That Gnar is still available, which has still been priored a decent amount. But remains to be seen. Ultimately, at this point for Kepler, a lot of AD carries trimmed away. Well, I mean, 4 in total.
No. Yuumi's open. This is a scary Yuumi game as well with a Trundle. Like, I feel like this is a Yuumi game for me, but I mean, we'll see what Ming reckons.
I'm not sure if Ming will feel the same. Is the thing. They might want to feel like they want some engage, which they often rely on for Ming. Also, they might pick more for the matchup. Remember, one of the things with Yuumi is that if you have a safe lane, perfectly fine, but into an Alistair that can threaten the engage, something like a Braum makes sense, right? Alistair really struggles in the Braum because when you go in, you're going to get locked down by the stun. It's hard to escape again, and obviously Alistair is very much a go-in champ, can't go out again, like things like Rakan. So they will end up blocking that one in. And now for
Ming's
TT...
just a Giga Chad. That's what it is. He's not got a single Yumi game all split. Locks in the big
I respect
muscly
that.
man.
I respect that.
Ming ain't messing about with kitty cats down at the bottom lane. Over inside TT, hovering at Twitch right now.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of this here because you're into the Braum. You can easily just block the ultimate. They're going to go for the Gnar for Hoya, which, I mean, with things like the Jack Band away, it makes a lot of sense. It's something we've often seen picked in the Gnar, and with the nerfs to his base health, even more threatening. And now for the 80 carry for TT. I mean,
Jinx,
with,
right?
I feel like I'm not honestly sure what you go for in this situation, because I feel like with the Alistair, you want to go something aggressive that can find the all-in windows. And they're going to go for the Twitch. So this is a bit of a weird one for me, because the whole point of Twitch is like you pop your ultimate, and for that brief period, you're insanely powerful, right? But up into a Braum, he just pops his E, and you know, you block a significant amount of his threat, of his damage. So I'm not convinced, but we'll see what TT can do. Clearly, they want to match scaling with scaling, but also have a bit of pick potential. If we do see Gala farming alone, and often he is left isolated to farm, Kepler can definitely find kills onto him.
Breathe goes with Gangplank in the end. And, you know, people always talk about Aphelios struggling against Gangplank from Cannon Barrage. Very similar story for Twitch. You don't have any mobility, right? Unless you're going for a Gale Force, which you'd anticipate maybe something like Kraken Slayer. The Cannon Barrage can be really detrimental to the Twitch's game plan. So could be a tough one for Kepler, but he has been one of the players we're highlighting coming into this series. So perhaps this creative pick, this different style of gameplay coming out from TT could be the ticket to take an upset against such a heavy favorite like RNG. So talk to me about how these comps have to operate orcs coming into this one. Like, what did TT do to make this Twitch work?
So I feel like they want to put attention down towards the bot lane, and they want to focus on trying to find advantages. Those dives we saw, we were demonstrating a little bit with the clips before the series. I want to see those happening, because I really struggle to see them coming out strong in the later stages of the game, just because the team fighting from RNG is so strong, and the damage to the, I mean, there's not going to be a front line for the side of TT. Gangplank got changed on this patch. He's a little bit weaker in the early game, a little bit less base health, but his passive now scales with crit. I've seen it do like 900 damage, true damage on an auto. It's
not
ridiculous.
bad, is it?
Like, if you're playing Poppy or Alistair and he's just autoing you for 900 true damage, I mean,
like,
well, on top of a Talia and a Sivir, like, what are you supposed to do?
It's like one of those, it's almost like, you know, sometimes you get a bug in a game where a developer accidentally put a 0 on something, and it's just like way too scaled. That feels like late game Gangplank passive, where it just burns someone alive. It's like a Giga Red buff, except insanely strong. We're jumping onto the Rift, though. A lot at stake here. TT needing these wins. If they want to make it to playoffs, they need to get to 7 wins at least here. They've got 3 attempts to do it. They would love to get an upset against RNG. Whereas for RNG, they need a 2-0. If they lose a single game, they cannot contest JDG in the standings anymore.
Yeah, so very, very important. I think it goes without saying that they managed to get wins on the board. And just trying to get, you know, straight 2-0s, not going for those 2-1s. And we've seen times, you know, where stronger teams have messed up in those individual games. I feel like RNG have come in with a draft where I expect them to be able to deliver. The team fight scaling is absolutely excellent. They have a good matchup in the jungle. I think they're happy that they got Talia in the mid lane. Bot lane matchup is fine. Top lane as well. You know, we have seen both these top laners take nerfs to their base health, which will change the matchup a bit, but I think Breathe very comfortable. And even starting off with this invade level 1, there is nothing you can do on the side of TT. I mean, Braum, Trundle, you don't mess with that.
I mean, even Sivir is pretty damn strong at level 1 as well. If you go for the Boomerang Blade, like, the damage is reduced if it hits minions, but if it doesn't, it really chunks people out. Already, Breathe going forward very aggressively in the top side. Does have that Corrupting Potion, so we'll have a bit of sustain. Beitron going for an invade, but Xiaohu not having it. He's level 2 right now. Beitron has got to leg it. Gets the smite on the chicken, but punish heavily. Whoa, wait! Gets a solo kill in the mid lane! It's reverse day!
What is good? They just switched roles. Wait, I mean, I want to see how that mid lane play happened. Obviously, Trundle's super strong just at level 2. But something really important is because Xiaohu stole some of the little raptors, he denied the level 2 from Beitron, scares him out, and oh, I mean, he's already taken the red buff. Now he's hunting for... This is just bullying.
Oh, no. This is brutal. This is insane. Baytron getting chunked out. Xiaohu's moving over. He has flash available. Does he have seismic shove? Gonna go for the Q. Does not flash in the end. He just about gets away. I'm not even sure who got the wolf there. Whether Yukal was able to snag it, I don't know. But either way, Baytron denied everything here. I'm assuming he has smite as he walks towards the chickens. Let's take a look at what on earth happened in the mid lane.
I mean, he just runs at him. And the thing, oh, Yukal's so pushed up because he's like, I'm laning 1v0, which I guess you just don't expect the trundle. But I love that Wei looks like he's going to back away as the Q cooldown's coming up, and then flash auto Q. Yeah. Now it's still the blue, still the grump. RNG are coming in with, this is business, right? This is taking it seriously. This is not messing around. This is, we are going to crush you.
And the crazy thing is, we came in today saying, look, if TT have a strong early game, you know, the mid-jungle support, like, maybe it's... Nah. Support's not even a part of the equation. It's just Wei 1v1's Yukal and Xiaohu 1v1's Baytron. Absolutely insane. Baytron now entering his jungle tentatively onto those Krugs, but look at the rest of his jungle. There is literally nothing on the map for him.
And look at Wei's jungle, by the way, as well. He still has both buffs up. He still has Grump, Wolves, and Krugs. And also notice, if you look at the Skull Crabs, both secured for the side of RNG. So Baytron is level 2. What does he do? He has hit level 3 at least off this camp, but like, what are your options? You're so far away from top lane, but the wave is going to bounce back anyway by the time you're there, so breathe is going to be safe. Bot lane is pushed in, you can't gank there. Xiaohu has the wave just in front of his tower here. You can't gank anywywhere. What do you do? So I don't know.
This might be the most brutal start to a game, like in terms of the jungle, that I've ever seen. Honestly, Baytron now trying to make something happen. Spotted as he tries to move in towards the Raptors. You can see Wei is headed straight on over though. Baytron's spot. Oh no. Nothing is going well for Baytron. He's moving in. He wants the red buff. He's level 3 versus level 4 here. Does have priority top lane.
But Hoya's low. There's no way they can go for this invade. I think he's looking for, I don't know, just help him crash the way. Leech some XP. But look, Xiaohu's actually walking up as well. Oh my god. This is just absolutely brutal. He's just, like, for the past minute, he's just walked around the map and done nothing. And it's not even on him. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, it's just everything denied from him. And this is such
Look at the CS.
I know, 14 to 35. He's 2 levels down in the jungle at 5 minutes. That is just absurd. Baytron really not having a fun time of it. He's finally on his wolves. At least he can get something for himself. But in the meantime, the rest of the map's going pretty well for RNG as well. I mean, almost a 10 CS lead in the top lane. Almost a 10 CS lead. In fact, more than a 10 CS lead. Before these minions are swept up down in the bottom side as well. This is just destruction across the map. There's more than 1,000 gold lead with just 1 kill on the board in favor of RNG right now. There's a stun in the bottom lane. Boomerang Blade to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, this game's just going fantastically. And now Xiaohu's just hit level 6. He has the Weaver's Wall available. So it's even more risky for if you're trying to make plays as Baytron. The Talia can turn up very quickly. See Baytron once again clearing out this ward. But on the bot side, Scuttle is spawning, RNG are there, there's Raptors up, there's Krugs, there's red buff for Baytron, gonna spawn soon, but honestly, RNG could probably just push in. Even look how Xiaohu's playing in the lane. Like, he's not playing to his tower, he's playing to, we are leaning bot, and we're just gonna deny as much as possible away. Baytron is gonna head over tentatively, try and protect his jungle, but Wei is after him.
Baytron really wants these chickens. He really wants to just get a camp uncontested, but Wei's just going to move mid. Instead, Yukal could be in trouble here. Xiaohu is not... Oh, what a pillar! Max range from Wei. Yukal forced to use that Spirit Rush for basically no cooldowns from the side of RNG. Oh, he moved to the bottom lane. All in here. Comes out from Ming. Gets damage down. That's a cannon barrage, so forcing a flash from Yao Yao.
Yeah, and now with no ultimate from Yukal, Yayo's just burned his flash and the heal as well. RNG now feel confident to go in. They do their homework. They don't just charge in and allow TT to respond. They make sure they have advantages mid and bot, and that's when they can go in and steal away this red. So Baytron does still get his Raptors and his Krugs. Obviously is able to catch up and experience a bit. Comeback XP does do that, but Wei hits level 6 first, and now Baytron. I would be really careful about this. That Trundle has ult.
Oh no. Oh, Xiaohu's actually in trouble. Has to cleanse away from the Ignite. Luckily for him, that Spirit Rush was burnt. This is a tight mid lane, though. This is incredibly intense. Just dodges the Orb of Deception. My God, the matchup between these two mid laners is a close one right now, but the Drake will go the way of RNG.
Yeah, and it's Cloud Dragon as well, which is fantastic. I honestly feel like Cloud is one of the best early dragons you can get. 7% out combat movement speed works out to be at least 20 movement speed. You know, it can be up to as high as 28 if you have 400 base. But like, it's basically like a mini Moby Boots for everyone on your team. And especially for a team like RNG, who we've always praised for being so intelligent, for the great map rotations. You give them like that extra ability to be there first, to rotate around the map quicker. And it's an edge that I don't think RNG really needed, but they will absolutely take.
Oh, yeah, 100% they will take that advantage, especially with the comp that they have, right? Trundle getting a bunch of movement speed, Talia to roam around the map. Beitron, oh no, buddy, you've gone to the wrong part of town here. Good little ultimate from him, but the flash forced out by Xiaohu. Ming and Gala have moved up for the Herald as well, and Yukal realizes that ain't a ward he can fight over right now.
Yeah, I find it hilarious. Wei gets knocked straight into the brush. It just clears out the control ward. Like, zero downtime in that one, but they end up getting the ult and the flash from Beitron. Something else burn in this situation. Yaya flashes as well. Has to be a bit careful. He doesn't step up too far.
Oh no, he's stunned. He's knocked up. There's another stun to follow up, and RNG just will not cease this game. They're just pushing forward endlessly. TT wanted to fight for this Herald, but they don't even get the option.
Oh, and I just feel like this is just textbook how to, you know, force these little plays, things like trying to find the summoner early on a Yao, the flash, and how it snowballs. You burn a flash from the support, they're trying to set up for Herald, you punish the fact he's flashless, and then that leads to getting that Herald. And remember, extra 200 local gold as well, so that's just 300 gold from securing the Herald, and now they can use that to try and get some more resources snowball this game. RNG are really putting on a clinic in this early game.
And I feel like there's a term that's used in traditional sports that is really applicable to a game like this, and that's the concept of forced and unforced errors. Xiaohu's in trouble, flashes away, but Yukal held the charm for so long. Beautifully played by Yukal, and this is the three-man combo that we talked about coming in today. TT working as that three-man squad.
This is them at the best when Yao, Beitron, and Yukal pair up looking for those plays, and it's definitely been a rougher early game for TT. Has been RNG setting the pace, but I'm glad to see they start to look for these opportunities, these windows when given the chance. It's just going to be a kill. It's just going to be a wave push in. Not too much of an advantage picked up, but definitely some much needed gold for TT.
Yeah, definitely. TT getting something on the board. But I want to go back to my point about unforced errors, because like quite a lot of teams in the LPL, especially middle of the table teams, it's much more about like trying to play correctly and like not lose control of things. But then when it comes to the top teams, it's not about just waiting for your opponent to make an unforced error. RNG forced TT to make errors. The amount of pressure that they put on across the map, like the way that they bullied Beitron early on, and then the way that they pick apart TT leading into the Herald, it's so difficult for teams like TT to play against a squad like RNG that are so coordinated and so on the same page, you know? It feels like everything is a drilled maneuver.
And I feel like, you know, it's really accurate, the fact that you say they're picking them apart and they're forcing these errors, because often if you play against weaker teams, you don't even realize that you're making mistakes because they go unpunished. Yeah. And they only become mistakes against these lineups who really are great at executing and forcing them to become a problem. That's where it dawns on you, oh, I guess I shouldn't exist at this time of the game when they have GP Ultimate. And it's like, well, that's a pretty rough one to try and deal with, but lesson learned. Better luck next time now. RNG once again.
You see that? Wei comes into the mid lane and you just see the fear of God in Yukal's eyes as he sprints towards his tower.
I mean, it started early, the fear of that Trundle with that level 1 dive that came in, and now they have the prio mid secured. They're going to contest these Raptors. Beitron has to be super careful here. Yukal is trying to help, but might be in... Oh, no.
There we go. Flash burn. Very nicely done here by RNG. Beitron, though, might get his chicken, despite his on cooldown for Wei, as Hoya trying to dive, breathe in the top side here, but with the barrels, should be able to clear this wave out, keep himself safe. Does have cannon barrage as well, so Hoya going to be a little cautious how aggressive he goes, but look towards the bottom side on the mini-map right here. Gala pushing this one forward. Remember, that Herald was taken by Wei, and you just love to give all of that plate gold to a Sivir. That sounds like a dream come true.
Yeah, gonna end up being shared a little bit, but the first tower being picked up early, an absolute boost to RNG. And ultimately, look how respectful Breed is playing. He knows that there's potential for them to lean topside, punish here. He gives up his wave, and obviously Hoya having that aggressive play early is... Oh, they're going for another dive. They might just get the
They're
tower.
not even... This isn't even crossbar plate. They're just brute forcing it. Triple knockabout from Yao Yao, but it don't matter. Forces a flash, and now a pillar is there. 2 cent flying go, and Gala and Xiaohu find themselves alone. In goes the Poppy. Xiaohu turns gold, and Gala trying to get the damage out, but he's an early game Sivir. He just doesn't have it in him. Xiaohu keeps himself alive, finally goes down, but goes 1 for 1. Baitron now has to flee from the play. I can't believe RNG got away with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trade of kills, but so many summoners burned from TT, and in the end, 2 towers taken for RNG. Yukal will get some plates in the mid, but this is definitely not an even trade.
Not even close. Yukal at least will be big individually, so perhaps that's an avenue back into the game for the side of TT, but my goodness, just the brute force play in the bottom side.
Yeah, and actually, you know, Yaya plays a bit risky here because the combo going in, he has to flash out, but then there's things like the pillar that make it very hard to escape. Baitron actually has a fantastic ult, knocking away the front line, and that's where things get scary. And also, makes the right call going for Xiaohu. As much as he has cleanse, Gala is ready with the spell shield, and they do at least manage to trade a kill here, but still, you've lost 2 towers, and oh, they're looking to try and get the dragon.
Oh, this is a big pick. This is a huge pick. Way goes down. 4v5 now. TT have control of the area. They got the Infernal Drake. I'm not quite sure how the setup happened for this play, honestly, but RNG caught out of position.
Yeah, so I assume because RNG made such a long play bot lane, right? You push for 2 towers, you end up there for such an extensive amount of time. They then reset, and TT were on the dragon first. And so I think RNG got a bit greedy, still trying to contest despite the fact that they really had no right to, and TT find a pick off the back of it. So still a 2,000 gold lead for RNG, but you've equalized in terms of those dragons, and you've managed to at least keep the gold not too far away, but still definitely advantage for the side of RNG. Something I do want to note, Blade of the Ruined King coming in for the Twitch. Blade of the King is such a big spike in general, but particularly for a Twitch as well, really starts to be the point where if you find an opportunity, you can shred through someone.
You definitely can, especially if he's getting into things like Kraken Slayer as well. He'll start to really stack up the damage. Damage towards Hoya. Nice little hop there to dodge the barrels, though. Well played by Hoya. He's been doing pretty decently up in this top lane, you know, threatening the dive earlier on onto Breathe, forcing him away. CS very, very even, despite, you know, Breathe being forced away from a couple of waves earlier on. So Breathe has been doing a good job to maintain himself up there. Yukal now moves down to the bottom side, but denied. And this right here is the power of that gangplank pick.
Yeah, and it means they can go for the second Herald. TT can't contest 4v5, and they don't even get anything in the cross map. So RNG just ensuring they win out in both regards. Hoya with Mega isn't really able to do anything. I remember the second Herald is that super tanky one, able to make really strong pushes. Considering RNG already got 2 towers with the first Herald, yeah, I don't think they need a tanky Herald here, but they'll get one.
I was like, on that first play, my brain said, oh, wait, this is the tankier Herald. And then it realized, no, that's the first Herald. Imagine what they could do with number 2, especially if they went towards that bottom side. RNG, if they could find an angle, maybe you could just end the game with this second Herald, and I wouldn't even put it past them. Honestly, the RNG have been so aggressive today. Like, when you think about RNG, you think of really good mid-game, like passive early game, wanting to scale into things. No, not today. Today, they are being so proactive and so aggressive across the map.
And I feel like even the level 1 invade, this is something we kind of actually saw earlier, the split from Tian into Wei. There was that game where he put him massively far behind, and it was with these like level 1 invade strategies. That was the theme of the Top Esports RNG series, was Top Esports setting up advantages in the jungle early and capitalizing on them. So I think it's really cool that RNG have done something similar here and given a similar level of treatment towards Baitron. Now, obviously, at this point, Baitron's caught up. He's actually ahead in levels and he's even in CS, but the damage was done. It's allowed RNG to get this early lead and be in a position of advantage in the mid game. And I said it before, I feel like RNG are just going to be favored in the late game, right? Talia scales exceptionally well. Sivir obviously does. Trundle and Braum do fantastic jobs facilitating, and then the GP as well. So TT, I feel like this game is on a timer. Oh, Kepler.
Oh, Kepler's pinned, so's Baytron knocked back, but they can't actually go under the tower here. They ran out of minions. Yao flashed away from. Good attempt there. Yukao now over the wall. Hoya's arriving as Mega Gnar, as Ming charmed in, slammed against the wall. He is Braum, but he ain't tanky enough just yet. RNG knocked away now, but Gala is doing a lot of damage with these ricochets. Hoya forced a flash. How are they forcing summoners out while at a disadvantage?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just have to be really cautious in this situation because RNG have so much potential to trap a target with things like the pillar. But even so, it's a really positive play for TT. They bring in Yukao with the teleport, and Ming just kind of caught sleeping there, caught by the charm, and the execution was there with Hoya roaming down. Now, Breathe trying to threaten the tower, but Ari has enough wave clear just to quickly dissuade you.
Yeah, crucially as well. Oh my god, damage onto Yukao. I'm impressed by TT though. Even though these fights are incredibly close, that's 2 in a row that TT are finding angles on, right? They keep Kepler alive here. They manage to deny the initial aggression from RNG.
Yeah, doing a great job. I thought Kepler was just gone there, but RNG don't want to overcommit. But then here, the control ward in the brush, and, you know, we see Ming go and put a ward himself, but that makes him just a little bit too close for comfort. Hoya was there with a roam as well. And I think that's the thing, is TT doing a good job of finding these proactive kills to try and offset this deficit.
Yeah, definitely. And crucially, right? Because they need to keep themselves even. You don't want to go against a late game Sivir while massively behind, especially with Gangplank scaling in that top side as well. Matron trying to get some money fruit as he's battling way for river control. Drake is onto the map once again. And I feel like we're just going to see these two teams scrap endlessly this game.
Yeah, something to mention. Oh, Ming caught out.
Very caught out here, but Unbreakable's in the wrong direction. It won't matter too much. Glacial Fissure comes across the play as Breathe TPs into the situation here. RNG now trying to make the play, but Xiaohu caught in the mid lane. Taken down using the stealth. Very nicely done by TT. 4v5. Another great charm from Yukao. Ming caught out again, but he survives. No, the dot taking away the true damage. Is it enough, Ming? Just about lives on through with the skin of his teeth. Now Hoya on the bottom side of the play. We continue in this skirmish as the Herald looks towards mid lane.
Yeah, Herald was about to time out, so they have to throw it down. Does a decent chunk, but doesn't take the tower. And RNG, you know, you've had your support reset. Xiaohu is down, but has the Weaver's Wall to get back. They still want to contest this dragon, despite the fact they are down 2 members right now. Yukao,
Hoya trying to get into position to get something done here, but underneath the Drake, can't really do all too much for the time being. Xiaohu's headed back over and has Weaver's Wall available, crucially. So it's a difficult one for TT, and I think they've realized that this is no longer a play that they can contest. Ocean sold this game, and RNG will get their second Drake halfway towards that soul.
Yeah, and I think the reason they don't want to contest is because TT are so ult reliant. You know, no ultimate for the Ahri, no ultimate for the Twitch or the Alistair. I feel like you lose so much power off the back of this, whereas on the other side, you know, GP and Talia don't really need that ultimate to be powerful.
No. Oh yeah, that's not the place to be, my friend. And the unraveled earth as well, just there to stop him hopping away. Beautifully played by RNG. And the problem is, the second they catch you once, they will take so much. Look at this, 1 mid tower already gone down, looking for a second. But here we go with the Keeper's Verdict. Ming is gone. See you later, Ming. Can they find any more though? Baytron knocked into the team and just gets 1 shot. There we go, 2 picks and 2 towers for RNG.
And now jungler dead. They have a ton of DPS on a Baron and a tanky jungler who can soak up the damage. Why not? You know, 21 minutes, why not just start up the Baron? TT look like they want to try and come over and contest this. It's going to be so hard though, especially if Ming can block the ultimate from Kepler. That can make all the difference.
It's going to be impossible. Surely impossible. Kepler has to be the carry. Barrage doing a lot here to block, but the Baron's already gone. Ming flashing forward with a Glacial Fissure. It's a good knockup from Yao, but it ain't enough. 2 more kills for RNG. 1 single pick leads to 2 towers, a Baron, and 3 more kills. That is unbelievable.
That's all you have to do. 1 mistake from TT, 1 little error coming out from Hoya, and RNG capitalized massively and have just slingshotted themselves ahead in terms of the goal lead. Resets will come out in a moment. You can see the items picked up. Breathe nearly has an Infinity Edge on top of those 2 items he has already. We see Seraph's completed for Xiao as we go on the replay. And what I love here is the Unbreakable's used early before Twitch shows. But look at Ming. Flashes forward with the ultimate. And then Gala even connects when the Winter Spike comes in. He's like, I am killing Twitch. We see the ultimate popped by Kepler, but there's nothing you can do when you get stun locked.
You see the Gimgoon skin coming through there for Breathe as well. Living up to the LPL heritage on his Gangplank. And as you say, close to an Infinity Edge with a Shield Bow and an Essence Reaver already locked in. And if you thought the pressure was pretty scary from RNG up to this point, well, with a Baron, you're going to have your mind blown here. 7-5 on the scoreboard, 22 minutes in, and a 6,000 gold lead for RNG. Now setting up these side lanes so that they can get some pressure out for the next 90 seconds with this Baron.
Yeah, and you see Yukal pushing up here with Bayshore. They might try and make a play on Breathe. They have to be so cautious and not Clapstorm. Even look at the river now. RNG just speeding over. Like, you want to mess with our top laner?
Yukal Spirit rushes. Beichuan is going to catch Ming alone here, but Xiaohu moves on over as well. They're knocked back onto Yao Yao. Unbreakable will already used here. Big damage out from Gala, though, as he'll be able to shred this Alistair. And this just doesn't look like a fair fight. Cannon Barrage comes on in as Wei arrives with a pillar as well. Kepler down, and Wei happy to tank the tower as they just charge forwards towards Beichuan. Look at the damage out from Gala. He's just cutting through TT one by one. Turns golden. Ming in to tank the tower, but Yukal turns it around. Ming 1 HP, but no ult available for Yukal.
Gala, a little bit of a mistake there. Trying to go for the dive at the end. Trying to stopwatch to buy time. Just didn't really work out, but you saw RNG, saw blood in the water, hunting them down, using that movement speed from the Sivir. It's a Ghost as well, both of which were set on a takedown, and they managed to charge them down, pick up that tier 2, and now all the towers outside of the base off TT are off the map. We'll see the replay, and this play takes a while to get going because they're initially trying to pick the RE, and there's also the ult coming in from the Poppy, so it means a lot of time is bought. And then we actually get a really nice charm from Yukal here onto Xiaohu, which he just doesn't expect. Cleanse is actually quite late from Xiaohu, him getting focused down. But unfortunately, Cannon Barrage comes in, the rest of the team catch up. And I mean, we're getting kills in the bottom left, we're getting kills on screen. TT can't help but die.
They certainly can't. Gala tries to go for the dive at the end as well. And you know, we talked about the Cannon Barrage being a pain in the ass for Twitch. Well, add a Pillar of Filth to that as well, and it's impossible for Kepler to survive these fights if RNG are targeting him. It's such a difficult one. 11-6 on the scoreboard, an 8,000 gold lead. Drake coming up in 30 seconds as well. And the beautiful thing for RNG here is they don't even have to just go for the Drake. They can use the lane pressure, try and siege inhibs, and then turn it back around.
Okay, we'll see the setup. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Yaya trying to set up some vision here, but there's just no way. RNG really doing a good job of playing for picks, and this is a really hard comp to play the Alistair. Honestly, I feel like only Yukal is equipped with 3 dashes to try and not get pinned down in place. Now, TT are trying to potentially push up and save the contestants. I don't think you stand a chance. I think you should just give this one and maybe play for Soul. They are going to push up, though, see what they can do, but the Dragon's just gone.
Dragon already gone here. Whale smite that one as RNG now in full retreat. You can see Gangplank in the mid lane, not with the team, but even 4v5. I feel like I favor RNG with the gold lead that they've got for themselves. 2 Ocean Drakes as well, so the sustain across this team is kind of disgusting. Obviously, that's only out of combat, but even still, terrifying to have to go against as Breathe can just clear the waves in the mid lane. And you can see TT starting to move towards that mid lane as the Dragon was starting to try and answer there. But because of Breed's positioning, there's no answer anywhere on the map for TT.
Yeah, they couldn't really engage on the bot side when, you know, Breathe had TP and Cannon Barrage, and there's so many things for RNG to kite. So, but I like the play. They kind of cordon off RNG and go for the mid tower, but it still doesn't work, right? Xiaohu comes into cover, Breathes there. They don't get anything back, but at least they try to get something from the Dragon play in return. Now, Beichuan looks to be caught out.
Wei trying to move forward. It's a good charm. It will mean Beichuan gets out with his life. So, we kind of have a moment to reset here. Baron up in a minute's time, and I feel like RNG very much in control of the game, right? I think that goes without saying. But the scary thing... Yeah, I know, yeah. The scary thing, though, honestly, is look at Gala and Breathe's items, man. They are terrifying, both of them. We're only 26 minutes in, and we've got 2 crit carries on the side of RNG that are fully online. A TP now coming out from Xiaohu to join the squad and set up for this Baron.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the Baron. Oh, Breathe is going to end up getting a reset off here. This is, again, I like this play from TT. You know you're really going to struggle contest the Baron. You know they're going to play for picks in it. Try and get a pick in the side lane before it spawns. Unfortunately, doesn't end up working. And I mean, it sounds weird to praise TT when they're 7k goal behind, but I love that they're still trying to make these proactive plays happen. Still trying to find something, but it just feels so hard to find anything.
And you have to remember that TT have found picks with this Twitch this game, like Xiaohu getting caught out before one of the Drake fights, for example. Like, there have been good moments for TT using this Twitch. So if we can see that continue to extend, maybe there's chances. But with RNG just grouped as a 5, feels impossible. TT trying to move in. Yao Yao over the wall. Beitron has to just make a flash miracle play, but he's in too early and will be taken down. Both junglers out of the pit, though, as it was Way knocked out. Needs to get in the pit, needs to get the spike, gets it mid-air. And now RNG can open up the meat grinder. Yao Yao, the sacrificial lamb here, but the pillar keeps Kepler in the play as well. Ming gets that concussive flows onto Kepler. The passive is there, and a double for Xiaohu. Hoya knocked into the wall and taken out by Gala. Breathe flashing at Yukal. He wants to end this one. The grass procced, and there goes the triple for Xiaohu.
Decimation when it comes to that fight. Beitron tries for the hero play, but just can't find it. RNG managed to take him down. Wei even gets back in the pit for the smite, and they just clean up the kills. Yes, there were a couple of moments where TT tried something, but this was just a one-sided domination from RNG. They mean business, and they want to make this a 2-0, and they will get this first game of the series.
They need a 2-0 to still be able to contest with JDG in the standings, and they are looking at it right now. Do you see that pillar as well? Just keeping Beitron stuck against the wall. Gala! Wait, we said they needed 2 kills on Gala to ruin his Civic KDA. They find the second kill in the end. Gala's KDA is cut in half.
Good work. That's, you know, I see that as a victory in and of itself. And it's funny because both scenarios, kind of unnecessary deaths, right? The first one, he chases the Ari under the tower, could have just let it go. Second time, the game was over. But I respect TT. They at least get a small win in that scenario.
Yeah, if there's one thing you can't say about Gala, it's that he's a KDA player after this game. That's for sure, because he was more than happy to go deep on these plays. I mean, look, just complete domination from RNG. And you do expect RNG to be a favorite coming in. The big takeaway, though, honestly, is how aggressive RNG were in the early game, right? Like, the kind of stereotype isn't the right word, but the expectation from RNG is that they will play for mid-game. They'll play fairly slow in the early game. But I feel like this split, they have started to speed their game plan up.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, even when they aren't, compared to other teams like JDG, Top Esports, the most aggressive early, they still do such a fantastic job of, like, setting a solid pace to the game. But this one, it really felt like they wanted to ensure that Beitron couldn't make anything happen early. And that was kind of the problem. You know, I favored RNG's comp pretty significantly in the later stage of the game. But they just didn't give any room to breathe. Kepler, this Twitch pick, didn't get any chance to function, didn't get a chance to snowball. And yeah, had a couple of moments like that pick on a Xiaohu, and that was probably it. And I also want to praise Breathe here. On this gangplank, it is a little bit weaker in lane on this patch, and we saw him kind of just playing the weak side role for the team. When it came to those team fights, did so much damage. I mean, it's now at the point where, because every time you explode a barrel, your passive resets. So if you can, like, auto barrel combo auto, I mean, the true damage is insane, especially with how many items he had. I think that's a big reason why Breathe did the most damage in the game on that one.
I mean, Breathe might be looking at an MVP, which honestly, with how that game went, Breathe was not the player I was looking at. His cannon barrages were good, but generally speaking, felt like it was much more about Wei, Xiaohu, Gala. Honestly, Wei in the early game might still just grab the MVP after how he dominated Beitron to start this one off. Wei really got the ball rolling. I mean, he got a solo kill onto Yukal at level 2, for God's sake. But Breathe certainly bringing out the damage later on. And that's why you lock in the gangplank, right? Certainly making that pick worth it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's a situation where there's more windows, more vulnerabilities for the GP now, more opportunities to punish. But as much as we saw Hoya do an okay job, like, he definitely had that moment on the tower, he threatened him. He never really found enough. Breathe was able to farm up, and I mean, it's just such a disgusting champ in the later stage of the game. We saw when he's hitting the barrels how much it does. Just like an auto, you proc grass, you proc trial by fire, and if you crit, it's just like, well, you pretty much lose half your health bar. Even the tanky members, I think that's the thing, is that, like, you know, you expect a team with a Gnar, a Poppy, and an Alistair to be able to like withstand some damage. But especially the Alistair, between the Kraken Slayer, between the fact that there was also the Trial by Fire and like the Trundle as well, you really just aren't that tanky.
Honestly, completely brutal from the side of RNG. And like you say, the amount of true damage is really tough to deal with for TT's perspective. Let's see what they have up their sleeves, though, because we're going to jump into a break, and then we'll see if TT can come back in game number 2. I believe in them. I believe in you, TT. Let's see what they've got.
Specifically as a result, I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if it's still...
Whoa, Strife! Just gets deleted!
One-shot him!
Your heavy reliance on Clean, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret the side. 4 members against Breed, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breed needs 6 ASAP, now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's legend, and making the dive, but in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away. He's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next.
Oh, the crown is gone from Rookie. Oh, there goes onto the backline. Bin onto Photic. They can't get the damage follow-up, though, because of that Keeper's Verdict on the Weiwei. The final chapter across, though. Rookie has the Lightning Crash. As the Ultra Shock Laser comes out from Doggo. Doggo step it up here. Rookie can go over the wall as the Lightning Crash uses it. Tries to go back in on the Weiwei. Doggo has to get out. He's almost out of mana at this point. And you've got to be really careful. That's already Weiwei down 2. Doggo, you gotta find a way to carry. Icon, somebody. Doggo's got 1. Can Doggo clean it up? Doggo's got 2. He's trying to find the miracle play. He's got him. No. Chris goes down, and a triple kill is not enough. And B5 slammed the door on BLG.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See ya later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just gonna end.
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games. And Hai Chao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the fountain. Hai Chao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jaculov.
把打 TT 的话，他们的下路我也研究过嘛，然后瑶瑶确实是一个打得很好的一个选手，然后他们下路也是刚加入嘛，所以说发挥出了特别好的效果，我觉得还是各方面注意，从线上还有打团，他们的各方面都打得挺好的。然后现在要打他们的话，可能要注意线上还有打团的各方面吧。TT 前期目前来说，我们的了解是打的确实比前面的战队有些可能都并不分上下的那种感觉嘛，所以说打他们的话就是要弥补自己的前期，尽量不要出现失误。然后打他们的话，我觉得打到中后期的话，我们可能会打得更好一些。
Well, they need to perform well in the early game, apparently, and
no mistakes.
Yeah, they definitely made no mistakes in the early game, that's for sure. That was a brutal early game. I'm joined by Orcs, and I mean, game number 1, TT got annihilated in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other way you can spin it. TT, I think, at least made some efforts to try and come back to the game, but it was very clear RNG came in with a game plan and they executed it as we expect. And a big piece of that game plan was Wei in the jungle, who will be our MVP. I feel like as soon as he got that solo kill, level 2, onto Yukal, that really just kind of solidified in my mind that this guy was just going to take control.
Yeah, that was something else. The literal role swap at level 2 here between RNG's mid and jungle. You can see Wei getting the solo kill here, walks away, pretends to at least.
He turns away to pretend he's leaving. And then
cool guys don't look at explosions, dude. Yeah.
Such a great move. And then, yeah, it was just continuing from there. You know, even Secure in the Baron got knocked out the pit, ran all the way back in to get it. But it just felt like RNG had this game on lock. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Everyone knew their role. And then when it came to the team fights, even, you know, Kepler tried. He on this Twitch. Like, this is such a powerful team fight AD carry. If you pop up in the right scenario, you can do so much work. And then every single time it was like Ming and Wei were just like, we're going for you. We are gunning for you. We are not allowing you to get anything done. And considering you start the fight invisible as Twitch, kind of scary how quickly RNG just instantly leapt him as soon as he showed up.
Yeah, it's like, it was clear that RNG were just like, where's Twitch, where's Twitch, where's Twitch? And the second he shows up, like you say, they just pounce and immediately ruin Kepler's day. And we talked about it in the draft, right? Playing Twitch into a gangplank where you've got that cannon barrage, you playing Twitch into this trundle where there's the pillar as well, like, and the Braum to block your ultimate. It feels incredibly difficult. It feels like that's going to be a matchup that's always going to be very hard. But there was so many AD carry bans that really there weren't many options. I think perhaps the Jinx could have been a better option, but you still have the same issues of lack of mobility when it comes to those team fights. And the Cannon Barrage kind of just ruining your day.
Yeah, honestly, I actually feel like the angle might have been to go for something. I mean, I'm not saying this would have worked.
Ezreal?
No, I feel like Ezreal really wouldn't be able to do enough there. I feel like you have to, in that game, you're up against the GP in the top side. The whole comp RNG functions so well in team fights. I think you have to play something that crushes early, maybe even something like the Draven. It does mean like you're all in on the early game, but I think that's the angle you have to take. Given the context of what happened in the game, you would have lost anyway because RNG stomped the early game and it wasn't down a bot. But like, at least in my mind, that's how I'd approach it in that one, right? If you're going into this Sivir, if you know that RNG are just going to outperform you in the team fights, I feel like you need to have like an aggressive pick to play through bot. Kalista would have been fantastic. Obviously, she was banned away. But yeah, I feel like it's a tricky one because when the game goes like that, you know, we can theorize all day on draft. It doesn't really matter. If you get crushed that hard in the early game and RNG have all these scaling picks, they're going to win. And we go on the next phase of pick and bans. Already 280 carries off the board.
Yep, Zeri cannot be allowed through. Sivir now denied from Gala as well after that previous game. Still sticking to the same bans from the side of RNG though. The Kalista, the Azir, and that Silas take it off the board. TT maybe could ban the Poppy. No, gonna go for the ban on the Wukong instead, which does mean RNG, if they want, could just blind pick that Poppy. It has pretty much been the standard first pick now.
Yeah, that's the thing though with the Trundle available. If RNG feel confident, I would probably just go for the Talia. Like you showed what you can do with the Trundle and the Poppy. So if TT want to take the Poppy themselves, and to be honest, I think TT have to take the Poppy because you can't give Poppy Talia over. That combo is just too broken in terms of leading to the side lanes, in terms of stopping dashes. So you have to take it, but you know RNG gonna take the Trundle again because I mean, why wouldn't they? The hope is for TT that they can maybe pick up something solid here. Gwen is open and available, which was banned away last time, but I feel like that's more likely going to come in as like a third pick. Looks like they might just lock in the Ahri for Yukal again. Even despite the fact he got solo killed by Wei, I think he still had a really good game, considering how bad the game went in general.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Like, certainly individually a good performance. Like, got a bunch of plates, got a lot of gold in the game, and found some really good charms as well. Over to the side of RNG though, as you mentioned, Trundle open, locked in for Wei. RNG pretty much just rinse repeating their composition from the previous game. They obviously can't go for that Sivir, but a scaling AD carry down in that bottom side with 2 bans still remaining. That's a scary situation for Kepler. I think maybe the Jinx needs to be locked in ASAP.
So there's 2 choices. You match AD carry with Jinx, which it looks like they're gonna be what they're gonna do. Alternatively, you could have gone for a top lane and then banned away counters, but I think after how much the Twitch struggled in that first game, they realized they should put a bit higher priority on the AD carry, especially considering Kepler has been such a pivotal piece in this team's recent success. So we go for that matchup that, you know, we've seen quite a few times, especially in spring by this point, Joe.
Yeah, we've seen it once or twice, and even in 2020, you know, that was a popular matchup. 2021, we saw a lot of these 2 AD carries scaling up against each other. The Gwen, though, taken off the board once again from Breathe. This is kind of... Isn't it funny how Gwen has pretty much become Breathe's signature pick at this point, which, you know, the champion has only existed for like a year. It's kind of insane, but I suppose the last year has been the most prolific of Breathe's career, so it does make a lot of sense, but even still, he's an absolute monster on the Gwen. Kennen can be banned away, though, by the side of RNG.
I think it also helps when the champion's been broken for that entire year, so it gets played a lot, if we're going to be real about it. You know, there's definitely champs who've been out for a year who haven't seen as much play, but regardless, so we see the Gwen ban. Makes me wonder if they're going to go for a Renata ban as well, because Renata Felios is a particularly potent lane. We'll see what they opt to go for there. There is still top laners available. They banned the Fiora last time. The GP is still on the cards. The Gnar is still an option. TT could take the Gnar on 4 if they felt confident in that, or they could look to let Hoya have counter pick, but then they would be blinding their support. So really depends who TT want to prioritize. I do think if RNG banned the Gnar here, then maybe TT would probably give counter pick to Hoya, but they could really go in any direction on this one. And they opt to go for the Tom Kench, so something gives a lot of safety to the Jinx. Maybe RNG are going to look to pick up Nautilus. But actually, with the Braum, this is just... I feel like a Renata pick here for RNG would be a no-brainer.
Yeah, Renata already very good with the Aphelios, does well into the Braum and Jinx as well. So certainly could be a strong lane down in the bottom side. We'll see if Ming is going to go... I will say, Ming did play the Ashe support one time. Very good against those melee supports, just saying. But I don't think we'll see the Ashe coming out today, as Ming undecided which direction he wants to go. That's one thing, is you can get some hard engage in that support role as well, and I think Ming just deciding they don't really need the range support.
This is such an RNG and specifically Ming move where I feel like a lot of teams would just take the Renata here, but for Ming being so proficient on the Nautilus, also RNG so strong when they have Ming on that champion that can engage, end up going for that. It's not the best matchup into the Braum, but I don't think they really care. And then looking at potentially just picking up the Gnar as a blind for Breathe. Gnar is a bit weaker as a blind on this patch. As I've said before, his base health got nerfed, his health regeneration per level has got nerfed as well. So those counter matchups that we didn't really see appear in 12-13 have started to become a little bit more effective. And we'll see if Hoya opts to lean into those. We've seen things like the Jax, the Camille picked into the Gnar and be somewhat successful. Or he could just go for something like the Sejuani and play it safe.
So Hoya playing it safe in the top side. In the end, as I will say, there is plenty of frontline for Kepler in this game. Like, if it's front-to-back team fight and you're looking for this TT comp, definitely has plenty of damage in the front-to-back. You've got the Ari for picks as well, but mostly you're going to be looking to Kepler for your damage. Side of RNG, though, I don't feel like the strategy is as cut and dry as what we're getting from TT.
Yeah, I feel like for RNG, you know, you have that good jungle matchup. You have a mid lane who can be super active on the map. And you have Garlo and Aphelios. I think that kind of speaks for itself. But I do feel like, you know, in the previous game, I was super confident in RNG if it went late. I don't feel like that's the case as much in this one. I feel like you're going to get outperformed in team fights. What's particularly effective as well is the Braum Sejuani. We used to see this as an old school combo back when Braum was like one of the most picked supports in his era of dominance, and Sejuani jungle back when we had tank junglers. Like, the fact you have 2 stun passives is so powerful, you know, because it makes it very hard to just exist when you're getting stun locked, and particularly for champions like the Nautilus and the Trundle, that's going to be painful. So I think TT have a lot of strength in the group 5v5. I think their lane matchups in the bot lane, they have a pretty comfortable lane matchup where they didn't before. but it really comes down to mitigating the pressure from RNG. And something to mention is their invade came on the back of they had the Braum. Now TT have the Braum. I don't think you want to be messing around with a Braum level 1.
No, you do not. Even Nautilus, pretty good level 1, but nowhere near the level of a Braum. We saw RNG using and abusing that at level 1 and game number 1. I would love to see a similar story for TT here. Maybe they go for some level 1 cheese, especially with how game number 1's early game went. I feel like you're coming into this series, you're desperate for a win, you're desperate to lock yourselves in for playoffs. Perhaps some cheese would be the answer, but not going to happen for the time being. Standard level 1, just default ward positions, default positions across the map as Hoya tries to get some damage onto Breathe, but Breathe just going to cut it out with his boomerang.
Yeah, you know how I was talking about all the CC, the stun locks? Xiao and Gala both opting for the cleanse, so definitely respecting the lockdown available now. RNG are playing a bit aggressive to push in and try and get a ward down. They want to track Beishuan. You know, even though I said you don't want to mess with the Braum, Taliyah Trundle's still a very powerful duo when it comes to those early levels, but I suspect we won't see that same invade we saw in the level 1. Should get a bit more for standard early game. And I think that really favors TT because TT have been very good at enacting things like those 4-man leans at the bot side. And they looks like they might actually try for their own invade. They feel confident in going for it with the Braum.
RNG are stacking up, though. This is going to be a 4v4. Beitron moves in first and immediately just gets railed. A hook comes out, but a good flash keeps him out. Yao Yao first target, but here goes Ming. First blood for TT. Looking for more with the stun on to wait as well. Trying to block him. He flashes over. Kepler to follow. Looking for the recess. He's got excited, and he's got a double kill as well.
Exactly what you need to start this game off. And honestly, I feel like RNG just disrespectful. I said it, you agreed, Munch. We shouldn't be messing around with the enemy Braum level 1. And you saw, even though RNG got the jump onto TT, they still lost because of the power of the Braum and the Jinx on top of that. Beishuan gets chunked out pretty early and has to flash away. But then they just don't have the power in the extended fight, right? The Braum passive gets applied. Ming is now basically dead with the charm coming in. And then Wei, just because he tries to step up and try and trade a kill, ends up going down as well. And with the get excited from Kepler, he could even just run away off the back of that one.
I really love the positioning from Kepler there as well. He's trying to body block Wei so that the flash, won't get him over the wall. It wasn't quite far enough, but good little attempt on the play there as Wei. Now trying to go for an invade, but he will walk across a ward here. So you can see immediately on the way pings coming out from the bottom lane of TT, and Beitron should head over to this side of the map. I don't know if Wei is aware. I don't know if that ward died while Wei could see it or not, but here we go. TT collapsing.
Oh, he should be able to smite this and get away, though. And it looks like he will and get out. So we'll be able to play safe. One thing to mention is that Kepler and Yao, you had to reset off the back of that play. So as much as Kepler, he has a cull and a longsword. That's a fantastic start, don't get me wrong. He is a little bit later lane. They are still level 1. They will have to be a bit defensive, at least for the first couple of levels. But still, despite Wei stealing away the blue, it's still a fantastic start for TT.
Yeah, Beitron now moving into the bottom side. I think just getting access to the river to go for that scuttlecraft, though, was, you know, Kepler and Yao Yao were late to lane, did have to, quote-unquote, play defensive, but they arrive and immediately start to muscle their way into the situation. Wei off in the wings here is trading in the mid lane once more. Beitron looking for Xiaohu. Flash and cleanse both available and will be forced to flash immediately.
Yeah, but...
Oh! Wei answering in the bottom side here. Ming moving forward. Kepler trying to get damage onto Gala, but it ain't going to happen for now. Good attempt from Ming. Wanted 2 kills out of the 1. But will just be the kill for Gala. And crucially, that's already a shutdown. A bonus 150 for Gala.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, Kepler, no level 3. Yao Yao, no level 3. Actually makes a pretty big difference. Both Braum and Jinx get some strong tools.
Yukao, no flash available. Knocked back and taken down. Xiaohu finds a solo kill. He will be punished. Oh, will he? The Pillar of Filth comes on out. Xiaohu, no flash available. Beitron waiting for his passive. Look at the movement speed from the fast footwork. It's going to be Beitron grabbing a kill. It's water walking. Fast footwork isn't even a rune. Beitron now getting chased down himself, though, as Wei looking for this. Yukal's respawned and TP'd back into the play. His jungler will survive.
Man, Xiaohu got away there would be absolute disaster, but as you said, the extra movement speed and also the fact the buckler was coming up soon. Speaking of the buckler, Beitron needs to grab it. Wei, I think, was looking for him to come over to the Krugs and to find him, but Baytron is just going to reset, so nothing more will happen. But or will it?
Will it? Wei trying to stop the recall. Baytron not window shopping for the time being, which is good news for him. He's going to cancel this recall. He's just going to go over to his wolves instead as we take a cheeky little look at the fountain. Hoya has TP to the top lane. All right. Cheers, observers. Good one. And we return to the absolute scrap that is the mid jungle right now. Yao Yao and Ming in the middle of everything. Baytron moving on over. Knockback though onto Yao Yao. RNG with an advantage. Wei moving forward onto Baytron. Next target here. Pillared back into the play. And Xiaohu finishing the kill off. Yao Yao now next on the chopping block as they continue, but Kepler arrives. He's already got so much damage and they want an extra kill onto Xiaohu. Both junglers die. The Flame Chopper's not quite in range.
Oh man, these such a scrappy game, and I feel like for TT they have a lot of burst damage, a lot of CC in their skirmishes when they have the Poppy. They're able to lock them down, but it just feels like the sustained damage off the Taliyah, off the Trundle. Oh, I think Ming just messed up
Xiaohu just doesn't miss.
You there?
Xiaohu does not miss and forces a flash out from UCal as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so good so far this game. I feel like his Taliyah has just been an absolute pleasure to watch so far this split. But, you know, the amount of damage Taliyah does is kind of crazy. Like, I think especially considering, you know, bear in mind, the W of Taliyah doesn't actually do any damage. It's only knocking them. Oh, my lord.
The damage, the ignite is there from the spell book as well. And Xiaohu, 2 times in one game, 2 times in 6 minutes, has solo killed UCal again. This time he can't be punished.
Man, he's just really, I mean, it's so crazy. We have the same matchup from the previous game in the mid lane, and it feels like Xiaohu's just stepped up his gameplay to the point where he's just bullying out UCal. Actually spotting a ward, but UCal just doesn't expect for him to just run him down with the extra movement speed. And the seismic shove connects, unfortunately. Charm even goes the wrong way in the end, so gets the solo kill there, really strong. And as I was saying, Taliyah, her ult does no damage. Her W actually doesn't do any damage. It's the E that does the damage of knocking it through. And yet this champion can like burst you, has a ton of sustain. So strong.
Hang on, Gala is 2 levels above Kepler in the bottom side as Breathe might get all in here. The Permafrost does land. Hoya with the ultimate. The Ignite. Breathe has been caught out and taken down by Hoya.
The extra base health that has been lost by Gnar, making a difference there, but we've seen these Sejuani all-ins before. Once your ult is there, the fact that you can proc the percentage HP damage twice from the Permafrost, the fact that you have that Ignite as well, able to find the solo kill and answer back. But as you said, got a super far ahead in XP. It's because, you know, we had Kepler and Yaya late to lane, and then they got killed on the wave bounce back. They've ended up missing so much CS, so despite the early kills Kepler got, it hasn't really panned out too favorably.
I feel like the Sejuani getting the Permafrost down into the ult with the Ignite, it's like the new Ornn combo, where Sejuani is not a champion that should be getting kills in lane, but you misstep, she will 100-0 you. I mean, knows all about that.
I feel like this is kind of the criteria if you want to be a tank top laner in pro play. It's not about like how tanky you are. It's about you being able to solo kill. Yeah, it's like you have to have a boatload of damage and be tanky.
Yeah, and also have really good CC. UCal could be in trouble here. Baytron keeping him alive though, but he's knocked back into the play anyway. And Gala flashes forward. Baytron next target, but Ming walking away with his life. Gala, oh, you're in too deep, buddy. He's way too far into this play. Will be stunned against the wall, and Kepler is here to finish the job. Another one into the pocket of this Jinx. Xiaohu with a great knockback, though. The rest of the team moving in. RNG somehow getting outplayed here. TT finding yet another kill. That's 2 for Hoya now. Xiaohu next target. He will survive as Wei instead will be sacrificed. No, gets under the tower, will be alive. This is pure carnage. I'm struggling to keep track of this.
It's so scrappy, honestly. It's such a back and forth, but I feel like as much as so much damage is coming out from RNG, it just feels like once the CC rotations come up from TT again, that's the threat. With dead even in gold, 5 kills to 7. This feels like an LPL game, and we'll get the replay. So initially, you know, Ming gets CC'd for the longest time, so you can't find the engage, but Xiaohu trying to prove that you don't have to aim the W, it just hits every time. And then here, TT then come in, and it's the Braum providing so much power. Gala actually cleanses the slow to try and make distance. So that means he's vulnerable to this stun here. And then in this ensuing fight, Xiaohu again just proves he does not miss with the W. But now the Sejuani is here. The Braum is still there. You can't approach with these lockdown passives.
Certainly can't. TT now going to start a Drake for themselves as Wei. Forced out of the play by Yao Yao. Ming moving up though. Gets a bit of vision for his team. Does feel like RNG want to contest for this, but I'm not sure they really have a way in. Looks like the bottom side of the river though could be their answer. Xiaohu headed over. No Weaver's Wall available. Ming fostering the Dragon will reset. That is terrible news for TT as they now lose control of the situation. Dragon on 1,500 HP. It resets again. And RNG have bought enough time. Now a pull in from Ming. I can't believe they've got away with this play. The flash forward is Ming. Sacrifices himself to take down Kepler. A double for Xiaohu as RNG have no right to win this play, but they win it anyway.
Fantastic performance of Ming. This is why he picks the Nautilus, right? Lane matchup, be damned. He decides he's going to kill someone, and it does not care if he goes down in return. He manages to take down the bot lane of TT. Don't have enough of advantage to go for the Dragon, especially as Breed doesn't have teleport, but at least they keep TT away from it. Breed will just pick up a plate in the top side, so it's not just the fact that you're getting this favorable play on the bot side of the map, Breed also being rewarded here.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how they managed to stall TT for so long. Like, that's 3v4. I feel like TT maybe needed to just pull the trigger at the start there before Xiaohu could rejoin the play.
Well, I think a mistake as well was Xiaohu, sorry, not Xiaohu, Yao Yao burned his Unbreakable and then stayed forwards. And the Braum is so reliant on his E to be tanky that when it's down, he just becomes that vulnerability. And also something to note is like, TT don't have the best tools to just pull the trigger and start a fight. Nautilus does that fantastically. Braum, not so much. Braum is like, you know, if you have someone already in place, he helps to lock them down. They kind of need like Baitron to have a good angle, Yukal to get a charm, Hoya to have an engage. And it does make things trickier now. Do you see RNG, Baitron?
I think he wanted to try and stop the Herald somehow. Waste the target though. There's one kill, but it's traded immediately onto Yukal. Waste still alive. Finally falls on the backside of the play. Xiaohu getting damage onto Hoya. This is 4v5. And yet it's an even trade with plates going to RNG.
Yeah, the thing to mention is that TT stopped the plates from going to Gala. It was all gold on away. That's a positive aspect, but Breathe, this is the second time, 2 consecutive plays, he's just pushing in the tower. Oh, now Kepler might be in trouble.
Kepler. They're actually going to get a kill in a 2v4. Gala and Ming are absolutely insane. Yao Yao next target here as Gala charges up forward with the Infernum. Can't quite find the burn. Hoya now trying to turn it around, but Gala's still full HP. He's unstoppable right now, trying to dodge the Keeper's vids. He will be able to do so. Moving forward, Infernum and Severum available to him. Doesn't have any mana, but it won't stop him by any chance. Baitron underneath the tower. Yao Yao 1 HP as well. They will survive, but it's hard against Gala.
I mean, the confidence from Gala stepping up there, despite the fact they're outnumbered. Breed still in the top lane, by the way, has teleport now, but just like he's doing his own thing. I'm pretty sure he's just taken like 3 plates from that tower in this passage of play. And RNG still win. They still win without their top laner. And we're going to see the replay on this situation. So just the confidence here. You could see TT were trying to potentially set up for a dive, but they leave their Jinx isolated. And RNG just pounce.
You see Gala literally free-firing for most of this. They're moving forward. And watch this as Baitron starts to wind up the Keeper's Verdict. Gala does some crazy footwork here back and forth. Oh, we don't even get to see it because Yukal's caught on the bottom side. Spirit Rush forced out here. Drake on the map still. Nobody even took that Drake. After the fight early on, the Drake is still there.
In fairness, it does take a while to take these dragons. The teams are a little bit more reserved from it, but yeah, we're just getting non-stop fighting. It's 20 kills in total at 14 minutes, and it might be another here.
Oh yeah, could be in trouble. Ming trying to get in range with his anchor. Don't think he'll find it. Breathe underneath the tower. 1v3. Can he survive? He's desperate to clear this wave. Goes for the ult onto Kepler. Cannot find it. The tower falls, as will Breathe. It's straight for a tower on the opposite side of the map, though. As you can see, Gala solo farming, pushing waves, and pings onto that bot tier 2 from RNG.
Look, Breed just picked up a Triforce, though, with all the gold he got from those plates. So maybe did overstay a bit. I think definitely is true. Should have reset, picked up his item. Was probably trying to wait for the gold for that Triforce. But now RNG looking for Yukal. No ult.
Yeah, Flash going to be forced out in that mid lane. Nicely done. And this is the thing about RNG. They will punish you so hard when things are on cooldown. No! Oh, God, H1, no! I think that went down to, like, literally 3 HP.
Oh, that's a tilter. That is a tilter. And at this point, he knows RNG are moving, so he has to give it up. And yeah, it just means blue buff of Xiaohu. Definitely nice on that Talia. And I mean, speaking of that Talia,
The thing is, this is actually bad, right? It's just so...
it's just a tilter.
You just don't want to see that, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like at this point, the Talia's been doing so much damage. With the Leandri's already complete. You saw Hoya there was being, like, earlier run down by it. The amount of DPS available to RNG's carries already is super scary, super hard to deal with.
Yeah, definitely is. TT, move over towards the Herald now. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, buddy.
It's fine, no problem.
Just trying to banter. I will say one thing about casting online. It does make the banter way more difficult to achieve because you don't want to interrupt. TT, trying to protect the Herald here. Hoya over the wall. I think he'll be fine. He can always just get away. I wasn't sure if he was trying to look for something, but his team was definitely not on the same page. Breathe pushing in the bottom side while all this goes on, but TT do grab themselves that Herald. Gala is unafraid. He Gale forces in to get a Gravitum and forces a flash out from Beidron.
Yeah, all comes down. I just find the Poppy also hilarious. I mean, I love
know,
those
every
champions
single
in
time.
meta. It's so good. They do knock away Xiaohu, but he's back there. They're trying to pressure down this mid tower here. And TT, again, they don't have the best forms of engage. They kind of need someone from RNG to make a mistake, but looks like they're the ones threatening.
Especially with the Pillar of Filth, it's so difficult to maneuver around these fights. TT desperately trying to defend their mid-tier 1 tower, but honestly, with the damage that's going down just passively onto them during this siege, I'm not sure that they can defend another wave here. It's going to be a tough one, especially with Infernum there for Gala. RNG want to make this play. Big damage out from Xiaohu underneath the tower as Gala moves forward. Orb Deception can't quite hit the wave there, and Yukal forced out the top side of the play. That's the window that they need. Nobody has any wave clear left, and down goes the tier 1. Once again, RNG just muscling in, and look at the gold difference. They don't have that significant of a lead, but they just know how to execute these plays so beautifully.
I think the scary thing as well is that a lot of that gold is on Gala, Xiaohu, and Breathe. Plates for Breathe, but also just the kills for Xiaohu and Gala. They are super threatening, and you know, I said at the start of the game, I felt like a TT going to be strong in the team fights, but honestly, kind of revisiting that, they're very reliant on Kepler. Like, if you look at their damage profile, like, Ahri isn't the highest damage champion. They have 3 tanks and a Jinx. I'm starting to feel less and less convinced by my earlier statement, and I honestly feel like in the team fights, they might struggle, because also, it's hard for them to get onto RNG's pivotal carries. You said before, the Pillar of Filth, things like the Unraveled Earth, their engage is quite limited. And I think what they want is they want to be able to set up on an objective and have RNG come into them, kite them backwards, use the stun passives effectively. It's very hard to be faced on an objective when you're behind. And the way RNG playing, it's only a 2k gold advantage, but they are ensuring they're the ones setting the pace of the game. They're the ones being there first.
Yeah, they are consistently on the play, right? They're consistently there before the play, I think is the key thing. It's not even about being on the play. It's about being pre-play. RNG with the pre-play plays. It's beautiful to see, that is for sure. Their map control has always been exceptional, and we're entering the mid-game, which is always the moment where RNG are just unbreakable, unbeatable, unstoppable. It's going to be Infernal Drake coming up in 40 seconds' time. It'll be the second Drake for RNG if they're able to get it, and TT not even playing towards that side of the map right now. They're all moving up towards this top lane where Kepler can grab himself that red buff, maybe can then move back down for the Drake.
Yeah, it feels like TT very much moving together as a unit. As much, oh, the cutoff comes in. Not quite able to do so. And they are just able to walk that one out. But it does force them backwards. And now RNG sweep through and destroy all this vision. TT, they do have the Herald. If they can slam it down mid, that might force RNG to respond and force them up there. Oh, the engage comes in.
It's going to be knock up onto Yukal as he spirit rushes. Oh, wait, what is that damage out from Xiaohu? Yao Yao almost one shot through his Unbreakable right there. As Gala dodges away from the Keeper's Verdict. That's a huge cooldown. And now RNG with an even fight. This is what they've wanted all game long. They've been winning with disadvantages. Now in an even 5v5. Doesn't feel like TT can step up anymore. And Gala still unafraid. Still happy to step forward.
Yeah, so Herald dealt with. Now they move over to the Dragon. Infernal Dragon 6% AD and AP. Such a massive boost. And honestly, the fact they have that first Cloud Soul for the extra movement speed, I talked about in the last game, one of the best that you're able to pick up. Infernal Dragon, a great scaling one. It will be an Ocean Soul, which I feel like here... Oh, they're looking for a pick.
Oh, it's an opportunity for TT, but Wei is happy to be the target. The pillar is gorgeous. And now RNG in a great spot, but look at the damage out from Kepler. He got the gold early, and he wants to sweep up onto Gala. He goes for the turret, blocking their way. 2 picks for TT, though. And perhaps a chance at Baron? I don't know. It would be dicey.
I think it's too risky when Xiaohu and Gala are still up. Remember, Xiaohu even has Smite as well.
Oh, my God. Everything. RNG just squeeze advantages out, and now Xiaohu moving forward onto Beitron as Wei tries to chase him down. Gala couldn't quite get a range of that play, but in with the Gravitum, the Infernum, in fact, on the Moonlight Vigil. Yukal onto Gala, wants a solo kill for himself, but Gala just turns it around, and Yukal has to flee. And now RNG, once again at a disadvantage, once again find the play. This is why Gala has the most solo kills of any AD carry, because he has no fear.
It just feels like RNG are refusing to do the math. It's a 3v4. 3 is less than 4. And yet they still fight it and they still win. I don't understand. This has been like a consistent theme this game of just RNG opting into fights where they don't have as many members and somehow winning them, just outplaying. Fantastic play here, and Ming does sacrifice to trade the kill. And this is actually a great play from Beitron. Nara about to hit Mega, bursts him before he gets the health buff, but then the ensuing fight, Xiaohu doing so much work there, and Gala just refusing to let anyone get a solo kill on him, and takes down Yukal as well. These carries for RNG coming up huge.
Yeah, so breathe. Oh my God, he actually gets it. He was mostly blind there as well. He saw it started, it was pulled out of vision, and he just kind of guesstimating the amount of damage. Gets it. I'm pretty sure the auto got it, not even the boomerang there as well.
Yeah, TT having a rough game of blue buffs, honestly. That was the earlier part. Now
honestly,
this one,
a rough series when it comes to buffs, because game number 1 was not any better.
Absolutely. Now RNG is setting up vision around this Baron. Huge pick potential, and Breed is starting to make his way over, but notice like TT are permanently trying to group as 5, trying to use their comp with that lockdown as effectively as possible. But push in mid, and this forces RNG to respond to the mid push, and now they can move through, sweep out some of this vision. Just a little bit of a back and forth coming out here. Neither team wanted to give too much control over.
So TT grabbing control of River. Oh no, but they're caught in the river. Yukal the target here. Weaver's Wall denied there. Only going halfway. Not sure if that's a visual bug there. Beitron now chased down. Oh, Xiaohu just flashes in.
Oh.
Flashes forward, and Beitron's like, nah, buddy, get out of here.
Yep, just knocks him away. Oh, but now he's in trouble.
Beitron moves too far forward. The Pillar of Filth comes out once again. Honestly, Wei makes that Pillar of Filth look like it's hard CC. They can now move over to the Baron, because guess what? The jungler has died at 23 minutes. I feel like we're getting deja vu from game number 1 here, Orcs.
Yeah, and I feel like TT, they have to try and contest this one. Still pretty strong with their 4 members. The Baron's just gone.
I mean, they couldn't win 4v3 earlier. I'm not sure that they can win 4v5 now. It's a tough one, as RNG will grab themselves the Baron, and they continue to... Like, the crazy thing is, the kill score is 13 to 13. This game does not feel anywhere near as even as that.
Absolutely not. It feels like RNG, it's a 3,500 goal difference. We've seen much bigger goal differences than that, but it feels like the control from RNG is so insane here. They're just not giving any room for TT. Now, they are setting up a pick, maybe? No, they were just going for reset, so they won't be found. Fortunately, I think for TT's sake, Dragon's going to be up in a minute. Will be the 3rd for RNG. And especially when we already talked about TT, really relying on Kepler for a lot of the damage. An Ocean Soul for RNG would be painful, would be really painful. So, RNG going to get upset, set up there in advance. And you can even see Xiaohu pushing this wave in the bot side, so they have somewhere to lean if they want to use these Baron waves to apply even more pressure.
Do you know what else is deja vu from game number 1? If I'm not mistaken, we have the exact same Drakes as game number 1. So I'm not sure I've ever seen that. Like, exact same Drakes back to back. It was Cloud first. The only one I'm not sure about is that Infernal Drake, but I think it was an Infernal second. Kind of crazy. Doesn't matter at all, but kind of interesting.
I think it was as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. So, yeah. Just happens
Kinda
sometimes.
cool.
I guess in
Kinda cool.
all of the games of League of Legends that we see in pro play, we probably have had more back-to-back Drake orientations. But yeah, pretty interesting one. And I feel like it's actually a kind of nice distribution because I feel like Drake's is so much stronger now, but Cloud is great early for that movement speed. Infernal is a nice second one to pick up for, you know, those extra stats. I do think Ocean's a bit weaker in terms of souls, like compared to the others, but I think it's really nice here when like TT are lacking damage. It's going to be a struggle in team fights to cut through the likes of Breathe away if they are just healing. But yeah, so they have picked that one up, and Hoya maybe getting clapped on here.
He really wanted that Grom. He does get it for himself. The Weaver's Wall is coming out as well. Xiao wants to join the play, but knocked off of his wall by the other wall. And Hoya will escape. Gets himself the Grom. That's a small win for TT, but honestly at this point, we'll take those small wins. TT going to be happy with that one. Up towards the top side go RNG here. And I'm going to be honest, RNG with Baron, we saw it in game number 1. They will take everything.
Yeah, you can see how they've lent that pressure to the other side. Gala and Wei are trying to interrupt this wave, but like, look at their position. They're willing to just like run backwards and move towards the rest of their team.
Baytron is taken down to a third of his HP by Gala and his turrets with that Calibrum. That is insane. I can't believe how much damage he was able to pull off there. And this is still to buy space for Breathe, who's pushing an inhib tower as we speak right now. Yao and Kepler making their way up. They're trying to get over, but they don't have the inside track. And you can see Yukal finally arriving, but the wave clear is so difficult to pull off against these Baroned up minions. As an Ari here, Keeper's Verdict does a bit of damage, but Gala gonna finish the tower off. They can't stop the siege, and RNG once again just winning through map movement.
Just fantastic play. Just the fact that, you know, Wei and Gala were stopping the mid push, but didn't commit, didn't like loop round to stand mid lane. Instead, they were in a position where when the TP came in from TT, they just moved back up towards the rest of the team. They regrouped, they couldn't be threatened. And this whole time, Breathe, this has been the consistent theme for this game. Breathe is pushing top. Breathe is getting towers. Hasn't really been involved in that many fights, but able to get the structures. And now Aaron has timed out here, but they're still trying to pressure this tier 2.
Tier 2 in the mid lane will go down. You can see Baytron behind enemy lines over at his blue buff, but doesn't have that ultimate available, so can't really go too aggressive on the Poppy. He's just desperately trying to clean up some of his camps before they're all snuffed up by RNG. Could be in a bit of trouble here.
God, I hate when my camps are snuffed up, man.
I keep getting mocked for this word. Is this not a word? Have you never heard the word snuffed before? It's when a dog eats something, like, if you give like a bit of bacon to a dog.
Is it actually a word, or you just like, you think it should be a word?
Of course it is. Of course it's a word. It's like, when a dog, right, if you give something really delicious to a dog, you know the like sheer speed and like, I don't know, ravenousness with which they'll eat that? That's snarfing. So, RNG would have snarfed those camps up in no time at all. Baytron,
I believe it's a word. I just think it's such a funny one. I just can't take it seriously when you say it.
I'm gonna Google if it's a word or not. It is.
But
eat
wow.
or drink quickly or greedily. Yeah, they would have snuffed the camps, but Baytron pre-snuffed them.
Yeah, I feel like just because something is a word doesn't mean you have to use it. But you know what? I like that you brought it in. You've taught all of our viewers something. You know, I think it's a word. I will agree with that. Whether it's a great word or not, I'm not so sure.
Okay, well, we'll have to agree to disagree on this one. Engage comes out as Gala pinned against the wall. No! Baytron knocked Gala out of the play. I feel like they could have just killed him. Yukal was there as well, but they got one onto Ming. Maybe this is still the play. Xiaohu locked against the wall. The Braum passive. No, Zonya's in play. Gala over the wall now as he tries to get onto Yao, but there's one for Yukal. Breathe now, trying to clean up. He'll manage to finish off Baytron here with a boomerang. No, Nar ultimate into the wall. As he's looking, he's hunting Yukal, the boulder, to deny the recall. And Gala's here to sweep it up. No, double comes through onto Breathe. It looked so good. It looked like that was the chance, but it's still an even play.
I mean, just the cleanup potential from Breathe. He's picked up so much gold. Triforce Black Cleaver is such a strong combo because you get movement speed from both when you hit. And I think the thought process here, so they do find Gala, but he has Cleanse, he has Flash. I'm not sure whether it was the right call to knock him away. We'll have to see like now in the replay. But yeah, so doesn't actually gets the knock up. And then, yeah, I mean, maybe they should just gone for the play. I guess they were scared he would just cleanse and then blow them up, but hard to call what the right play was. Ultimately, it didn't work.
I think maybe he was intending to just knock Gala up. You know, you can like tap the ult to CC. I think that's just I'm not sure. Misplay regardless.
I feel like you have to channel it for such a long time, though. I feel like I don't know. It's hard to say. We can't know. All we know is that Gala survived. Gala turned the fight around. RNG now have Baron, and it's 6 seconds until Soul and TT. The 6k gold deficit have to try and fight their way out of this hole.
Okay, that's going to be a big old wall. Actually knocks Patron out of the pit entirely, but here we go. Drake is actually just going to be taken. Kepler the one to finish that one off. So a big pickup for TT. They deny the soul, and they also crucially get a bounty for themselves. They're actually only 5,000 gold down at 30 minutes. It's not that dramatic. The issue is RNG have another Baron, right? So now the inhibs are basically bare. The top inhib is bare. It feels like RNG can just walk on in. So TT, they get a silver lining in that Ocean Drake. It buys them 5 minutes of soulless gameplay. Oh no, that would be Dota 2. But now the siege continues for RNG.
Yeah, and they have a wave that's pushing in bots. They may rotate over to that later, but they're just kind of standing as a 5-man mid trying to pressure. TT have a decent amount of wave clear available to them, but with this next wave, I think RNG can just push up and take the tower.
Tower goes down. Inhib will be next to follow. Open Inhib in the top side as well, as RNG can continue to just put their foot down on this one. We said they needed a 2-0, and they're looking for it. The damage from the Moonlight Vigil. I love how proactive Gala is with that ultimate. Not looking for the perfect 5-man ulti, just looking for picks, looking for damage, looking for pressure. That's the name of the game for RNG.
And look how perfectly this is set up. They have this slow push, so as soon as they take the tower mid, huge wave bot, a ton of casters. Once again, the pop...
Oh, Gala with the Gale Force. It's just too beautiful. Honestly, watching Gala team fight is like, it's a treat every time. It wasn't even a team fight because he's so good at it. It's positioning. And now in goes Breathe and just annihilates them. TT wiped off of the face of the Rift as RNG are furious in this one. A triple for Gala. And my God, what destruction. RNG will not be knocked out of the conversation for top 2 just yet.
I mean, this is just decimation. Yes, a lot of back and forth in this game. A lot of fight from TT. I'm glad we got to see it. But RNG do not flinch, and they close it out in 2-0 fashion. As you said, keeping their hopes alive for a top 2 finish, keeping their hopes alive of being able to secure a spot after in the double elimination of the playoffs. But yeah, really solid performance from them.
So, scary one for TT. That's not a team that you want to have to play against, but at the end of the day, you've got to play against every team. And RNG, let's be honest, decimated them. But TT did show some good stuff, right? They showed proactivity. They showed a willingness to continue playing. And they are still alive in terms of playoffs. They have 2 series remaining, so plenty more time for TT. But in terms of RNG, like a fantastic win here. Crucially, a 2-0. That's their 9th win in a row. Now, they cannot contest top esports for the top spot unless top esports... I think actually, even if top esports loses all of the remaining games... wait, no. If they lose all of the remaining games, it's still contestable. But if top esports even lose 1 series, they'll still be uncontestable just because of the game difference alone. They're on positive 20. Whereas RNG now on positive 16 with 1 series remaining.
Yeah, so if top esports win their remaining series, they get first. They don't even have to win them 2-0. They just have to win their remaining series. I don't even think they have to win both. They just have to win one, I think. Yeah, so top esports in a fantastic spot. But RNG keep the chance of catching JDG alive. So they now have a plus 16 score. JDG have a plus 18 score, and RNG have 1 series left. So if they win the next series 2-0 against LGD, they tie, but they have the head-to-head from earlier in the season when they took them down. So that allows them to claim the 2nd place spot. And obviously...
That'd be a hell of a finish. That'd be a hell of a
finish. And I mean, I feel like for my money, JDG have looked fantastic. But in my mind, top esports and RNG are the 2 strongest teams at the moment. If they both get that double elimination spot, you know, I mean, these were finalists from spring, right? I feel like setting up to really be strong contenders because both of them have a ton of championship points as well. So would be in a very good position to make it to Worlds, both of them, and try for the title. But yeah, RNG, we set them a requirement to the series, and you know what, Joe? They did.
Yeah. They certainly did. They got the KPIs and they ticked every single box like a great employee. RNG, though, honestly, absolute domination. And like we said, what a finish that would be. If they can get this 2-0, tie JDG, win on the head-to-head, and steal top 2 against JDG, the team that has been in first place basically the entire split long, that would be an unbelievable comeback for RNG. And off of the back of winning MSI, like, how often do you see a team come out of MSI and dominate in the split like this?
I mean, honestly, we've had a lot of teams where they struggle coming back from internationals. Look at EDG in spring. I mean, EDG still, I don't feel like have recovered fully. RNG, we saw last year when they came off MSI, they struggled in summer. They had like a 2-6 start, and then it was only then they started to bring it back. But I feel like RNG's form has just maintained, and they've really showed that today. I mean, TT, a lot of people can look at the series and think, you know, like TT in previous seasons, fair enough. But TT are pretty good at the moment. Like, you even saw them making the right moves to contest. I think it's just very clear that RNG are just a class of their own when it comes to a lot of the teams in the LPL. Sure, there's teams at the top who are in that class, but for the most part, they're just so hard to contend with.
Yeah, honestly, I think the biggest conversation is the one we had earlier on in game number 1, where we talked about unforced and forced errors, right? Because the middle of the table teams like Weibo, for example, most of the time they'll punish your errors, but they won't necessarily force errors out of you, except sometimes when they play. I feel like Weibo occasionally play really aggressive and do force errors, but generally speaking won't. Whereas a team like RNG, a team like Top Esports, a team like JDG, they will force plays. They will make you have to match them. And the second you make that mistake, they have the mechanical prowess. They have the macro prowess as well to just dominate you on the map. So it's so difficult to play up against. And it's really, in my mind, that's the biggest thing that separates the top teams from the middle of the table teams. Because it's not like teams like Weibo don't have mechanical talent. Like, obviously they do. But it's when it comes to the coordination of the team, that's really what separates our top teams.
But I still think, you know, there's been a shining light for TT recently. I think they shouldn't get disheartened over this loss. I think ultimately it was their hardest game left in the rest of the season was up against RNG, and they still showed some positives. They now still have 2 series left, which I believe it's RA and Ultra Prime. And realistically, TT are more than capable of winning both of those. And if they win both, it doesn't matter whether it's 2-1, 2-0 in either, they will lock playoffs. So as long as they can bounce back from this, which, I mean, I feel like if you're getting bothered about losing to RNG, everyone's going to lose to RNG pretty much, apart from only 2 teams haven't. I think TT should be in a good position to still keep their playoff dreams alive and do something that the organization hasn't done in 3.5 years.
Yeah, it would be monumental for TT if they can make playoffs. And honestly, like, when you look at the other teams that are likely to make playoffs, like, there's a conversation of 7 teams right now. If, you know, a team like FPX, BLG, maybe even OMG or LNG, like, I could see TT winning a best of 5 in those kinds of series. Maybe even anyone's legend. That would be a hell of a matchup. Like, I genuinely think that TT is one of the squads that could be a forerunner to make it to round 2 of playoffs, to go up against a team like EDG, like Weibo, who are likely our 5th and 6th seed, and try and make a good run of it in a best of 5. I would love to see that, especially with how young this TT squad is, right? Like, there is so much ahead of these players. They have so many, basically, rookies across this entire squad that I have really high hopes for what's to come of this TT team.
I feel like that's so true for so many rosters. I feel like in this sort of contention for those last playoff spots, I think OMG is another great example with a bunch of young players. Like, I just love watching Shanji play. I just think that, like, we have those upper echelon teams, the storied names, but there's been such a mix of, like, promising up-and-coming talent. And it's meant that, like, you know, as much as we've had teams who've definitely underperformed, BLG have underperformed compared to expectations, Ultra Prime, people have had higher hopes for, I still think it's great to see that, like, it's such a competitive split. It's such a fight to get these spots. And it keeps it interesting till the end. And it means even when we get into playoffs, going to have a complete battle to see who can make it further.
Yeah. And you know what? Gala looked amazing today. Despite that, it will be Xiaohu that grabs the MVP here for game number 2. To be fair, Xiaohu did get 2 solo kills in the laning phase. So fair enough. That's his 10th MVP. And Gala still sitting at just the 1, despite how well he played today. Kind of hilarious, honestly. But Xiaohu, a monster on Talia. Maybe the best Talia in the league.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like if someone watched this and they didn't know anything about Talia, they could be excused for thinking the W was targeted and not a skill shot, because it just felt like he honestly didn't miss. People would flash it, but the setup was always there and they always had to burn something to get out, or they would just die. Fantastic performance from him, I feel. And I honestly think that, you know, we have some fantastic mid laners in the league, but I'd be most impressed by Xiaohu's Talia. I think he's probably the best, or at least up there, and has just continued to have really good performances. And it suits him so well, right? It's a champion who has early impact, has agency, can roam, but also strong in team fights, also can set up picks. Everything you need.
And you know that the game plan is working when the pick that you go for is your first pick on blue side ends up being your MVP, right? It's like they knew they wanted that Talia, they lock it in, and they use it so beautifully to find themselves a win. So RNG once again just proving their proficiency here, and Xiaohu having an excellent game in the mid lane, had a great game number 1 of the series as well. So phenomenal stuff. And I have to say, I've been impressed by like the mid jungle from Wei and Xiaohu over the course of this split, because generally last year it was more a story of like, you know, can they set up the bottom side? Everyone else kind of chill and just play setup. I feel like RNG much more proactive on the top side of the map as well these days. Speaking of the top side of the map, Wei is going to be standing by, so I'm going to kick it over for an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Wei from RNG with us. Congratulations on another 2-0 victory, and after today's game, you guys have 13 wins in total. So are you satisfied with the team's performance at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们，今天又是很漂亮的2-0。现在 RNG 也是来到了13胜了嘛，所以说小威或许对整个队伍的一个表现还满意吗？
就是我们队伍就是可能就是到现在还是有一些不稳定吧，但是也是在慢慢的去往好的方向发展吧，就是也希望后面越打越好，对。
I feels like until now our momentum is not that stable, but definitely we're continuing make some improvements, and I hope we can be better in the future. And definitely we're all looking forward to that. And let's move on to today's game. In today's game 1, you have very smart plan. You move to the main lane directly after level 2 and successfully caught the opponent's area and get us first blood. So tell us more. How did you plan that play and find that very smart opportunity? 那其实说到第一局，小威有一波很漂亮的操作，就是你2级的时候直接来到中路，然后呢，直接在中路击杀到了对面的阿里，然后拿下1血。所以说当时我们感觉有一点点出其不意，你是怎么样去计划那一波的？怎么来找到的机会？
当时是因为我们一团进了对面的红 buff 吧，然后看到狐狸就是去卡线走到那个位置，然后找到了机会吧，对。
So at that part, because we have already made the level 1 invasion to the opponent's red buff, and we can feel that Ari is at that position. So after that, I can find a very good angle to seek that opportunity to make the engage on the Ari. And in game 2 is such an intense game, and it's actually started with a well-planned level 1 invasion from TT, and there are so many skirmishes happened from the early game until the very last minute of the game. So what's your game strategy for the whole team in order to open the situation? 那其实说到第二局比赛，第二局是对面有一波比较不错的一级团入侵，然后拿到了一些击杀，而且感觉第二局双方都打得非常非常的激烈，从开头到结尾就一直在打架。所以说，可能你们第二局整体的一个战术策略是怎么样的呢？
当时第二局的话，就是看到对面一级团进来，就是能蹲到他们，想和他们打吧，然后就是没有打过，然后就是不是正常的节奏嘛，然后就会打得非常乱嘛，对，就这样。
So in game 2, we have already noticed the opponent's team may have the level 1 invasion, and we would like to fight against them, but unfortunately, we lost that level 1 invasion. So after that, we feels like our tempo was a bit messy in game 2. But you guys still were able to get a very perfect victory in game 2 with the perfect macro and the team fights. And you guys still have another matchup on Sunday. And this matchup is very important because if you guys were able to win with a 2-0, you can secure the top 2 seat on the standings. And this will benefit you guys a lot in the playoff. So what's your expectation towards the next matchup? 那接下来在常规赛，你们还有周日的一场对决，那场比赛也非常重要，因为如果你们能够2-0拿下，就能锁定一个复活甲。所以说，对下一场比赛，小伟有怎么样的期待吗？
就是下一场比赛对我们来说也非常的重要吧，就要更集中、更少的失误去迎接下一场比赛吧。对。
Definitely, the next matchup is super crucial to us, so we are going to concentrate more to the actual game, and hopefully we'll try our best to win the game. And best of luck for the next matchup, and congratulations! 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们下场比赛能加油。And back to you guys, bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy. Thanks for the interview, and really excited to hear about that matchup for RNG and LGD that would secure RNG a top 2 spot if they can get that 2-0. And crucially, Orcs, I've just had a look at the schedule. That is literally our last match of the LPL regular split as well. That last match will decide what our top 2 looks like. How exciting can you get?
Yeah, I feel like it's just kind of funny that JDG are first, but they don't have a single series in week 10. So they kind of just have to sit and watch and see what happens. And they, yeah, as you said, have to wait till the very last series to see their fate, if they will make that top 2. And honestly, like, there's definite advantages to being deeper in playoffs, being like not having to play as many series. But the biggest advantage is being in that top 2, meaning even if you lose your first series, as EDG did in Summer to WE, they got knocked down in the losers bracket, came back to win LPL and Worlds. You have that safety net. So RNG will be fighting, JDG will be hoping on that one.
Yeah. Double LM is the name of the game here at the LPL. Now, we're going to take a brief reprieve, but playoffs is still very much the topic of conversation once we are back. It's BLG up against WE right after this.
Top Esports and Victory 5. The history between these two teams is short, but compelling nonetheless. Just as the world was beginning to fear the terror that is Victory 5, Top Esports rose up, seemingly out of nowhere, to stop these would-be kings.
Jacking up now, being a little too aggressive, but Matron moves into buy space. Knight on the front line, goes down Kepler, trying to out-DPS the Sivir. Can he do it? Flashes forward, jacking up one more auto, just kiting it out, and then the boomerangs fly! It's a quadra kill for Jackie Love!
The LPL are kings again.
Off the map, Yao Yao gets onto Jackie Love, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
Now, right before we head into playoffs, these two behemoths are matching up again. And for V5, this means correcting their mistakes. And declaring to the rest of the league that last time was a stumble, not a fall.
The final chapter from Rookie. They're onto the backline, but Bin uses the Hextech Ultimatum, and they've already lost XLB. The Baron goes over to BLG, but V5 are actually able to take a lot of them off the board, and Doggo dies too. Rookie is putting on his carry pants, and he's able to take down everybody from BLG. The kill goes to Photic, and a huge turnaround from V5. Has the AoE, he has the slow of the rich, but he got to be careful because the bubbles will get you all day. XLB, there's Rookie, he wants to find Doggo, he does! The shutdown's coming on through! There's TP coming from Icon, he just TPs to his death. Bin hook shots out, but that's a double kill for Rookie, and make that the end of the series! BLG's reinforcements mean nothing to Victory 5!
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way? Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
Are you kind of my type? Fool, certainly right. Confused by all the tiny lights. The face hidden in shades. Train forever delayed. Afraid for all the things you got, the little things you got. Don't wanna show, don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. They say life is not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. Don't wanna show, don't wanna show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right.
下一场面对 W 的话，感觉可达鸭是一个就是比较进攻性比较强的一个辅助吧，就他很喜欢去帮助队友，然后跟他们下路对线的话，感觉就是利用 经验上的优势去慢慢的赢下他们嘛，就慢慢的来。对队友说的话，可能就已经走到只有最后几步了，就争取好好的冲下去吧，就把剩下的比赛打好。对粉丝说的话就感谢大家的支持吧，就是可能这个赛季的成绩不是很好吧，就是还是感谢大家的支持。
Crisp, so wholesome as always. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Orcs. As we head to our second series of the day, BLG versus WE. Now, this is going to be definitely an interesting one because there's quite a lot on the line for both teams. BLG, obviously, there's a lot of playoffs, implications from this series. But for WE, this is 3 strikes and you're out. They have 3 series left to prove that they can get a win on the board here, Orcs. They have 3 chances left at not going on a winless split here in the LPL.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams who can't make playoffs, it's like, well, they're not necessarily specifically playing for something other than just, trying to look good themselves, trying to play upset, trying to get points. But I feel like it's different for WE. I feel like because of the fact you haven't got a single series win, no one wants to end the split without a single series win. We have seen it before. We've seen V5 when they unfortunately weren't able to get one. WE definitely want to get a series on the board. And as you said, only 3 opportunities left. There really isn't much wiggle room. You have to give your all every single time.
Yeah, you really do. 3 strikes and you're out for WE, as we do have a lower third for it as well. And we can take a look at some of the clips because WE have been getting closer to getting wins, right? Against EDG, multiple times we did see Xing really pop it off in some of the fights. They've been playing Demon in the top lane as well to try and change things up.
Yeah, and I mean, this fight in particular, Xing nearly just gets burst out immediately, but with the Renata able to turn it around, and there's been positives in these games. I think that's the thing, is that as much as they haven't got a series win, they have had games wins, they have had games that have looked close, and EDG are a very respectable team that they did at least look to challenge in the match they had against them, but it just still wasn't quite enough. They managed to chase down Flandre on the end of this one. Shanks did a pretty good job on the Azir. But it's this next fight where, again, Xing does a pretty fantastic job, but unfortunately they just aren't able to find the final momentum in the fight, and it really comes down to Scout and Flandre cleaning up.
Yeah, certainly did. And, a valiant effort there from Xing, but you're against a LeBlanc, and Scout just completely one-shots him. And then View obviously ends up going down in the end as well. There have been some close fights. There have been good things to talk about with WE, but they've yet to just finish a series off. That's the crucial thing. And they're looking to do that today against BLG. But they're kind of late to the party. I feel like WE maybe could have won against BLG earlier on in the split, but now BLG are out of hiding, Orcs. I don't know where this version of BLG has been all split long, but 2-0 versus OMG, 2-0 versus FPX. This is a team that has come alive.
And just in time, honestly, I feel like you left it any late. If they dropped one of those series, their ability to make it in the playoffs would be significantly more difficult. But it feels like, and I mean, OMG, FPX, they're both playoff contenders at this point. They're both fighting their way in. And yeah, BLG able to edge it out. And I think Icon in particular was absolutely stellar in both of those series, to be honest.
I mean, look at this play. 1v4, Icon just goes in over the wall and manages to get 2 kills and survive the play. Absolutely insane. And then on his Azir was definitely the biggest pick of the series. Been obviously doing a lot in this play to get the stuns going down, but just in general, Icon looked like an absolute monster across that series.
Yeah, the LeBlanc as well. And, we had these early fights around Herald, able to edge it out, able to find the advantage up against OMG. And it just feels like a revitalized BLG. Sure, our expectations are definitely lower than the start of the year when everyone's saying this is going to be a super team, this is going to be one of the top dogs. But even so, I feel like they really exceeded them in this one. And here, taking out the Tristana there, taking out Abel and the rest of the team, working together to clean this up.
Yeah, feels like this is a team that we wanted to see all split long. When we saw Icon come in, we saw a little bit of that proactivity, and then it seemed to go away again. Now that seems to be back. Icon seems to be back in charge of what happens for this team. And, the stats not that impressive, right? Because these are stats from the whole split. But over the last sort of, week or two, we have started to see BLG come back to life. So I'm really hoping we can see that today, especially against a team like WE, where you really should have advantages across the board. You really should be winning your lanes. You really should be winning that early game. So hopefully BLG can continue to replicate this iconic performance that they have had. I just nearly died. And hopefully they're going to be able to turn that into a win against WE. Let's talk about WE, though, and what can lead WE to a win, because in my mind, it's down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I think Kadaya has been pretty solid overall. I think he's shown a wide variety of picks that have come out. Been very proactive and trying to make plays happen. And, you know, the stats aren't like the best in the league or anything, but this is WE who haven't got a single series win. Ultimately, Kadaya has been a big piece of their success when they have brought things together, when they have got those individual game wins. And we even show some of the B-roll where, you know, we have this pretty fantastic performance from Shinga Kadaya actually managing to find a 2v2 kill up against EDG's bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some really fantastic plays coming out from the bottom lane of WE. Like you say, 2v2 kill versus Viper and Mako. That's an accomplishment that very few players can tout for themselves. Viper the one to go down as well, which is always going to be crucial. But then in the team fights as well, I feel like Shing's positioning has been great, but Kadaya's setups for the support have been so beautiful.
Yeah, I absolutely love this one because it kind of looks like initially things are going good for WE. It's actually a pretty fantastic kick here from View. But then they aren't able to chase further. They start to kite back, and it looks like it might be Asum chasing down, and Kadaya just sees this window, finds the hook onto the Zeri, and then everything just snowballs from there.
Yeah, beautiful setup. But once that Zeri goes down, I mean, the rest of the comp cannot go for the fight. WE pounce and find themselves the fight. So again, these are the moments where we have seen good stuff from WE. We have seen like the potential that this team could get wins on the board. It feels very similar to IG to me, this split, where there have been good signs from the team. It's not necessarily that there's nothing there. It's just they can't seem to quite make it all work for a full game. They can't quite... they've got a couple of game wins. Like, I think in total they have, 6 now over the course of the split? So that's 6 series where they've got at least a game. They just don't seem to be able to get those games consecutively.
Yeah, had some struggles, so we'll be seeing what they can do. And ultimately, BLG don't want to give them any games because right now BLG are 12th. They have the same series score as FPX, but they have one worse game difference. So not only do they want to win this series and get to 7 wins, which is the highest they can achieve in terms of series, they also want to improve their game difference to -3 and keep it as close as possible. Because FPX also play WE, and so if FPX 2-0 WE, then BLG obviously can't catch it. But if they 2-1, you know, BLG have an opportunity, or even if FPX lose to them, that's the hope for BLG. They want to do as much as they can. Something else to mention as well, if BLG do win this series, then IG will be locked out of playoffs. As a result, as you know, the top 10 would all have at least 7 wins, and IG can only make 6.
Yeah, we'll see. If BLG can grab themselves their 7th win today, it would be so crucial for them. As you know, as you say as well, this is BLG's last opportunity. This is their last chance to get that 7th win on the board, their last series in the LPL. Really like to finish off on a positive note, because honestly, with this split as well, with this entire year, it's been a negative year for BLG. Like, I don't think there are any fans that are feeling positive about BLG versus the hopes of the team coming in at the start of the year. Like, if you think back to the start of spring, we were all coming into the year saying, you know, BLG, this is going to be a top team. This is going to be a team that maybe starts slow in spring, but over the year builds up and then is fighting in Worlds. That is not the story that we've seen for BLG. This is not a team that has been building over time. And we've had a late resurgence here, but it's a totally different roster to the team that we were all talking about way back then. You know, Bin has been replaced. Bin has replaced Breathe up in the top lane. You know, Weiwei swapped out for Can briefly, as Weiwei will be back today, but then Fofo replaced by Icon, Doggo replacing Uzi after being replaced by Uzi. Like, it feels like it's been such a turbulent year for BLG. So if they could just make playoffs, maybe that would be what they need to kind of get back on the horse. Maybe some good best of 5s could be enough, because they certainly have the talent on the roster that I could believe on a miracle turnaround. If they could play like they did for the recent 2 series, it'd look fantastic. It's just whether or not that's possible consistently.
Yeah, and we've been pretty critical of the performance in spring compared to expectations. They finished 8th in spring, and they actually even got through the first round of playoffs. So, you know, as much as we were critical because the expectations were sky high, I feel like we've had to lower expectations constantly. And this is the first time where we've kind of started to raise them again and gone, hey, look, BLG might be actually showing up compared to what we thought, you know, a couple of weeks ago. Here is the hope. And as we said before, just in time to try and make playoffs.
Yeah, there is a little hope alive for BLG. And we need to see them reinforce that here today, because outside of just like, you know, WE wanting to win, outside of just playoffs as well, like for BLG, you just don't want to be the one team that lost to WE. You just don't want to be that team. That would really be a disastrous end to the year from the side of BLG. You can see, been there, Wei, Icon, Doggo, and Chris will be the roster for BLG today. Not surprising, this is the roster that has been working for them in the recent series. But they're going up against WE today. WE, I really like the fact that they're keeping Demon up in that top side, right? Demon not having a really good entrance to the LPL. His first couple of games were really rough. But then more recently, has had some more positive games, has had some good moments. So I'm curious to see what he's going to be able to do. Obviously, WE in their own arena, and it just looks incredible. Every time I see this, I'm like, oh my god. Like, I've been to Xi'an, and that's what all of the temples and stuff look like. It's such a beautiful like light show going on in this arena. I really want to visit.
Yeah, it looks absolutely sick. And I mean, great stage to be playing on. Maybe that's the boost that WE needed, right? Most of the split has been played remotely, hasn't been in the studios. Maybe this is the advantage, right? The home turf advantage in that fantastic studio could be enough.
Yeah, we'll see. They've got the Terracotta Army not far away. We'll see if they can be their own Terracotta Army, question mark? Not sure where I'm going with that one, but
yeah, a bit of a reach, but you know, you could win.
Yeah, I mean, red isn't that far away color-wise from Terracotta. It's sort of orangey. Anyway, we're back to Shanghai. Look at him, Billy. As we'll have to see what Billy are bringing to the table as well in terms of the actual gameplay, because the biggest difference between Billy, like generally this split versus the last few series is proactivity, right? And like just agency in the early game. They're drafting to have agency in that early game as well. So that's really what I want to see from BLG in the draft, because, you know, when this team plays really slow, first off, just from a spectator's point of view, it's kind of boring. But second off, like, it doesn't feel like they are necessarily one of the best team fighting teams or necessarily one of the best late game teams anyway. So even when they get to those late game scenarios, it doesn't actually usually feel that good for them.
Yeah, and I think it's a lot easier to play a game when you're the ones being proactive. Like, honestly, playing a defensive game where you're like just relying on the enemy team, like making mistakes, can be really hard. Like, you're like, okay, do we have to fight this dragon? Do we have to give up this dragon? And like reinserting yourself into the game once you've hit your scaling point can be tricky. Whereas like if you're playing something super aggressive, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, it's easy to just snowball the game, but it lets you set the pace. You're the one who dictates it. You're the one who pushes it forwards. You're the one who can like start fights and has engaged tools. And I feel like that's probably what I want to see for them, especially if they can focus around bot lane. Shin Kadaya have looked like better in recent weeks. So maybe that can be the wink on the playthrough and to challenge in the 2v2, send the pressure down. Spirit's still high for the side of WE, despite everything.
I don't know what was said there, but Kadaya loved it. I wish I was privy to that bit of banter right there. Demon there stepping in for the top lane. We'll see how he's going to perform today. I'm glad to see smiles on the faces of WE, though, honestly. With how their split has gone, I feel like if spirits aren't high, then you know that they are desperately low within that team, right? So it's good to see that there's still a bit of banter there. They're not taking it too much time.
Here's the thing, Joe. What's the worst thing that can happen today? They lose a series. WE are well experienced in that, right? No sweat off their back on that one. Whereas, you know, honestly, sorry, go on.
Okay, no. After you.
I was gonna say that BLG, if they get 2-0 today, I think we've actually been told they are out of playoffs if they lose 2-0 to WE, which, you know, is the most likely thing. But like that will be their dream shut down immediately. So definitely don't want that happening. I would say for BLG.
Yeah, was correct. It's Kalista and Yumi banned away by WE. They're hoping to shatter BLG's dreams today. Aphelios and Sivir both banned by BLG. They were trying to remove slow scaling bottom laners. And the Aphelios really has been the signature pick for Xing across the course of this split.
Yeah, absolutely. But now Zeri's still open and available. So do you ban Zeri and stop BLG from grabbing it first pick? But then there's a ton of other power picks open. Poppy, Wukong, Talia, all still on the cards and haven't really been touched here. They actually banned the Gnar, so going in a different direction. BLG could just first pick that Zeri. I feel like with all the 80 carry bans, it would make a lot of sense. And now WE have to respond. They could go for something like Poppy Talia. That is such a strong combo. And especially, you know, like if you see the Zeri moving up towards a wall to leap over it, if you can like slam the Zeri into the wall, then the Unraveled Earth comes out, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, such an incredibly potent combo. Okay, forget the Talia. They're going straight for a Lucian for Xing. And now BLG, there's no way they can go for the Nami with a Zeri realistically. Or perhaps they can. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. But could go for a jungler themselves as well. But they're against an aggressive bottom lane.
Yeah, so they're going to take Lulu. Lulu has been generally a good answer into Lucian Nami, whether it's Lulu with Aphelios or Kog'Maw. Because, you know, when Lucian dashes into trade aggressively, you can block all the damage with your shields, and then you can like polymorph Lucian or boost your 80 carry to turn the trade around in the extended fight. So BLG makes a lot of sense here to do that. They could just go, they can either go for a jungler here if they want to match the Poppy with the Trundle, which we saw earlier today. They could go for the Talia if they want to take that prior pick. Because one thing that's really difficult for WE here is they don't get a response. So if BLG did pick a solo laner, WE have to take Nami on 3, and they don't get a chance to answer it. It looks like, though, BLG might be looking into the jungle.
Yeah, a bit of aggression coming out in that jungle as well. Zin's are very good in combination with the Lulu, it's worth mentioning. Like, when you get in the middle of everyone, the Wild Growth comes up, you can cause devastating combos to there. However, Zinchao does kind of rely on his dash against the Poppy. That can be a little tough. The Nami being hovered, this is going to get locked in, right? You've already got the Lucian. You really don't want to play with a different support. You want to get that Nami. So I feel like WE's hands are forced on this one, just using as much time as they can in the draft to plan for the next phase.
Yeah, trying to get as much information as possible. WE are in a position where they get first choice of mid laner on 4, and then are probably going to go for the counter pick top lane is what I'd expect, especially when Nar's banned and that's such a common blind. So I feel like WE here, if there's any blind top laners they want to deal with, they could ban them, or they can even ban mid laners that can like answer you. So like maybe if they wanted to go for like an Ahri, they could ban Lissandra, things along this vein. They do start off with that Gangplank ban away from Bin, which kind of real, that kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, Bin is a monster. G2 knows all about Bin's gameplay. You do not want to let that go through. That's Bin's 2 most played champions this split now banned away from him, the Gnar and the Gangplank. Next is like the Gwen, the Jax, these kinds of picks. So depends what Demon is confident going up against here. But Demon's own most played top laner is that Gwen. So maybe if you ban the Jax away, could go for the Gwen himself.
Yeah, possibly. Does leave that opportunity open. I feel like Bin would probably still be comfortable taking something like Fiora into it. Well, looks like an ban the Fiora instead. But still has obviously the Jax as an option. I feel like blinding the Gwen, as much as Demon, as you said, has looked a bit better in the recent games, I feel like you don't really want to take a matchup like that where Bin can really take over the game with, because, you know, as much as there was definitely criticism for Bin in spring, sometimes being a bit over aggressive, he is a player who takes over games. If you give him the window to do so, he will just absolutely annihilate. And we see BLG round out their bans with a LeBlanc. So a bit surprising to me, still that Talia hasn't really been touched at all in this one.
Yeah, Talia still open. Shanks could just go for that if he wants. I think it feels slightly disrespectful almost from BLG, but then I guess they also are leaving that Gwen open.
Wow.
So you have to decide what's more important to you.
I mean, this is a Jax, right? I feel like in my mind, look at Bin. Like, he's nodding. I feel like it's got to be. I'll be very surprised if it isn't. He's just like, yep, I can do this. Surely, in my mind, surely it's going to be the Jax.
I can lip read Mandarin. He's saying, give me the Jax. I'm going to destroy Demon. I'm going to put him back into the LDL. The Jax locked in immediately for Bin. We all knew it was going to come on through. And Icon, I feel like Lissandra over the last couple of years became one of his like big picks. Like when you think about him on the LNG roster, right, it was a lot about things like Lissandra roaming to the side lanes to set up plays around there.
Yeah, the thing with Lissandra as well is that like a lot of strong mid picks like the Ari, like the Talia, it's actually a difficult matchup for them, especially like Talia. The Unraveled Earth does nothing against the Blink. And it's good setup. Like BLG has a lot of strong sustained damage carries. You now have the lockdown to kick things off. Remember, no engage from the support. So Icon can really be that facilitator. Now WE looks like they're going to go for the Swain, which I think makes sense given the context, right? You're going to be up close and personal with a lot of BLG's team. You want someone that can survive in those extended fights. I think for me, I am a little bit concerned for WE. I feel like if they don't get ahead in the bot lane matchup, it's going to be tricky. I feel like BLG have a really proactive mid laner and that top lane matchup. Yeah, I feel like this matchup, like we saw Weibo vs V5 was a great illustration of what the Shy could do against Rich when he got ahead on that Jax. I feel like Bin is going to really give a lot of problems to Demon and the whole of WE, but it remains to be seen. A lot of confidence to be blind picking the Gwen when you know that Jax is open.
It's been a tough split for Demon. This is his very first split. He's only played 5 games and now having to go against the counter matchup against Bin of all players, who we know how much he loves that Jax. It's a great matchup into the Gwen. It's going to be a tough one for Demon. But that said, the Gwen can do well early on in the matchup, right? So maybe Demon can have an opportunity to show his stuff. Down to the bottom side though, Xing and Kadaya bringing out the aggression against Doggo and Crisp, wanting to force things. Shanks again, sort of close range mid laner. This is very much within his wheelhouse. I can see the positives for WE on how they can move forward in the early game.
Yeah, and I think it really comes down to, you know, having pressure from mid, having the Poppy move around and be proactive, and maybe leaning in bot. If you get an advantage there in the 2v2, which can happen, leaning and looking up to set up aggressive plays, dives. One of the cool things about the Poppy and the Swain is Poppy stun at rank 1 is 1.6 seconds. So like if Poppy ever knocks someone into a wall, Swain can just pop the W on top and it's always going to connect. You're always going to get that damage, and it's such a long range early.
Yeah, it's so difficult to deal with in the early stages of the game. As we see, just pretty standard start here. Deep ward dropped by, lane ward dropped by Crisp in that bottom side, and then goes for the reset. Doggo just scouting for his team. No jungle vision placed on either side just yet. We've seen kind of late group ups in the first series of the day. Has been just going to walk into that Tri-Brush, and Demon respects it, backs away. Bin trying to get some damage in as Demon actually turns it around, wins the trade. Well played, Demon. We take those.
Game's over, go next. Demon already getting the edge, but something I do want to know is in the bot lane, Xing has gone for First Strike. You know, we typically see the press to attack. First Strike is obviously really strong in the mid game when you can proc it and get a ton of extra gold when you're actually doing enough damage to get like sizable chunks. But also like with how Lucian wants to play here, you're gonna have to be going for these short bursty trades. If you get trapped in close to a Zeri when you're polymorphed, if Icon can get on you, all these things can cause problems. So clearly going for like a heavy burst potential build with that rune.
Yeah, definitely wanting to get that damage out, wanting to just one-shot people. And we'll see if he can. Xing, again, one of the highlighters that we've... One of the highlighters? He's neon-colored and good for revision. Xing, one of the players we highlighted coming into this game because he has had some really good performances recently on things like the Aphelios. This is a different look for him, though. Bringing out the Lucian, not really the style that we're used to seeing from him as... Oh dear, Demon. It begins with the counter strikes. Oh my god, Lord. The damage out from Bin. He even has flash available, so Demon has to be real careful up in this top side. Man, Bin is just a monster, isn't he?
Yeah, I feel like one of the problems as well, the reason this matchup can be so tough is because Jax gets the... You know when you auto more, you get the stacking passive attack speed? He also has lethal tempo, so like Gwen can't take long trades. But even like the short trades, I feel like you're going to struggle a bit because of the counter strike, because of it blocking your autos. Like all you can do is like Q and then get away to try and mitigate. Now, we do pan towards the bot lane. This is the expectation. Like the level 1 of Lulu Zeri is actually pretty strong. And Lucian and Nami have a really weak level 1. They're kind of waiting for that level 3 before they can apply pressure. But Doggo and Crisp are wasting no time, already picking up a plate this early.
Yeah, not too shabby. I mean, they do have the kind of range advantage, as you're alluding to. They do have a lot of poke, but I'm not sure if they should have been able to finish a plate off already. Shank's getting a good little pull onto Icon, but Weiwei is behind the tower here. Icon going to go in. Shank's no mana. Rooted flashes underneath the tower, though, but it doesn't have enough to survive. Weiwei keeps himself alive, but View, at least you'll find an answer on the other side of the plate. It's a kill for each jungler.
Yeah, so I think, honestly, WE are okay with that one. They actually trade up in summoners because Weiwei flashed away. You can just go pick up his topside scuttle. And Shank's TP's back in. He doesn't really miss too much as well. So I like the proactivity from BLG, you know, burning that early summoner. But I feel like this only becomes worth it if they look to re-gank, right? You now have a flashless Swain. If they find another window to look for this, great. But all in all, this is pretty fine for WE.
Here's Shanks getting pulled back onto Wei. Good little escape from Icon there, and Weiwei with a crucial flash at the end there. I thought he was going to go down as well, but View arrives on the play and finishes the job off. Nicely done by View to at least answer the play, and I like the proactivity from BLG. Perhaps a little overzealous, though, to dive a mid-tower 3 minutes into the game.
I respect it. I fully respect it, right? I feel like you burn the summoners as well. Level 6 for Lissandra can be such a threat. So having a flashless or mobile mid lane, it can be a problem. And we're not getting any stop to the aggression. It looks like they might be threatening a dive here onto WE.
Listen, I came into today saying, BLG, I want to see proactivity. We're definitely seeing that. Xing and Kadaya, they wanted to win lane. I don't think that's an option, but then Crisp has to flash away underneath the tower. Weiwei gets another kill. He will fall, though, and once again, it's a 1-for-1 Demon TPing down to save the play.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1, but so much farm missed by Xing there because he dies. And they have to burn Demon's TP down, which means in the top lane, he should get a plate off the back of this. So still, I mean, this is a net positive for BLG.
Yeah. Little flash up on the left there. I'm going to assume that was 500 assists in the LPL for Icon. It was either that or deaths. And I'm going to err on the side of the positivity of our production team. Congratulations to him. Xing doing a good job to try and threaten Crisp, but a good flash keeps Crisp alive.
Yeah, and then Weiwei knows, okay, I'm just in. I'm getting this kill. I'm going to die. And yeah, kind of missed on a bunch of casters. They are picked up by someone because obviously Demon's there, but we did see 2 plates taken by Ben in the top side. So, you know, the kill picked up by Demon is mitigated by those plates. And then obviously you get the advantage of the bot lane that BLG were really hunting for. Now, Icon and Chris moving together. We have the level 6 from the Lissandra, which when I see this Lucian with no cleanse or flash, that gives me cause for concern.
Yeah, Icon did go past the control ward though, so right now WE have information of what's going on, where BLG are trying to move on the map, but I'm loving how much BLG are moving on the map. One thing I will say, WE, look at that vision control around the bottom side. 3 control wards strategically placed to spot out any kind of roam from Icon. They knew this kind of play was coming.
Yeah, and good preparation, because you honestly need that, because it's so easy for Icon on this Lissandra just to roam over. You can cut through so much terrain. Now, oh, View is caught out in that wood. Hopefully, yeah, he will check it. I was going to say, hopefully it times out when he's in that brush, so he'll be able to see it, but he does just pop the sweeper. So, information gained. WE going to be able to push in this wave and then move over and maybe sweep out a little bit more vision. There is those 2 control wards placed down by BLG, but ultimately, you kind of want your Lucian Nami just to be able to not be pressured by ganks, go for those heavier trades. You will be outscaled by Zeri Lulu. I think it goes without saying, but big 1-item spikes are available to them. And in fact, Xing has actually gone for the early Dirk, so really wanting to press any advantage possible with that big spike.
I respect it. After how this early game has gone, you need that early pressure yourself. You need to be able to fight back a bit in the bottom side. Weiwei showing, though, means that WE will have to play defensive once again. And I feel like we've seen this before with Lucian Namis in the LPL is, yes, it's incredibly strong in the 2v2, but good teams just won't let you ever play the 2v2.
Yeah, and I feel like, honestly, I feel like the perception is kind of sometimes overrating the 2v2, because, like, there are lanes where it's actually hard to find the windows to trade without suddenly getting polymorphed, and Lucian's so short range. But now, Bin, you might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Bin should be knocked back here by View, but View actually not even going to use the charge, deciding this isn't a play. I mean, look how many minions are on Demon right now. He doesn't want to fight. He wants to just sweep up this wave, and crucially, can't afford to tank that whole wave for the entire fight.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, even if you got the kill, if you missed the whole wave, it wouldn't be worth it. So just pick that up. You starting up the Herald. There is going to be a response, though, by BLG. Weiwei is on his way. Wei. And View is chunked.
View, yeah, has to use the smite early on here. Demon with the needlework as well to try and buy himself space. Shanks gets a route onto Icon, but Demon's caught alone in the pit. Can't dash away. Altered by Icon and taken down. Bin now with a kill on top of all of those plates that he got earlier and can crash a wave up in that top side. There's no TP for Demon. This top lane is not getting any prettier.
Yeah, feeling a bit painful the fact that Bin is already going to have a gold advantage in the matchup from those plates, from the gold picked up there. And I think View is just... It just wasn't a good time to start the Herald. Like, oh, Doggo pops the ultimate, but I don't think you'll find anything more. But yeah, it just wasn't a good time to start the Herald when you know that Bin has Prio in the top lane. The huge wave just got crashed. There's nothing else for him to do but walk in the river and come see you.
Yeah, look how many plates have gone on this bottom side, by the way. While all of this has been going on in the top lane, Doggo and Crisp are just hammering away on the turret. They've still got another 5 minutes to finish those plates off. And with BLG winning out the scrap for the Herald, I think I know where Weiwei might put it.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I feel like both side lanes are pretty viable, but you could honestly just naturally pick up the tower. Like, if you find a window to go down bot, I don't think you need a Herald to take the full tower. You still have 4 minutes before plates fade away, but they might look to lean down towards that side of the map anyway, because there is that dragon on the map. It is that infernal one if they find a window to pick it up. We often see the change we had in 12-14 is dragons are way tankier, so we no longer get like the 6-minute dragon, because it used to be like 6-minute dragon, 8-minute Herald, maybe like 11-minute second dragon, so on. Now it's like Herald first, and then dragon we do start to see being looked at about this time of the game.
Yeah, so perhaps that could be an option. I will say, just on the topic of where the Herald goes as well, like, there's a real conversation to be had about maybe just putting the Herald in the mid lane instead, because your side lanes are just winning so hard that realistically there's a very real chance that they can take the plates by themselves. Here we go, playing the mid lane. Great route from Shanks, denies the Claw of Doom. Doggo taking some damage, as is Crisp. Tidal wave down, but won't find its targets here. You can't quite find anything in these lanes. Every time he keeps trying, does have the one kill, but not able to convert much.
Yeah, it's not really able to find an angle in. It's difficult, and we don't get a successful play from either side, but you can see in the top lane so much pressure being built up. Divine Sundra completed for Bin.
Look at the
Demon. Yeah, Demon has boots and a couple of pieces of nothing. Let's be real. It is not a fair fight right now.
It is disgusting in that top lane. Bin knows it. You can see him go beyond the tower. As a scary situation for Demon to be in. And you know, this guy being promoted over BuBu from the LDL roster. This is not what he signed up for necessarily. And it does feel like he still needs a bit of time to develop. But now, getting ganked up in the top side. Icon locks him up. Bin's there with a follow-up. And well, there's not a whole lot you can do about that, even if you're Gwen.
Yeah, that's a prime example of them not giving him any time to develop. And now they should just be able to take this tower, honestly, without even using the Herald. Like Bin with a Divine Sundra, just being a Jax, he takes towers so quickly. Bare minimum will be able to get full place, but I think they'll just finish it all. And then, you know, they could use the Herald in the mid lane. They could use a bot. They still have those options available.
The TP is available for Demon. He's going to be able to get to the tower. He might get all in. Okay, no. I wasn't sure if maybe Bin has the damage to just try and finish the tower to turn onto Demon, but we'll back away. Shanks, hey, look, there may have been 4 plates taken top, but it's been answered with 1 in the mid lane, so I think we know who the real winners are here.
Yeah, BLG. Let's be real on that one, because already 3,500 gold lead this early. It feels rough, and I wanted that early momentum for the bot lane of WE. Hasn't come out. Few hasn't found too much. There is still that big 1-item spike when mandates complete for Nami, and we have the Gale Force and Lucian. We've often seen even Namis go magical footwear, so they don't have to buy their own boots. They go treasure hunter as well, so they get that extra gold income. Obviously, they've only got 1 proc, but it's like as soon as you get that mandate and you have the Lucian with the Gale Force, you're doing so much damage in those early fights. That's something that WWE should look to play around now. This was a very questionable Herald, but BLG is trying to walk it in.
Yeah, they're trying to just brute force this one on the bottom side. View, though, just going to stun Weiwei against the wall. He's surviving somehow and actually flashes out with his life. Doggo now chaining that lightning across the team. Keeper's verdict does not connect. And now WE getting low on this one. The Eye of the Herald available, but it does not matter. The tower goes down. BLG brute forcing in the bottom side. Doggo going deep. Laser across the team. Doggo lost his mind.
I'm looking for a lost dog. Has anyone seen him?
Oh, God. Is there a reward?
Yeah, about 300 gold.
Yeah. Well, WE certainly found that lost dog. Oh, Shing. Well, see you later, buddy. Icon is just wandering around, one-shotting people and just denying any kind of counterplay. Oh, man. This has been a bit brutal, but, you know, Doggo trying to keep things even.
Yeah, trying to give it up. I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about when I said like the Talia Poppy combo. Poppy's so devastating if you end up near the wall. I'm sorry. That was just one of those moments where you're like, I can be the hero, and then it just completely falls apart. But we do get the skirmish. The Swain very strong right now, has that mandate spike, and then just completely focused down though. And it just gets to the point where, you know, they're trying to finish off the Herald, trying to get the eye, but the AoE damage from the Zeri doing so much.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo doing a lot in this play. Forces the flash out from Shing, just a little overzealous at the end there. Overestimating what he could do. And also seriously underestimating what Shing can do. Like, he gets 100 to 0 there by Shing.
I mean, plus the Poppy, like, dashing over terrain against the Poppy, where you'll end up, you come out of the dash next to terrain.
On the terrain, yeah.
Yeah, it tends not to be, like, the ideal play, but... You know, happens to us all. And Bin going aggressive here, though. Oh, but we'll just bonk him on the head.
I don't know why you said that almost confused. Like, it's Bin. He's always going aggressive. I can't remember the last time I saw Bin not going aggressive. Yeah. Hell of a game here from BLG. Icon absolutely everywhere. Weiwei not afraid in the slightest of towers this game. And Bin just continuing to be a monster. This is not something that's new from the LPL. Bin consistently, especially on his jacks, like, he will find ways to take teams apart. We've seen this on the international stage even against WE. They're able to replicate this beautifully. And you know, one of the big questions that came in today asking was, can BLG maintain this form that we've seen recently and keep it up against WE? So far, the answer is feeling like a yes.
Yeah, I mean, other than a couple of mistakes here and there, the general theme of this game has been just domination from BLG. 5,000 gold lead already at 15 minutes. And I feel like it's just where that gold is even more intimidating, because I would be so concerned about how you deal with Bin in the side lane, how you deal with Bin in the team fights, how you deal with Bin Northern. Just generally how you deal with Bin overall seems like a problem for them.
Yeah, wait, put back in for a second there. Drake is live, and there's a bounty on it for WE. That's how much they're struggling. We're only 16 minutes in. As Laser comes out. BLG are desperately fishing for picks here, but WE not going to fall for it. Not going to face check that one. You'd expect that BLG should be able to just take this straight for free, because they're 5,000 gold up in 16 minutes. Like, that is an absurd lead.
Yeah, it's pretty monumental, and I mean, WE are moving over, but Icon's look at this is a beautiful flank angle. He's playing outside the vision. Oh no, they don't know.
God. They lack critical information. They're going to be in trouble. Okay,
oh,
Icon spotted here. They all start moving towards Icon. The rest of BLG can move back in towards the Drake again.
Oh,
but even if they know where he is, it's still a terrifying flank.
Yeah, I don't stay around. It's just a dragon. It's second dragon. They should not go for this.
Well, they want it. They want to go for this one. Icon caught the top side of the play here. Bin goes in to buy space for the team. Keeper's verdict. Way flashes over it, uses his ulti, and takes the dragon. That was gorgeous from Weiwei. Beautiful stuff from the jungler. That laser across the whole team from Doggo as well. Big damage onto WE. Bin.
Oh, Bin might go for it.
Here. Yeah, Demon trying to go for the 1v1. I'm not sure that's a play he can go for. The blast code keeps his team alive. There's a laser. There's an ult out from Icon. 1-for-1 now in the play as View goes back in and sacrifices himself. Now onto the rest of the team. BLG somehow get the Drake and 2 kills.
I'm going to be real. I expected that to go a lot worse. I think Shanks did a good job of forcing Icon away on the flank. but it still didn't go well, right? You didn't get the dragon, and you lose 2 members yourself, so just a complete trade up from BLG. We'll see the replay, and I love that you highlighted this flash from Weiwei. So fantastically done. Has to have really good timing on this to avoid the Poppy ultimate, because if he gets hit, they don't get the dragon. And even ults view away so you can secure it before the smite can come in. That shit trades his life for it, but you got the dragon at the end of the day.
Yeah, they got the dragon. Really, really nice stuff coming out from Weiwei there. I think I called him Wei during the play, but happens when we cast Wei earlier on today. Whenever you're casting Wei and Weiwei in a day, it's so difficult, honestly.
You just call him, it's just short for Weiwei, you know, you just call him Wei. And the long form of Wei is Weiwei, so there you go.
What a way to do it. 7-4 on the scoreboard. I think that's everyone's favorite joke. Everyone in the audience, I'm sure they've never heard any LPL commentator make that joke before. This is feeling fairly one-sided, I dare say. BLG,
I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah, completely dominating here into the mid lane. They go for a tier 2 as well. We're only 19 minutes in, but I don't think BLG minded. Now they can threaten in the bottom side, right? Clearing the tier 2 in the mid lane gives them so much room to maneuver in this jungle.
Yeah, I am going to say something, though. This feels really awful to say. But this is probably as good as it gets for WE, because, like, they have the 1-item spike between, like, the Lucian and the Nami. They're about to get the 2-item spike for the Swain. This is where they're actually strongest in terms of their spikes. In terms of BLG, Jax is only going to become a bigger problem. Already got 2 items, got the Hull Breaker. Zarya 3 items is monstrous. So the fact that this far behind now doesn't bode well. They kind of need BLG to make a mistake, and they need to force a team fight off the back of this. But you can see BLG are hunting.
Oh, God. Under the tower they go, and look at the damage onto Shanks. He's just almost one-shot. In fact, it was Kadaya that goes down. Doggo trying to escape. Is low on HP. Demon in the middle of everyone on Gwen. You can never count the Gwen out, and Shin grabs the kill.
Yeah, honestly, ends up being a bit of an overinvestment. The ult from View actually working out nicely, because Icon ulted his target instead of self-ulting, but obviously got knocked out, so loses aggro. But Doggo, again, just a little bit too close to the terrain. I feel like that's been the consistent theme, because he got slammed into it once more by View. Honestly, did a great job of finding that angle. But yeah, we do see Tower's going to stay alive, kill for kill. And if you're trading evenly when you're this far behind, that is a positive.
Yeah, absolutely is. Like, just being able to get pretty much anything going in these kind of plays is good for WE. I love the engage from Icon. Good follow-up, but then View knocks Icon away, and as you say, slamming Doggo into the wall. Crucial moment in the fight.
Yeah, and then Demon there to clean up, and that is something you have to respect, right, in those team fights, is the potential off the Gwen. Champion is a little bit disgusting. Sure, he's going to lose in the side lane. I mean, absolutely now. You look at the items Bin has. He will just decimate you. But in the team fights, if Demon gets to the later stages of the game, that he is probably the most likely champion to be able to carry for WE if they're going to pull it out.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be the case. We need to see Demon stepping up and having his moment. I just want to point out as well, in the jungle, Weiwei actually going for a Sunfire cape on the Xin Zhao. Usually you see something like a Gore Drinker, not typically the second item we see. But I guess Weiwei deciding, look, I've got a Zeri, I've got a Jax. I don't need to do damage. I am not the damage dealer in this game.
It's honestly just this new disgusting build we've seen a lot. Like Vigo's this build, Chempunk Chainsword into Sunfire, because like the Chempunk Chainsword is great stat stick, gives you a ton of AD. And then Sunfire has actually been nerfed on 12-14 to scale more with bonus health and be less flat, because everyone was abusing it in solo queue. Diana was one of the biggest abusers. We haven't really seen a pro play, but does somehow disgusting damage while being tanky. Yeah, that's balanced. But I think it's just a similar theme. Like in the extended fights when Crisp is buffing you up, you can really get a lot of AoE damage off with that Sunfire. So definitely a lot of power.
Oh, Doggo low on HP and denied by View the flash forward, but somehow he lives on. The giant Zeri walks away. Honey Fruit art there, but he can't get over to them. Does have some lifesteal to work with, but the rest of his team are having to sacrifice themselves just to keep him alive. Icon in trouble now with the double Zonyas. It ain't enough, and WE keep finding these picks.
And it's on Doggo again. As much as he survives, and it's someone else who goes, oh,
oh my God. Bin just goes in 1v5, and in comes Weiwei to follow it up. Bin is an absolute monster. He's unstoppable. And now turning it into more as well. Doggo here to sweep up some kills. But Bin, take a Bow! He dominates WE.
Wow, he just jumped in and decimated them. Yeah, despite the fact they already lost Icon, despite the fact Doggo was junked, Bin, the confidence on this champion, a champ who he completely knows the limits of. WE think they found an advantage, and he says, quite frankly, no. We start this off, Doggo just a bit overzealous here. The slow from the Lucian culling with the Nami E, and then the W as well to block the dash. Unfortunately, View doesn't get the slam in, and they don't actually kill Doggo. But so much is invested just to save the AD carry. Really just questionable on the offset from Doggo here, but Bin, I mean, you saw him looming, level 14. Like, look at this health bar. You know he's super tanky. I wasn't sure if he'd go for it, but it's like he just jumped in 1v. Like, clearly Wei was like, oh, we're going in. Okay, I'm here. And Bin's 1v5 there.
Yeah, and Weiwei's like about to do wolves. He's like, wait a second. My top lane has been. I've got to get over there. And speaking of the devil, we found a jungler in the jungle as well.
That's where they live.
Where you find them.
Yeah.
Icon going to be able to set that one up for his team. And now on to the Baron. And I think this might just be curt to WE. No contest available on the Baron unless they can find some kind of miracle fight after the fact. But they don't have Smite. They don't have any vision for now. They're going to move in just a little too late. Demon, the target, uses the Shroud to keep himself alive.
Yeah, we'll be able to get away, but ultimately Baron secured a 10,000 gold lead at 24 minutes for BLG. And Bin is still hunting for Demon here. Remember, if you don't auto something as Gwen, you don't get the reduced cooldown. Bin is trying to chase, does have so much ability haste with that Frozen Heart, but they won't find Demon. But they're wasting no time on using this Baron. Bin sees a wave. What? He has a hole breaker. He's going to break some holes.
Yep. Look at his item stuff. 3 full items. Like, no one else in the game is even close. The only one close is Doggo, basically. Kind of an insane performance coming out from Bin here. 305, and insane farm as well at this point in the game. He's, what, 50 CS up in his lane. Absolute domination from Bin. Tier 2 taken in the bottom side here, and resets now from BLG as they want to go spend some of that gold and then move in to try and finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, do we expect anything else, being honest? But now, you know, they have this 2 minutes to sort of set up and make more pushes. What they really want to do is... I wasn't going to say that, but Bin's just going... Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just do that. I was going to say they want to move up with that top wave and try and apply pressure to tier 2. Bin is, like, so confident he just TPs on the wave, despite the fact Demon is right there and the rest of WE could be as well. He's wasting 0 time.
He certainly is. He has not got any respect for WE at this point. I'm not sure that anyone on the side of BLG did, because they have not had any mercy whatsoever. They just want to finish this one off. They just want to dominate this series, and rightly so. Remember, if they were to get 0-2'd in this series, they would have been knocked out of playoffs, but that ain't happening. BLG want to keep their dreams alive. I want as good of a game difference as possible. If you remember the segment we did right at the start of the day, it was not just about how many wins you can get, it's also about the game difference that you finish off with. This is BLG's last series. They needed 2-0.
Absolutely. Now they're looking, once again, trying to find it, but they will get away. And Demon haven't burned the ultimate. A lot of power lost from that.
God, damage onto Xing. He's forced to dash away here. In goes Weiwei to start it all off. The lightning coming out from Doggo. Look at the WE health bars before the fight has even properly begun. Laser across, but can't quite find a target. It doesn't matter, though. It's opened up 2 inhibitors for BLG, and I don't think that they're going to stop there. I think they're going to keep this siege going until the game ends.
Yeah, I mean, why not? At this point, feels like WE can't really find the fight angle, although some health bars are getting low.
Shanks flashes in, does get exhausted immediately, though, and it feels like Weiwei happy to tank this one. Bin considered going in there, decided against it in the end. BLG actually forced out. WE do hold on for now.
Yeah, they buy some time, and actually, Soul is in 50 seconds. Weiwei is up in 33. This might be a window. Push the waves out from the super minions. Rotate over the dragon, try and fight it, try and deny the soul. Because as much as, like, Cloud Soul now is so powerful, 15% movement speed flat, not even including the burst you get when you pop your ultimate. When you already have, like, a Zeri in the enemy team, when you have Bin running you down, you do not want to give that one over. It will just really be the nail in the coffin on this one. But looks like they'll push the waves out, but they're not really moving over to the dragon area.
Yeah, it's let's remember Soul for BLG if we can get it. And I have to say, this has been a tough one for WE, right? But it is expected to be a tough one for WE. Like, realistically, they should be a big underdog. It's more of a positive, honestly, in my mind for BLG, that they are able to dominate in the way that they are. Like, you know, it's not a perfect game from them, but we've seen some really, really rough games and series from BLG across the course of this split. So it is good to see not only that BLG are getting these wins and looking decent doing it, but also that they're doing it in an aggressive, proactive way. They're not just playing these like boring scaling comps where they do nothing for 30 minutes and hope to flip at Baron. Like, this is a BLG that wants to win and has a game plan coming in.
Yep, setting the pace, and I think Icon was a big reason why they went towards that. Fofo, one of the criticisms, as much as he was a strong laner, wasn't the most proactive, wasn't the most ready to move on the map, and Icon has definitely really revitalized how this team is playing now. Oh, Icon does get choked though, but should just still to back away, and Bin.
Bin just walks past all 5 of them like, oh, don't mind me, guys. You stay bot lane. I'm just going to go over here to the Nexus.
If you walk in with confidence, you look like you belong, right?
He's got a yellow jacket on and a clipboard. He's like, oh, yeah, don't worry, guys. I work here, definitely. Trying to get in the VIP section.
Yeah, do some construction work in your base on your Nexus.
Yeah. Perhaps some deconstruction if he's feeling saucy. Inhib exposed. Shanks locked up. In goes View to buy space for his team. Weiwei has to escape. Bin knocked out of the play. But ultimately, it's an easy kill coming on through. And Doggo will keep everyone on Fountain. Look at him pepper Demon down. This doesn't feel like a play. This contestable. I could be wrong. Wild Growth, though, keeps Doggo alive. The minion is blocking his shots for the time being. His Demon is desperately trying to survive. Doggo literally keeping them on Fountain 1v4 and gets a kill onto Xing. It's BLG dominating game number 1, and, you know, a much-needed strong start in this series.
I mean, that's Zeri when she hits critical mass. And look, there were some moments. Doggo made a couple of mistakes where he got caught out. But for the most part, this was domination. This was just them crushing WE. A lot of issues for WE, kind of expected. It's been a tail of a split so far, and still looking to bounce back on this one in game 2. Whereas BLG, they get this first game win. It's dominating. They need to continue that. We said before, when it's your last series, you really want that 2-0 because, you know, IG is the exception. IG can still make playoffs, but they are really far away from it. But out of the teams that are relatively close, BLG are in the worst spot. They have a worse game difference than FPX, who will also play WE. So they really need to secure the best results possible. I think they went in that game knowing that, because that was very convincing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the best game difference they can finish on is -3. So not a good situation for them. They need other teams to do poorly. There are other teams that can finish on 7, like teams like LNG, teams like OMG. Like, if OMG loses their final series against IG 0-2, then BLG with a 2-0 here today could take their spot instead. There are ways for BLG to make it, but as you say, they're still in a tough spot. They need every single game they can get. So a 1-0 start is good. They need to finish this one off in style. But Doggo, really great damage across the course of this game. And I feel like Doggo's highs and lows were pretty much the story of this one. Like, when he looked good, he looked amazing. But he also had some questionable plays.
Yeah, I think disrespecting the Poppy a little bit. But, I mean, especially, I think a lot of that damage came for the final fight where he's peppering them on the fountain. But you can see the gold. That is such like an even progression, like an even gradient. Like, obviously, there's going to be little bumps in here and there. But considering how many wacky, crazy gold graphs we see, that is very like gradual. Just build a lead up, end the game.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. And, you know, off the back of a strong early game as well, they got that ball rolling early. Crisp actually flawless KDA in this one, didn't die at all on the Lulu. Same for Bin. And I will say, even though the damage numbers are very, very good for Doggo, in my mind, Bin was the MVP of that one, just for how mental some of the plays were. The 1v5 that he jumped in on. Yeah. But then I honestly, actually, Icon is probably the real MVP. He was doing so much to set up these plays. Weiwei as well with the dives in the early game. I feel like there's a few different players that it would be reasonable to give it to.
Yeah, I think probably 5 is the most. I'd say there's 5 players you could give the MVP to. So we'll see how that ends up going. But yeah, we'll be having a little break, and we'll come back and see if WE can bounce back and maybe claim their first series, or if BLG will get that 2-0 to finish their season off.
Good throw.
中找光线。
谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？
困住，翅膀也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，
嘲笑声也不过是雨点。
勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。算多少次摔倒过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，强光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
承受了冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。
聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。算多少次摔倒过，
但独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，
拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，强光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
有多苦有多痛也不愿，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。
一颗心一双脚都疲惫，
这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。
每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念。战胜一切，强光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。战至闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
Always taking chances, not happy to stand still. Shouting over rooftops, jumping for the thrill. On into the ocean, dive into the deep. Live with eyes wide open, even when I sleep. Now we gotta keep closing doors, looking so dangerous. Lean so low, you're nearly falling over. A floodlit soldier, melting heart at the gate of freedom, but only in the past tense. Waiting for a revolution, flowers on a wire fence.
Looking on the bright side, now I'm just someone you used to know. Living in the rat race, gears into reverse, moving by like clockwork, the working man's curse. Two suns in the sunset, never ending view, river flowing on, waiting for you. Now we gotta keep closing doors, looking so dangerous, lean so low you're nearly falling over, a floodlit soldier, melting heart at the gate of freedom, but only in the past tense, waiting for a revolution, flowers on a wire fence, a rabbit in a headlight, looking on the bright side, now I'm just someone you used to know. And I don't ever wanna wake from my dream, a rabbit in a headlight, looking on the bright side, now I'm just someone you used to know.
我觉得刘群松是一个对线游走实力都很强的选手，各方面都很全能吧。这赛季的发挥的话就5分吧。感谢粉丝给我们加油吧。虽然我们成绩不好，但下一场比赛我们会继续打好的，我们会努力拿下首胜。
I'll try and get the first win in the next matchup. Regrettably, that has not happened. WE doing their best here, and actually had some really good moments in that game, but BLG bringing massive amounts of proactivity to the table, and honestly, just sheer domination in that early game. I'm joined by Orcs, and Orcs, do you have any thoughts about that first game, aside from just, wow, BLG are good? Or is that where
I wasn't the biggest fan of the draft from WE. I think that's something we can highlight. So the blind Gwen into Bin's Jax, I felt was disrespect. There's a couple of players in the LPL who I think is kind of, you expect them to run amok if you give them that kind of pick opportunity. The Shy, Bin are great examples of those players. I feel like we've even seen moments where players like Wayward have done that as well. And I just feel like you kind of you set that opportunity up for yourself, you know. They could have left Demon to have last counter pick at the end of the draft, but maybe they were concerned about Bin having Gwen, which is kind of the problem. I also feel like the Lucian Nami, I wasn't the biggest fan of. We saw the Lulu come out, and really, they lost lane pretty hard. And Lucian Nami just gets outskilled by Zeri Lulu. So maybe you need a bot lane that scales a bit better for WE, and then maybe a top lane matchup that you're not just going to get beaten up in.
Yeah, perhaps that's the option. Let's look at our MVP coming out of game number 1 as well for BLG. As we said before, there were plenty of options available, but Bin is going to grab it, and I think rightly so after the literal 1v5 at Dragon that he pulled off.
I mean, you give him the... I feel like Bin picks like Jax, Camille, Gangplank, Fiora, Gwen now. These picks just really allowed him to take over a game, and he absolutely did. There were some resources given over to him, you know, some leans up towards the top side of the map from Icon that allowed him to get a ton of plates. And then in those team fights, you know, building the Hull Breaker was a menace in the side lane, but in those team fights, the confidence, the knowing the limits of your champion and being willing to jump in literally 1v5 to start the fight.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then the rest of the team happy to follow up. Weiwei sacrifices himself to make this play work for Bin as well, and then Doggo's there to clean things up at the end of it. Really great stuff from BLG. Good to see team play from BLG, because honestly, that's been my biggest criticism for the team all year long. The biggest issues this team have had is coordination, synergy, working together, right? Feels like in plays like this, Bin is saying, look, guys, I'm going in, and the rest of the team is on board. And I feel like look, this is speculation, but I feel like Icon has brought that to this table. Like, Icon has been the difference. When Icon joined the roster, it felt like the productivity increased, and then, like, dramatically dropped for a while. Feels like it's back again now after the most recent few series. So, feels like there's been a shot calling and a communication difference within this team, and it feels so good to see that this team is just playing with confidence. Even Doggo, right? Like, Doggo, you can't say he didn't play with confidence this game. It was overconfidence, but he went in and his team, like, was on board with him just going in.
To a degree, I don't know how on board they were with him going in, but maybe he needs to dial it back a little bit. There were a couple of plays there where maybe a bit too aggressive, but regardless, this was a DPM game from Doggo where he did a ridiculous amount of damage on the Zeri, and yeah, so credit to him for that one. Definitely showing what he can do if he doesn't make one of those mistakes in the team fight. And I feel like now BLG are just in a position where you completely crushed that game one. If you can set yourself in a similar position in this game two, where you have a draft where, you know, strong scale and bot lane for team fights, where Bin has a good matchup, Icon has something they can be active on and roam on, I feel like this should just be that 2-0.
Yeah, in theory. We'll have to see, though, depending on what WE are going to draft, depending on what BLG managed to get for themselves. Part of me deep down does really hope we get to see at least something out of WE in this game. Like, they've got 3 series remaining, including this one. I just want to see them get a series on the board. I'm not sure it'll be today, but, you know, even with their last 2 matchups as well. Like, they have FPX, they have Ultra Prime. Both theoretically winnable.
Which do you think is the most likely, though, out of those? Because I would probably say Ultra Prime. I know it's obviously lowest in the standings. I just feel like Zoom has kind of been playing a bit more weak side. So I feel like, you know, Demon could be fine in that matchup. I feel like as well, the jungle matchup, I could see Hacker maybe being a vulnerability.
The problem is Ultra Prime just won a game against V5 and nearly won the series in game number 3. Like,
yeah, but
you know, I don't really see WE matching
Joe. V5 have been looking pretty rough recently. Like,
yeah, but pretty rough for V5 is still like this is V5's usual play. This is their pretty rough. This is WE's usual play. This is their best possible day. You know, like there's still a gap there.
I'm not, you know, maybe that was a really good day for Ultra Prime, and so we need a bad Ultra Prime day and a good. I mean, realistically, if WE are going to win a series, we need the enemy team to have a bad day and them to have a good day. That's just the flat out facts, okay? And there's no, they're going to be hoping. They're going to be hoping that happens, but there's still a chance today, right? They are going to be on the blue side this time. It is going to be the Zeri banned by BLG, but a lot less 80 carries taken off the cards. You know, we saw Sivir, Aphelios, Kalista all banned away. And this Draven ban from WE. You know, we often see Draven picked into the Kalista, so maybe BLG ban that. It still leaves that Sivir open, still leaves that Aphelios open. We'll see what BLG are most concerned about.
We will have to see. The Draven being banned away as well by Doggo is kind of funny, considering I don't feel like Doggo has really been the player to go with the Draven this split. We have seen him play Draven in the past, but not this split. Like, it's not really been the style of BLG at all. The Kalista has really been the only aggressive AD carry that they've been bringing out, aside from the Lucian as well. But either way, it's going to be a Wukong first lock-in here for View with the Poppy band off of the table. So Wei likely to go towards something like a Viego.
Yeah, don't necessarily have to pick it up now. You know, could just leave it till late to have some options. Looks like BLG just going to take Lucian, and then I would assume take the Nami here. I think the problem with leaving Nami until 3 is that it gives you less flexibility. But if there's something they want to prioritize, they could pick it up now. But yeah, I think this, you know, we often see people be like, oh, we've picked they're not going to pick Nami by itself. We can leave the Nami till 3. But then if WE picks something, like let's say Demon pick the Gwen, like how he's supposed to respond to it with, you know, Bin's Jax, you have to take the Nami. So WE might just take the Aphelios in response, could pair it with Renata or Lulu. I think those are both solid pairings into the Lucian army.
Yeah, I will say, I like the Doggo and Crisp just beat the Lucian army that was a 1-2 lock-in, or maybe it was a 2-3 lock-in, but they beat this that was on the red side, and now they just go, look, we're going to play this matchup, and we're going to show you how to play this 2v2. The Aphelios and the Renata, this is what you talked about before, very, very good at denying the aggressive combos down in the bottom side. But now third pick, jungle could be available, or trying to get yourself a good solo lane lock-in and then go for bans.
Yeah, I love this. I feel like because in this position, yes, WE can focus bans towards the jungler, but you're able to target ban Shanks out here for anything that could cause problems to LeBlanc. LeBlanc, obviously, fantastic pick. Icon had a really good performance on it against OMG. And then, yeah, I mean, one thing with Renata as well is she did have a base health nerfed a bit to tone her down, which is probably one of the reasons we haven't seen it quite so frequently. So this is still being a solid lane into Lucian Nami, but definitely a little bit more vulnerable now than before. And BLG do as expected, batting away the Lissandra, which obviously we just saw last game, but very good into the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, arguably the best matchup, right? We've seen it so many times over the years when the Lissandra, you can ult yourself, you can ult the LeBlanc, you can W her W. Like, feels like there are so many ways in which it's a good matchup. The Ahri taking it off the board as well, trying to remove some of the roamability from Shanks. His Silas has been removed. I feel like BLG kind of want Shanks to play the Swain again. That's what it feels like to me. With when you think about Shanks champion pool, you think of the Silas and the Swain realistically. So we'll have to see where Shanks is going to go in that mid lane. But up against Icon's LeBlanc, when this is a signature champion for Icon and he's playing with the form that he has been for the last week or two, it's a scary matchup to go into.
Absolutely is. I mean, you could in theory pick like the Azir, but definitely some vulnerabilities. The LeBlanc is one of the few champions that can actually challenge him and find opportunities to pick him, as much as Azir will have that prio. BLG, you know, even with a ban towards the jungle, will just pick up Vi and be pretty happy. Definitely something that will make life hard for Xing on this Aphelios. And I feel like, you know, we often see the Ahri Vi as a combo. But LeBlanc Vi is similar in the fact that when Vi dives deep to get on someone, LeBlanc will be there. Like, can easily keep up.
Yeah, LeBlanc will be able to follow up on a Vi engage. That goes without saying, I'm pretty sure. As the Rise will be locked in here for Shanks. It's something he's played plenty of times. It's not a champion that gets played much in the meta right now. Shanks only playing it once this split, but, you know, previous splits has been a big Rise player. The Fiora has made it through the draft. We usually see this band. I didn't notice it slip through the bands. It's a monstrous pick in the right hands, and Demon gonna lock that in blinded instantly. The Jax is hovered within a split second from Chris.
Oh, I mean, I prefer this to blinding the Gwen when you know Jax is gonna come through. But he's so red. Oh, would he? Oh, I mean, oh, he locks it in. He just wants to dumpster Demon early. And I feel like BLG's composition is that in a nutshell. This is a comp where you are trying to get an early lead and crush the enemy team. I feel like last game, they happened to get an early lead from good play, but the comp did require one. But here, they will be trying to do some slapping around and taking WE down as quick as possible.
I will say, BLG, this is a very, very aggressive composition, and very much not the style that we're used to seeing from BLG, but we've seen more over the last week or two. This is what we wanted coming in today, and I feel like they've cranked it up a notch for this final game, or they hope final game against WE. But WE have certainly got scaling on their side. They've got disengaged with this Renata. Maybe it's possible for WE to get a game in the series. Orcs, I feel like this draft is almost a little, I don't know, disrespectful? That doesn't feel like quite the right word, but like, just it oozes confidence, right, from BLG.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the ones where if you start to make mistakes, you don't have that insurance, right? In the last composition, Jax is naturally going to outscale Gwen in the side lane. Zeri and Lulu are going to naturally outscale everything in pretty much every game, just because that's how broken they are. Even if things didn't go as well for BLG, I did, you know, there was never a point where I was like, oh, you know, what happens if they make a mistake, they lose a fight, they lose a dragon. Still felt like they had that scale in the back. This is not the case in this one. Like, sure, they have a lot of tools to go ham and get ahead, but if they start to make mistakes, have errors come through, we really could see a comeback in this one. There is the potential for it to happen.
It certainly is. I mean, if BLG go too aggro, if they flip it, if they try and go for too much, could Doggo a little bit pear-shaped, and as you say, the scaling certainly on the side of WE and Renekton. Not going to do much in the late game against a split-pushing Fiora. Look at this from WE though. The level
Demon's
1
gone
play
ghost.
here.
Demon's gone ghost as well for like. We see a lot more ghost recently. Extra power in team fights, right? Because once you get a reset, you can proc it down. But I think that's honestly like in the longer lane, just to run down the Renekton. Like if you pop your ultimate, pop ghost, Renekton's dashes aren't gonna outvalue the movement speed in a long lane, right? But does make you very vulnerable in the laning phase. I will say, obviously, Fiora does have her dash, but if we start to see attention from Icon and way up there, Demon may find himself in an uncomfortable situation, we'll say.
That's a very conservative way to word that. Yeah, Demon in a whole heap of trouble if BLG decide to focus on that top side. And I'm going to be honest, I expect BLG to try and focus on that top side with Bin on this Renekton.
Maybe.
Taking a bit of a trade early.
Maybe the Gambit. Sorry, I was going to say, maybe the Gambit is like, he's like, okay, well, BLG are aggressive everywhere. So maybe if they're aggressive bot lane, they won't be aggressive top lane. And that's the play. It's like BLG have too many lanes to play through, so hopefully they forget about top.
Ah, yeah, maybe some of their players don't know how League of Legends works. It's, you know, it's an interesting gambit. We'll see if it pays off for them. I'm not quite convinced, but you know, who am I to say? I am but a mere shouty man. These guys are professional players. Ben hitting the level 2, Demon respecting it, realizing he cannot go anywhere near this Croc.
I mean, honestly, usually Fiora is pretty good in Renekton level 1 because you can just proc your Q, proc the vitals. Renekton kind of needs level 3 in a lot of matchups to take control. So honestly, if you're surprised that Bin is bullying out so hard, yeah, you have to be. This matchup is so much about Fiora's W. If you W like a full Fury Renekton W with his stun, you can really cause issues for the Renekton. If you mistime your W, good luck. Go next.
Yeah, the Ruthless Predator. I mean, that's true in so many matchups, right? That the Ruthless Predator really is the crux of it for Renekton. If he can find a good stun, it does massive damage. It also breaks shields, remember? So many matchups down to whether or not he can find that good W. And Fiora, no exception to that rule. Up in the top side, Icon being pushed in by Shanks, though, early on here. Shanks going to try and go for an early reset, grab himself that tier. Is playing the Ryze, does have TP, so we'll be able to return to that top side with Bin. Already trying to put so much pressure down. He wants to get onto the tower here. Obviously not going to do much damage this early on, but just, you know, every little helps. Just getting a bit of damage down while he can.
Starting it early. It is interesting we're seeing the Ryze. I heard a lot of people talk about after the changes to like pots and everything that they thought there'd be more Ryze, like because you can really easily push the wave in, reset, and cause quite a bit of pressure in the early game, and then obviously scale up quite well. They thought with like the reduced sustain, it would cause problems. Like obviously in this situation, Shanks has already reset, come back with a tier. An Icon is trying to get the reset off there, but the wave will be pushed in and they give Shanks a free move. And obviously you can even see Icon all crafting potions stacks in already, but haven't really seen it too much, but we'll get it on display this game. And the Ryze could be a pivotal piece to disrupt the aggression from BLG. You often see the Ryze roaming and trying to find windows with that Realm Orb. If you see a dive being set up top or bot, then you can stop that. It can make a big difference.
Certainly can. Fishing. One shot left on his Calibrum, so you expect him to use the Q there. Demon starting to feel the wrath of this Renekton. You said the level 3 is really the moment where he'll start to come alive. Been struggling to like crash these waves though. I feel like a lot of this game we've seen Demon just underneath the turret, so it's difficult for Bin to really exact revenge.
Yeah, obviously, ideally, you want to be able to crash the wave, have it bounce back, and then when it's in front of your turret, you can set up ganks, or you can just trade onto Demon, whereas now, it's like every time he goes for a trade, he's risking taking a tower hit, and then obviously just losing the trade off the back of that. So, does have to be a bit careful. And now, yes, seen view, but we'll just get a ward down here, because that one's going to time out in a second, so I guess he just wants to make sure he isn't getting ganked.
I was going to go for the Gromp, honestly. I thought he was just going to go for a 1v1 on view.
That would be a bin move.
I wouldn't have put it past him. It would have. It certainly would have. He's just going to return to the top lane, though. And the TP comes out from Demon. You can see he's already got a 10 CS lead for himself up on that top side. I will say, Doggo and Crisp on this Lucian Nami. It's not going as hot as you would have hoped, considering they very confidently locked that in response to the Lucian Nami last game from WE. So far in the early game, really able to win out these trades.
Yeah, and now Bin, he hasn't reset yet, and Demon has a Sheen, so yeah, the Fiora pretty strong here, but the ult from Bin will obviously prevent any real all-in coming in, just because Bin gets his ultimate first. So should see him reset soon though, and pick up some items before obviously Demon starts to find opportunities.
Yeah, hopefully should be able to get back in, grab some items, but actually deciding to go back up to the top lane, at least for the time being. Weiwei is in the area, so maybe trying to bait it, or maybe just trying to crash this wave. He does have his TP available, so it's not like he'd lose much going for a recall, but wanting to get absolutely every ounce of value he can out of that lane. It's going to be a play on towards the bottom side here. Shanks in view, moving over. A dive onto Doggo and Crisp. A dive onto this Lucian Nami, but they've got the damage here. Bailout isn't going to be enough. Crisp surviving here, 1-for-1 so far. View's clone falls, but WE are on the wrong side of the tower. And here's Icon. Here they go. Flash over from Weiwei to get onto Xing. Icon with another. Kadaya locked on up. And BLG dominate WE.
And you know what this is an unforced error. WE didn't need to make that play, and yet they saw it. They were like, we have the confidence to go for it. As soon as Icon was there, you kind of knew it was going to go bad. But when Weiwei turns up as well, absolute decimation. And now, sure, there's a 20 CS deficit in the bot lane, but Doggo just picked up 2 kills. So we're going to replay. Realm Up comes in. Icon is ready. He reads this so well. And then they instantly turn onto the Wukong. The reset doesn't come in, despite the bailout because of the burst. And then they get a chance to sort of buy some time. WE can't really get out of this situation. They have to try and walk through Icon, but Weiwei shows up. And yeah.
Demon is in trouble. One more auto. Good little riposte there, but here comes Crisp to turn the play. Can he find the bubble? Yes, he can. Bin with the kill onto Demon. I feel like there probably would have been a solo kill. Bin's probably annoyed, honestly, that Crisp came and took his credit.
I mean, in fairness, he doesn't get the solo kill stat, but Chris gets some more gold and probably is running Treasure Hunter to close to the Imperial Mandate. But also, his flash kind of meant that Demon might have been able to get away on that one. So does secure the kill. Expect to see this Blathering King Renekton that we typically see. Blathering King, it's like a tank mythic, really strong, but you can also just delay the tank mythic and build, you know, things like Chempunk Chainsaw, just lots of Furore AD. And you can see Demon really struggling to hold up to him.
Yeah. I will say the one silver lining on the side of WE right now is the bottom lane, right? Where you do have a big CS deficit in favor of Xing. Doggo obviously got a couple of kills early on, so the gold difference won't be significant, but the XP deficit could favor WE slightly. You know, I'm really looking for silver linings at this point. The other one being in the mid lane with Shanks having a kill, having a little CS lead as well.
Here's the silver lining, Joe. The enemy comp doesn't massively outscale them like in game 1, so there's still some hope into the later stages of the game. But it is looking rough at the moment, and you know, this bot matchup is starting to get a little bit of an advantage for Doggo and Crisp. But I think the critical thing will be when those 1 items hit, when it's Gale Force for Doggo, when it is the mandate for Nami. That's where they can really start to cause problems and find momentum. And it kind of plays like Lucian Nami kind of plays for like picks. Like if someone steps up wrong, you just like dash in Gale Force combo into culling, and it basically just 100-0s any champ in the game at that point.
Yeah, Demon desperate. He wants to proc those vitals, but Bin will not let him. And Demon actually took a tower shot for that one as well. It's not looking pretty up at the top side. It's a 20 CS lead for Bin, who really wants to defend that control ward, but won't be able to. Demon doing a good job to clear that one away. Won't be able to get the other ward, though. And Bin, this is what we were talking about when we mentioned the position in the lane for the minion wave. This is more like it for Bin. He can force Demon into a really uncomfortable position. You can see Demon is just going to reset. He knows this is going to be frozen, and he knows he can't walk over.
Yeah, I do think it should just bounce back with the cannon eventually, so it'll be a limited amount of time. But he is obviously going to miss a decent amount of CS, but he's just going to take the recall, pick up a longsword, get healthy again, and then go back up to see what he can do. that is already down a level off the back of this. And you know, those 5 kills that came in, now got a 2,000 gold lead for BLG. It's just the pace they do want to be setting, but we'll see what more they can do, because W have managed to pick up the Herald at least, so that is actually something massive they've denied away from BLG in terms of setting the pace of the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at this wave that Bin is stacking up as well. I don't think anyone is going to be moving up here to help him go for a dive onto Demon, but even still, I feel like Bin might just be able to get some plates off of the back of this massive wave.
I mean, I was going to say, I feel like Bin might be tempted to look for one himself, but he has to respect the fact there's a rise in the enemy team. And you can see with Shanks just walking out lane mid, he did play a little bit more cautiously there.
And also, like, it's Fiora anyway, so with Riposte in play, it's always a bit dicey to go for a dive in that kind of situation. But the pressure he's putting on the top lane does mean BLG can quite comfortably just start this Drake off for themselves. Crisp and Weiwei going to be working on that one as Doggo moves over to put some DPS into the situation. And I think this is one of the biggest changes about Dragon is, first off, obviously, we are seeing them picked up a little bit later. Obviously, the Herald first pickup of the game was View this time. But it's also more a matter of, like, you need your team to move over. We don't really see jungles soloing Drake in the same way anymore. You need to have your AD carry moving over and getting some DPS.
Yeah, or bare minimum, just like cover. Like, you can do it and take a while to do it, which obviously isn't ideal because you're wasting so much time. But you definitely don't want to risk it without the support from your team. Oh, Engage coming in.
A Gale Force and a Flash forced by that Tidal Wave. I think you'll take that trade every single day of the week here for BLG. Icon getting a bit of damage down. Oh, and he forces a TP. Shanks a little too trigger happy with that TP up here.
Yeah, now they're trying to make the push with the Herald. But, I mean, realistically, BLG are here and forced to defend this. His pre-team 14 minutes.
Available for Doggo or Crisp.
I mean, they should get the charge, but they won't get the tower.
Yeah, the caster synergy off the charts today. It's such a good job of reading each other's intonation. Wait, what? Demon's got a solo kill on Bin in the meantime?
Oh my lord, man. We're going to get a replay of that in a second, I am certain. But essentially,
dived, didn't he?
Yeah,
he dived, didn't he?
he absolutely did. Oh, man.
Look, I don't want to say we called that this would happen, but BLG with a hyper-aggressive composition going a little too deep. Can't say I'm massively surprised. Good stun. Bit of damage.
Yeah, I think one thing is he popped his ult quite late. Like, I remember Doinby did like a one-shot the other day on Renekton, and he like popped his ult a lot early in the combo to buffer it, and Finn was a little bit late on that. I'm not sure if it would have been enough to kill, but yeah, regardless, he went for that because Demon's riposte was on cooldown, but it was like 5 seconds away when he stunned him. And like, even so, even without the fact that he had the riposte, still able to survive long enough to turn it around. And that isn't good, because, you know, we talked about how strong the Renekton is early, how this playthrough in King Spike really big as well. But Fiora will become problematic, especially if you just give her free gold.
Yeah. I'm going to be totally honest, dogs. I saw this early composition from BLG, and this is just not the BLG that I know, you know? And, like, I love teams that play this style. I would love for BLG to be able to win this game, but it's not a style that they're particularly used to. Demon wants to go for the 1v1 here, chasing Bin down. Has the Ghost, remember, it's on cooldown this time, but wants these fights. That's 3 vitals. Bin protects his 4th, and here comes Weiwei. Demon, I hope you've got the riposte. Just lunges away here, trying to dodge the Q.
Yeah, there hadn't been a WS, so I had to be a bit cautious, but we... Oh, wait.
Yeah, Wait going on Bin. That is not a fight that he wins by himself. Flash out from Bin here. Is there enough healing on the team? Tidal Wave comes on out. And it's going to be enough to get him away.
Yeah, just able to survive there, but full force coming out here as WE set up for the second Herald, and Bin can TP back in, but he doesn't have Flash, doesn't have Icon.
I don't think that was the dash for poke that Icon thought it was. He just wanted a little bit of damage there, but a bit off more than he could chew. In the meantime, Doggo just going to tower in the mid lane.
He's taking more damage than he's delivering in both of these trades. But yeah, Doggo just get the mid lane tower, so that's actually pretty big on the back of this. Able to pick that one up and get a decent influx of gold. And then they will move over to the second Herald to secure that one. Bin does TP in, has just hit level 11, but again, just like feels like they're losing.
Doggo wants the kills. Oh my days. That was so close to both of them going down. Doggo absolutely robbed there, honestly. Can't believe he gets neither of them in the end. As Demon will find himself a tower in the bottom side. He's 20 CS down, but with a tower taken, with that kill in his pocket, he's starting to close the gap between the top laners.
Yeah, it's starting to become a problem. But honestly, I feel like the Lucian army, you know me, Joe. You know I love talking about item spikes. And you can look in that inventory. When he went for that play, he had the Gale Force and the Dirk. The Nami had the Mandate. As really where they start to pop off. And you can just do that. You just dash on someone and basically one-hit them. Obviously didn't follow through on the play. Didn't want to overcommit. But yeah, Doggo is super scary now. Especially this first strike that we've started to see on Lucian. Means you're even burstier. And, even the fact that he didn't get the kill there, he'll have gotten a ton of gold just from proccing it.
Yeah, true. With the first strike, you're not wrong. Doggo, a rich man in this one. You can see a bounty over his head with the 2-0 scoreline as well. Drake coming up here, and BLG complete control of the bomb side of the map. You can see Icon and Weiwei already over the situation and going to start this Drake off immediately. Crisp and Doggo can move on over to help out as well. And I like that we've seen a little bit more caution from Doggo this game. Still being aggressive, still trying to make plays. Not diving in 1v5 so far this game, though.
I feel like either his teammates, the coach, will talk to him after the last one, but like, look, chill out. And we'll see if that continues to be how it gets set up. Now, second Herald comes in.
Some mixed messages, though, man. You can't tell your player to chill out and then lock this draft in.
True. Maybe it's like, okay, look, if you're going to play aggro, we're all going to play aggro. No one gets to play aggro alone. We're a team. We're going to work together. And BLG will just take that tier 1 with the second Herald. Also, the Dragon. It's going to be a Hextech Soul, which is pretty big. I feel like Hextech Soul super strong. And I think this is one of the things. When you have a comp like this, security dragons can be super important to having a Soul win con sooner rather than later.
Icon again.
He's not
Will
winning
he
these.
get a positive poke trade? That is the question. So far, it's not looking good on it, as he will finish the ward at very least. Second Drake did go down. And we kind of reset once more. I will say, BLG, I'm a little cautious that this early comp is not snowballing that hard. They do have a 3,000 gold lead, don't get me wrong. They definitely have a big lead for themselves, but it's not like this is a great siege comp or anything like this. Drakes are really going to be their win condition.
Yeah, and I feel like, this comp does spike hard in the mid-game. That's what you're going to be playing around, right? Those mid-game Dragon team fights. But WE have, this is one of the things with the fact that Dragons are stronger, so BLG get more power from each Dragon they take. But because the first Dragon is so much later, WE still have, 9 minutes before that Soul fight, even if they don't contest the next one. Now, Demon, they're looking for this.
Yeah, Riposte ain't going to save you here. Does get a good Riposte, does try and escape, but Icon finishes the job off. 4v1. There's only so much that can be expected of a player here. It's going to be a tower taken down by the 2 solo laners, and a bonus wave taxed by Icon there as well. An attempted answer in the mid lane here from the side of WE, but the wave cleared by Doggo. And now BLG might put their eyes towards this mid lane instead. They're all pressuring, they're all moving up. Pressure on this top tier 2 as well. Look at the speed at which they're moving across the map here to try and take some objectives.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to quite pressure this mid tier 2, but it's just like, they move over mid to stop the play, they loop back, they make sure the wave crashes, get a little bit damage to the tower, but also pick up those jungle camps, which I think is something that, we don't often think about too much, but like sweeping through the enemy jungle, taking away a few camps is a decent amount of golden experience denied, and obviously pocketed by the team who aggresses. So just making sure they're getting everything off this play, and WE gets nothing. And now we were talking about how that goal lead was about 3,000. Has pushed up to 4,500 off the back of that play.
Yeah, big swing in favor of BLG. And, I wasn't super confident on them with this composition, but it is still looking good. It is still looking like they should be winning this one. It's a big opportunity in the mid lane here. Kadaya down to half, same for Shink. Demon blocking a lot of the damage with his riposte. As you see Bin pressuring in the bottom side while all this goes on. Weiwei trying to get over to the rest of his team with the Hex Gates as well to continue this pressure. Had the rest of the team been in a better spot, maybe that's a potential kill. Maybe that's a potential dive, honestly, from the side of BLG.
I do think BLG still have to be concerned because they have a lot of upfront burst. They're very good at taking out targets, but like if they start to dive, they start to like overcommit to fights. That's where WE can answer back, right? Especially if they start to trade kills with a bailout. So just looking for these bursty like kind of picks, poke downs. can be quite powerful. We even see the rapid fire cannon for Doggo, so when he does dash in, the extra range to land the burst down now. Icon does chunk out Demon, but they're not really going to find anything more bot, I would think. And you see that in the mid lane, they're still trying to pressure this tier 2, but they will just walk away from it. It did get chunked out, and they obviously apply that pressure, but a minute 15 until that next dragon. They're going to go for the resets now. They're going to be playing for this one. And I feel like WE kind of know this might be the one they have to contest. Because if you leave it until it gets the soul, that's when it gets really scary. But they're still 5,000 gold down.
God. Look at Bin's items. He just finished a Prowler's Claw on the Renekton.
Okay.
Bin ain't messing about. Xing in trouble here as Icon has to blink back out of the play. Minute damage coming down. Oh, knock up onto Shanks. The bubble doesn't quite connect, though.
That's the sort of Renekton build I want to see, if I'm going to be honest. None of these tank mythics, Score Drinker. This is the one-shot build. Like, I'm going to Prowler's Claw through you, stun you, and literally, by the time the stun is over, you are dead. So, I'm hoping we're going to see that in the next fight. Obviously, not as good in the side lane against the Fiora, but BLG are kind of baiting them in to look for a play here.
Oh, Icon overall does manage to get away with his life. I feel like Xing is going to press tab here and just gulp deeply. Like, that is a scary Renekton.
Oh, and
to have to
there's
be
no
against.
exhaust as well on the side of WE.
Oh, WE want to make a play onto Doggo here. The bubble onto 2, though. Icon with big damage, and Doggo survives. In goes way across the plate as well. Demon trying to chase Doggo down. They've taken out the AD carry. WE finding 2 for themselves and potentially finding more.
Problem is, though, WE, as much as they get the trade up and kills, they're all so low in HP. I don't think they can really extend this further. We'll see if Bin just opts to start up the dragon. I think he will. Like, if you can base run in there with the Hex Gates? No, I don't think he's going to be there in time. I think this is gone. So, yes, WE get the advantage in kills, but BLG get the dragon, and that's really what they were playing for.
And a tier 2 tower in the mid lane as well. Just a cheeky bonus on top. So Doggo actually had flash available here. Opting not to go, but just to flash over the wall at the start.
But I just find it crazy that we get so dash, cleanse, flash, dash, and he still just gets chased down by this Fiora and taken out. Power of Ghost, right, in those long exchanges. And obviously, we do see the Fiora go down instantly. The amount of damage that was done in return was really the problem there for WE. 3 dragons. I remember the Hextech Soul, 9% attack speed, 9 ability haste. Obviously, not every champion's going to benefit from both those stats, like the Renekton, the Vi, the Lucian very much will. The gold value of a Hextech Dragon is 2,325 across like all 5 members, which is kind of crazy. And BLG now have that in the pocket. They have the Mountain Soul, Mountain Dragon, and it's 4 minutes until that Soul, and WE are in a rough spot.
Man, Hextech Dragon makes that old dragon that gave you 190 gold look pretty pitiful. But then I guess that's inflation for you. That 190 gold back then, not worth as much these days. Or worth more, I guess, these days. Yeah, it's an interesting one to see. BLG on the cusp of that, sort of 4 minutes away from it, and just dominating. Like, it's a 5,000 gold lead for them. I wasn't really convinced whether or not they could pull off this hyper-aggressive composition, but they're looking pretty good. And while they haven't had a perfect game so far, they're trying to finish things off. Demon stunned up after the play. Look at the damage out from Bin here as the Realm Warp comes in onto the Renekton. He ain't tanky thanks to that build, and it's a kill for Xing. I love this proactivity of WE with the Realm Warps. 5v4 here. BLG still want to go for the play. They still want to go for this fight. Culling does nothing, though. Knock up onto Crisp as well. And WE find 2. They're looking for 3. This is the moment. An unofficial triple comes through for Xing as Icon now trying to tether, trying to back away. But Baron's up, and WE have found 3.
I mean, they should go for it. This is the window back in the game. BLG massively overstepped. Not only does Bane get caught out, but then the rest of the team trying to take a 4v5. Oh, Icon.
Oh, he just lives. No, flash from Shanks. Finishes the kill. Doggo alone on the map right now. Bin just respawning. Crisp about to come back up, but they're going to take a long old while to get over here. Luckily, there are Hex Gates, so it's a little bit quicker. Bin has forgotten. No, they've just decided not to contest this.
They're not contesting. They're not contesting. And with this Baron, the goalie, it was 5,000. They're now 1,000 apart. And that's just after taking the Baron. They have the opportunity, obviously, to try and take structures. But in my mind, you've closed the goal difference. You have the comp that outscales. And here, Ben had his Prowler's Claw up. I think he should just try to one-shot Demon, because there's no way you're getting out once the Realm Mode comes through. Maybe he didn't expect as many people. But he goes down, and then BLG, you're 4v5. This was so unnecessary.
Yeah, going wide from Crisp here. And just overzealous, right, at the end of the day. They thought that they could make a big play. You're against Renata. Like,
You know what's hilarious?
you don't get to make plays in that situation.
That Doggo was standing so far back there, and we were talking about like how funny it was in the previous game. He was super aggressive when everyone else wasn't, and this time he's like, nah, you're on your own, dude. You can go and handle that one. And look, like BLG still have a goal lead. Doggo's just finished Infinity Edge. They're still strong, but I feel like WE are now in the best position they've been so far, and it's only going to get worse. They continue to push the goal lead, and they're able to deny that soul.
Certainly have the scaling. Bin gets a tier 2 tower on the opposite side of the map while this is all going on. You can see, though, Demon pushing in the bottom side. Should be able to look for a tier 2 tower. Icon trying to find a flank here. This is getting a little saucy from the side of BLG. They want to force something. Doggo moving forwards. He's low on mana, though. Just needs to be cautious. Psycho tries to clear the way. Engage from view. Doggo, the target, flashes out. Keeps himself alive. Way now. Gonna be next on the chopping block. Shanks goes forward, but takes a massive chunk here. And Icon over the wall, threatening a re-engage. WE struggling to maintain presence in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, at bare minimum, though, they do force them away. But, like, if we look at the bot lane, Demon has hit the point, right? Where Fiora is such a problem for this Renekton. Prowler's Claw is not going to help you in that 1v1 realistically. And now it's 40 seconds until the Dragon. I think BLG, despite the fact that, like, obviously WE gained a lot of ground, you still have to fight this. You have to try and gamble for the soul, because if WE deny it in that 5 minutes of the game, I think they just win off the back of that. In fact, BLG want Elder as soon as possible so they can try and win off that, because they are really starting to struggle in these team fights. And when WE are clumped up together, it's so hard to approach. BLG have a short range composition into a comp that handles short range champs very well.
Yeah. Ooh, Icon very close there. It's getting chunked out. Drake about to spawn. BLG need this Drake. This is crucial for them. Culling use. Try and force WE away here, but it's quite a big cooldown for them. Demon trading on to Doggo, but Doggo managing to trade it back pretty effectively. Xing, massive chunk from Icon there. BLG trying to play this composition despite its short range. Kind of like a poke comp, honestly.
I mean, that's how they have to do it. Poke and burst is what they have. If they get locked into a 5v5 when everyone's full, like WE just have the edge, and they've sustained up a bit. WE trying to get position. Oh, Icon looking again.
Bit damage onto View. Once again, they're trying to focus out this jungler. They're trying to find picks. View goes in. Great dash from Doggo, though. Keeps himself alive. Demon on the top side of the play here. Doggo has to be cautious. Good knockups there. It's going to be a cleanse coming out from Doggo as well. Still surviving as Bin flashes out of the backside of the play. Way in the middle of everyone. Alongside Icon. Trading. Top laner for jungler here. Positive for WE. But Doggo can still make damage happen. He's on this Lucian. He does huge work if he's just given a couple of moments of space. There's the Hextech Dragon peppering away at WE.
Yeah, they're trying to start it. Trying to get it done. And BLG are just poking them down. The Dragon as well, doing that AoE damage. Bin going for a flank.
There's no smite. There's no smite on the side of BLG. They have to fight this one as Icon goes in, but it's 2 for Xing. They're looking for more. Bin in the pit, but it's smited and taken down. Xing chases Crisp out of the play. And WE are finding this game.
The confidence from Xing, the person who's given them so much hope in the recent series. He dashes forwards and he takes out Doggo, and now the gold is even. After the advantages BLG had for so much of this game, the soul is denied. And with the 7-1 of Felios, I think the scaling as well and truly kicked in.
Yeah, just about. Xing, such a good way of playing this fight, and kind of a hard one to strike. Honestly, the fact that BLG are so tentative, though, with Drake up, when you have no jungler, like, you have to be more aggressive than this.
I think they're just struggling to find a way into the fight. Like, it's so hard for Doggo to do anything. And here, Xing actually goes down, but the bailout comes through and saves him. Yeah, I think BLG, I'm struggling to see the angle right now. Bin has gone for like a full glass cannon one-shot Renekton build. But like, you saw how much, like, the thing is, right, Fiora at this point in the game is going to do as much damage as the Renekton, but is also bulky. Whereas this Renekton has gone glass cannon. And yeah, really going to struggle. Realm Up doesn't get followed through on. But it's Baron in 45, and I mean, look at Shane with that shield coming through. He is such a problem.
Oh, he absolutely is. It's he's going to be so difficult to kill. Even if you get through the shield and his health bar, he then has a bailout. So you have to also survive all of that. It's a tough one for BLG. Gold literally even, or ever so slightly ahead even, for WE. And BLG now, dire straits. They want to get every single win they can on the board. And remember, them making it to playoffs matters in terms of game difference too. This isn't just about winning the series. For BLG, this is about winning 2-0. So now pushed really to the edge. And once again, this is not the style of play that we're used to seeing from BLG. And it feels like they may have underestimated WE coming into game 2.
It feels like a struggle. And as you said, I can't emphasize enough how much just one game loss would hurt BLG. Oh, but the Demon's on the flank.
Demon getting onto Crisp here. Big damage coming out from him. The bubble does land, though. Culling does nothing. Demon's still basically full HP off the back of the Culling. Chasing for more. Went too deep, though. Bailout will not save him. 1 for 1 here. But Bin caught out by Shanks on the top side of the play. Has to blast going out to safety. This lethality Renekton does no damage when he can't get into the play.
And now Realm up in the Baron. Weiwei's nowhere near. This is gone.
This is gone. Look how fast it goes down from the side of WE. And there we go. Baron in their pocket. And BLG against the ropes here. WE want to make an upset happen. Could this be the series where WE actually get their first win on the board? It would be monumental for them.
Yeah, and you see Demon here. I mean, Crisp is trying to wait out the riposte and does, but then he dashes through the wave. Bubble connects, but it's not enough. They continue the chase. Remember, Bailout also gives the extra movement speed. And Demon does end up going down. But at the end of the day, you do so much damage to the jungler. You force them away. You get the Baron. And now a 2,000 gold lead for WE. We do see Dragon up in a minute and a half, but they have the Baron. They can really start to push in these waves and apply some pressure. But WE starts stacking up these dragons. It just gets even worse, right? Extra ability haste on a Fiora, making that riposte cooldown so short is going to be such a pain.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal, honestly. And realistically, when you look at the comp from WE as well, like, if they just play 1-3-1, it's pretty much impossible for BLG to match those side lanes, right? Then you've got to see BLG try and make some play. But also, if you're playing for side lanes like that with WE, Realm Warp just increases in value. You can make so many different plays to try and control the map. BLG need a miracle. They need a huge mistake from WE to be able to come back in this game.
Oh, man.
But also, we've seen that before.
Yeah, Shanks just got a Rabadon, so that's rough. You know, we also have Icon has his Rabadons, but it's that item lead in the mid lane. Obviously, Rise is going to be a problem. Level 18 already, farming up a Storm. I think BLG need a pick, but the problem is WE are playing it so well. They're grouping together as a 4 and not letting that opportunity arise. And the thing is, if you try and go for a pick and the bailout comes in and they trade it, then, you know, you don't actually have a pick.
Yeah, tough one. Bin trying to clear some vision on the top side of the play. Weiwei's going in, Shing the target here. He has a GA though, and Weiwei just doesn't have the damage. In the meantime, View keeping everyone at bay. Demon is TP'd in, Shing into bailout. Doesn't even need his GA. Just takes them down instead. WE against all odds so late in the season are looking for a game win here. An upset against BLG. Bin alone and suddenly surrounded, uses a stopwatch, but he'll go down. And the disrespect in the draft from BLG will be punished. Shing, yet another kill. I'm pretty sure that's double digits at this point. 8, 1, and 7. A beautiful win here for WE.
And as I said, when we came out of the draft, Joe, you make a mistake with this comp and you don't get a second opportunity. Yes, they had the early lead. Yes, they got the advantage, but BLG messed up and WE were in a prime position to pounce and punish.
Absolutely incredible stuff here from WE, managing to get themselves a win and playing to make sure that they don't get picked apart as well. Beautifully done. And on the side of BLG, I don't know what to say, lads. Like, you needed every single game you could get. I don't know why they drafted the way that they drafted. I don't know why they're playing a way that they haven't played all split. Like, game number 1 looked really good. Game number 2 felt kind of arrogant.
Yeah, the problem is now, off the back of this, even if BLG go on to win the series, if FPX win their series 2-0 or 2-1, they have a better game difference than you, so they will remain ahead of you. You basically, if BLG want to overtake FPX, they have to hope that that FPX lose against WE, which obviously not many teams lose against WE. So even though BLG still have the opportunity to come back and win the series, that game loss has devastating impacts on their chances of making playoffs. We said every single individual game counted, and it really does. So not one you could really afford to throw away, but I have to say WE were there to pounce, to punish. Demon in particular on the Fiora, even finding, and I know it was a dive from Bin, but finding the solo kill opportunity in lane and then just being this monster in the late stages.
After how hard it was early on as well, Demon keeping his cool and having that massive impact across the course of the game. Xing and Kadaya too, weathering the storm in the early game. Doggo and Crisp not able to have the impact that they wanted with this aggressive lane. And consistently we saw Icon trying to jump in and poke people, but just couldn't really get any of it to stick, couldn't find his targets. Felt like across the board, honestly, WE kind of outclassing BLG in this one.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, is like, there was a dive early from WE, which BLG answered. That looked positive. But like, it really just started to get messy. And I just think if you have this exact same game, but instead of having like Renekton top, Lucian Nami in the bot lane, you had like a scaling bot, you know, maybe something like a Jinx. And then in the top lane, perhaps you had like a matchup like Camille or something that we know Bing can play that at least like is more relevant in the late stages, not like a full glass cannon Renekton. I feel like BLG possibly could have just ended up winning this one with the lead that they had. Like, I don't think the lead they had was dependent on the champions they picked, apart from like the mid and jungle, like the Vi and the LeBlanc were obviously a big contributor. But yeah, they just went for this full like stomp lane end game comp, and they managed to flub it. So back to the drawing board. But WE, you know, as much as they have won games before, they've won 6 games before today. I feel like whenever they do end up in this position, it's always like, could this be it? Could this be the moment they get that first series win?
Well, that's going to be the big question. We're going to jump into a break and find out if WE will finally get a win on the board right after, or if BLG will keep their playoff hopes alive. Because honestly, if they lose this one, I think they might be done so. We'll find out in a few.
Specifically as a result, I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if it's still...
Whoa, Strife! Just gets deleted!
One-shot him!
You're heavy reliant on Clean, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret the side. 4 members against Breed, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breed needs 6 ASAP. Now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's legend, are making the dive, but in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away. He's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next.
Oh, the crown is gone from Rookie. Oh, there goes onto the backline. Bin onto Foden. They can't get the damage follow-up, though, because of that Keeper's verdict on the Weiwei. The final chapter across, though. Rookie has the lightning crash. As the Ultra Shock laser comes out from Doggo. Doggo step it up here. Rookie can go over the wall as the lightning crash uses it. Tries to go back in on the Weiwei. Doggo has to get out. He's almost out of mana at this point. You've got to be really careful. That's already Weiwei down 2. Doggo, you got to find a way to carry. Icon, somebody. Doggo's got 1. Can Doggo clean it up? Doggo's got 2. He's trying to find the miracle play. He's got him. No. Crisp goes down, and a triple kill is not enough. And B5 slammed the door on BLG.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See ya later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculum just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just going to
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games, and Hai Chao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the fountain. Hai Chao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jackie Love.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take
现在打野 Will 的话，他前面野区的打得挺好的，就前期多注意他的野区规划吧。后续的比赛的话，就尽量赢下来吧。然后季后赛的话，好像是要看运气吧。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Munch. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards game number 3 between BLG and WE. And WE getting themselves a win on the board. They've been here 6 times before this split. Can they finally push it over the line and get themselves a series win over BLG? We'll have to find out in this next game. Let's quickly talk about our MVP. For game number 1, it was in fact Xing. He's consistently been the MVP in my mind of WE in the games that they have won.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I feel like there's so many times where when it comes to those big team fights, Xing is someone you can rely on. And sure, there hasn't been that many wins overall for the side of WE, but when they do get them, him and Kadai can be such a force to be reckoned with. And it was here on the Aphelios where oftentimes he was just stepping up with that confidence to be able to decimate anyone who came towards him.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying to see his Aphelios play. And honestly, Xing has been really impressive as an AD carry across the course of this split. And I'm hoping to see big things from him, honestly, next year. Maybe if this WE roster changes a bit around him or he changes rosters, I'd love to see him on a stronger squad, see what he's able to achieve here in the LPL, because he individually has had a good split for himself. So we'll have to wait and see, right? It's a matter of time to see how things develop over the course of next year. But right now, we're looking at the game number 3 of this series. BLG, they need to book up their ideas. Like, this super aggressive composition felt a little arrogant to me coming into game number 2, and I feel like they need to go back to what has worked for them in the past.
Yeah, and it doesn't even mean like, you know, sometimes people get their head in this place where they're like, okay, you either have aggressive comps or scaling comps, and that's it. The thing is, a lot of the scaling picks can be relevant in the early game, and a lot of comps have a mix of both. The best comps do. Like, you can have a strong aggressive mid jungle that still scales okay, or even just has a lot of agency early on. Then you have like scaling side lanes you can play for that are still relevant sooner. But just when you go fully all in on we are gonna crush early, especially for BLG, it just didn't end up working. Now, we do get the bans coming out pretty quickly. This is the same bans that BLG did in that game 1, and it's similar bans for WE, except they switched out the Gnar ban for a Zeri, so we won't see the Zeri that helped BLG win game 1, and I think that is a correct call.
Yeah, so Zeri gone, Yuumi gone, Sivir gone, Aphelios gone, Kalista gone. There's not many things available in the bottom lane. How is this Lucian still the priority? Doggo deciding that wasn't the problem in game number 2 here. Still the aggression. So Lucian Army on the side of BLG. Poppy is available. Talia is available. Wukong is available. Plenty of priority picks here for WE to choose from.
Yeah, one thing to mention though is a lot of these AD carries that we saw answer banned away. So Zeri, we saw answering Lucian Army in game 1 banned. Aphelios, we saw answering in game 2 banned. I wonder what WE will bring out, because, you know, as much as the Lucian Army has struggled in this series, we don't really see the responses that we typically get available. But WE for now will just take that Poppy, which obviously is a really strong pick, and we'll see what they want to go. If they do want to match in the bot lane, they have to at least pick half of it now. Looks like they might just go for the Fiora again. I mean, pretty bold statement to come out with this one so early in this draft.
I like it though, honestly. Like, with how it went in last game, with Demon being a player that you want to set up for success on the top side, why not just lock him in pretty much the strongest top laner on the patch? You know, Bin had the counter pick last time around. It didn't help him, so it doesn't really matter if it's this early on in the draft. Nice stuff here from the side of Demon. Nami obviously going to be locked in here from the side of BLG, and perhaps something like a jungler to round it out.
Well, this is the thing, is that this is why, you know, you obviously commit to the Lucian Army, but you telegraph it. So WE taking the Fiora, they know BLG has a choice. Do you match top or do you match jungle? If you want to pick something like the Trundle and the Poppy, you have to do it now. If you want to pick a top lane answer to the Fiora, again, you can only do one. And it looks like they're leaning towards the Trundle. So they have a jungle answer, but no top answer. And WE are like, look, the Lucian Army is not enough of a problem. We are committing on our solo laners. Shanks gets the LeBlanc, and Demon gets the Fiora. The only thing is they can only ban away like 2 picks. They can't target both roles. They'll likely take away, I think, you know, there were a lot of things open when the Fiora was picked, and yet they're still banning the Jax. I was going to say, I felt like maybe they would ban away the answers to the LeBlanc, but a Lissandra ban, I think, would make a lot of sense for WE.
Yeah, perhaps could go towards the Lissandra ban to deny Icon, because A, it's good against the LeBlanc, but also B, like, Icon is just an absolute monster on the Lissandra. Nautilus being taken away from Kadaya, trying to deny any kind of CC lockup in that bottom side. Obviously, the Lucian Nami want to be able to move freely there, and some of these supports like Nautilus, like Leona, like Alistair as well, can kind of ruin Lucian's combo and stop him being able to just get that burst damage out. Over to the side of WE though, do they ban this Lissandra from Icon is the question.
So they go for the RV instead, so Lissandra open, and I feel like that probably makes sense to me as the pick for Icon, especially if you want to lean towards the side lanes. We'll see when it comes out. But Lucian taken, Xayah taken, Lulu's still open and available. So Cog Lulu was something that I've heard about and seen played into Lucian Nami. That is potentially an option. It looks like they might go for something in a little bit of a different direction. Senna plus, you know, either Tom or Seraphine is something you could play. You could play like Jinx. They are going to go for the Tom, so they could go Tom Jinx, but you know, you wouldn't be able to do much for the Jinx before level 6 to help. But you could also go, you know, Senna or Jinx makes sense sync with this. And now BLG, they have to answer the solo lane as WE.
Yeah,
they need to figure out. It's not the Renekton. I'm going to be real.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Renekton again. No chance. The Jax obviously taken off the board as well. Bin not looking quite as Giga Chad this time around as that Lissandra we discussed already for Icon. Very likely the pick. That Talia as well. I mean, we haven't seen it all series long. It's kind of been ignored in that mid lane. I think the Lissandra is still a better pick just in terms of that mid lane matchup, though, personally.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you're going to play for. I mean, the Arrival Day is pretty strong in what WE has. Sandra's best in the matchup and has the early agency. Azir scales pretty well if they're concerned about that. They do go for the Lissandra in the end. I'm not particularly surprised. And now for WE, to see what they opt into, if it is going to be something like the Jinx or it is going to be that Senna. There is one thing to be mentioned that like Senna Tom does have a good amount of sustain. So if you avoid getting bursted, you can heal up a lot of the damage from Lucian Nami, but still Tom isn't the most useful into that lane in terms of providing pressure. Like Lucian should always just be able to avoid your knockup, but they do end up going for that Senna Tom, which we haven't seen that much of recently, just in the past few weeks of the LPL.
Feels like it kind of fell out of fashion, right, in the LPL, but for the side of WE, bring it back into the play. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time that we're seeing we're seeing Senna Tom Kench from WE. I'm pretty sure we've seen the Tom Kench from Kadaya once, but I don't think we've seen the Senna, unless I'm mistaken here. So WE trying a different style. One of the weird things I will say, if you've not practiced much of the Senna Tom Kench, you do kind of need to play as a team around the Senna to make sure she's getting the souls early on, like linking up with the jungler, etc. So might be a style of gameplay that WE is not super comfortable with.
I would assume that they're experienced on it, but there's a lot of teams in the LPL who have played Senna Tom and not like given. It's not just the souls, but also like some teams will not give the Senna any farm. And like there's a cap you can hit early, and there's a cap like you want to maintain that, because I've seen games where like the enemy AD carry will be 3 levels up on your Senna because you're not giving it any farm. She's just getting souls. And ultimately, yes, souls are very nice, but gold and experience are also necessary. If you're 3 levels down and you have 1 item and the enemy Lucian has, well, 1 item and the support item, which I don't really count, and the enemy Lucian has 3 items, then no, you're not going to be as useful. So hopefully WE have a track on that and will try and mitigate that to an extent. But ultimately, I feel like once again, WE have some pretty strong scaling elements, whereas for the side of BLG, they definitely want to get the ball rolling early, but it's not as doomed as in the previous game. You know, as much as WE do have more scaling options, it's not like the game just completely falls apart the second you lose one fight, which kind of was how that previous game was.
Yeah, and we saw that before our very eyes, right? I am curious to see how WE will do. Remember, WE on the cusp of their first win of the split. They have 3 series remaining, including this one. 3 chances to get a win on the board to not tie V5. Excuse me, in terms of just terrible splits. I'm really hoping they can get this win on the board, especially after how BLG drafted in game number 2. I really feel like WE deserved the win. at this point if they can make it happen. Demon scouting what's going on. The ward on Weiwei as well. He'll drop a ward into that red buff, but WE aware of the situation.
Yeah, so we'll match the vision on both sides and just be able to keep the track. It's actually pretty important. We saw, if anyone missed it, there was a series earlier with RNG against TT where Wei, funny enough, Weiwei is playing the same matchup as Wei played earlier, but the aggression for the Trundle early caused a lot of issues. Oh.
Bit of damage onto Crisp here. You know, Lucian Nami level 1, not actually the strongest combo ever, so Xing and Kadai are happy to take that trade because Xing will have sustain in this lane. Oh, a nice little Q as well to get a bit of poke onto Crisp. So good little start to the lane here from Xing and Kadai.
Yeah, oh, that's some rough soul RNG, the fact it popped away, but Xing actually is able to walk up and get it. That's the thing, level 1 from Senatom, very strong. And Lucian Nami really waiting for that level 3 before they can really start to play a bit more aggressive in the lane and start to poke down at Tom. The ideal thing is you're getting damage on the Senna because she doesn't have, you know, because if you're hitting the Tom, not only does he get healed by Senna, but he also has the great health and a Dorna shield. But typically, it's hard for the Lucian to ever reach the Senna unless she missteps.
Ben
Oh my God, look
having a
at
bit of
the
a struggle in this top lane.
That's the thing with Fiora's W, is even if it doesn't can't block a hard CC and stun you, the attack speed slow is so ridiculous. Like, Bin just cancelled 2 autos because he had like negative attack speed there.
Good trade from Icon, but kind of answered by Shanks as well. I feel like we've got some aggressive solo lanes here. Both of them getting extremely low in both solo lanes as Demon continues to trade onto Bin. Does have a bit of sustain just from turning into Meganar here, but somehow will be matched as View moving in behind the lane here, behind the tower. But Demon can't actually crash this right now, especially with another wave landing.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of time invested. I don't think it's a big issue if the dive works, but if you aren't able to pull it off or the dive fails, like, this is going to be an absolute disaster for WE. So fingers crossed they can make it happen. Bin is still a mini for the time being, so it shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, here we go. View needs to tank this one. Bin gonna be slammed against the tower. Didn't actually get stunned, but it won't matter. View does tank it and just about survives. Dive at the bottom side as well. Xing in trouble. Flashes out to safety though. Kadaya there. Doggo will be next to tank the tower. One more shot will not land. And the flash from Kadaya to follow Doggo over the wall. Trying to get his E back up. And he gets on out. Kadaya can't answer the kill.
Oh, huge there that they're able to do so. I mean, one thing with the Senna Tom is that ultimately the Tom is one farming, so it's not as big of a hit if the Senna gets killed as, like, you know, if the 80 carry typically gets killed. But we do get a trade in terms of dives. This bot lane dive, level 2 only, and that's the thing, before 6, the Senna doesn't actually have that much help for the Tom. Kent do actually hit level 3. The knockup comes in, but it's flashed away from here. Doggo grabs aggro very late and is able to flash that last tower hit, and then here the refund on the E coming in clutch, and Chris blocking the tongue lash from getting that stun in.
Yeah, really, really crucial there from Crisp at the end of the play. And it does mean that it's a 1-for-1 across the map here. Exciting start to things. The one issue I will say is even though Bin was the one that went down on the top lane play, look at the CS difference up there. Bin almost double the CS of Demon off the back of this early game.
I feel like if they start to get that as like a win con, they can really progress it. Start to push forward the pace of the game.
Yep, absolutely. It's Chicken's going to be started up here by View. Trying to threaten Icon in the mid lane. Shanks doesn't want to be too aggressive though. Doesn't want to get rooted up under that tower after taking aggro. That's a dangerous situation to find yourself in. But the burn from the corrupting pot will certainly be doing some work there, as we see Weiwei moving down towards the bottom side. Now, Drake is alive on the map, but as we've seen across the course of 12-14 so far, usually the first Drake not really touched until after Herald.
Yeah, typically like that 10-minute mark, 11-minute mark is when they sort of look towards that. Like Herald is taking the priority as like that first objective, just because it's so much easier to take. The fact that Herald obviously has the eye, but also just Dragon's being so tanky, so don't expect really anything to come out yet, but we got a lot of posturing around mid here.
Oh, you so low already on the play. There's an ult from Icon and an easy pickup for BLG. Just View going way too aggressive on the play.
Big overstep. And you have to be so respectful of Lysandra, because not only do you get that extra burst of damage at level 6, but it's like so like so many champions could do so little against the Lissandra ultimate. You just locked in place, boom, you're dead. It's such easy setup, and a big reason why so many. Ooh, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Xing, he may not die on this play, but he might as well have, because look how many minions are dying underneath the tower. Xing gonna miss the XP for the vast majority of it. He's trying to move back in, but Kadaya now loses half of his HP. And just the sheer pressure that Doggo and Crisp are putting down in this bottom side. This is the first game in the series where we really see the Lucian army actually have the power in lane that it's meant to have. I don't know if you want to dive Meganar right now. I'm not sure that's the play.
Yeah, I think this is way too risky to go for. And we're seeing so much pressure built up on the bot side for BLG, and the fact they're able to defend them makes such a big difference. I think, honestly, one of the things is that Tom does nothing for the center, whereas, like, before, we were seeing the Lulu come in. Both games, you saw the Lucian army answered by Lulu. The Lulu can shield AD carry when Lucian goes for the trade. The Lulu can polymorph in response to stop the Lucian from dashing and getting out again. Whereas the Tom, like, if you actually think about it, what is the Tom doing when Lucian hits center? It's like, at best, tongue lashing. Like, you're never going to hit the W on a Lucian. And it's just like, it's basically like the trades are just so heavily stacked in favor of the Lucian army. We're starting to see it really take over the lane.
Yeah, we really are. You know, we can talk about scaling for the center, but at the end of the day, that's a long way away. We are miles off the point where that conversation becomes relevant. So in terms of control right now, it's all in the favor of BLG, and that small CS lead still in favor of Bin, but there is a big old wave there, so I think Demon should be able to even that up at least somewhat. I will say, Shank's doing a really good job of building a CS lead in that mid lane, right? He's about 2 waves up currently.
Yeah, I mean, pretty substantial advantage. This has been something that can sometimes happen with Icon, is that, like, he over roams and falls behind. To be honest, we haven't seen, like, a ton of presence on the side lanes, but now Demon, you're on a very low amount of HP with no flash.
It's a disaster. Here we go. Grand challenge pop just to try and survive, but the Pillar of Filth does so much to deny the play from Demon. Used his Ghost there as well. We'll have teleport, so that one plate just going to be shared here by Crisp and Bin. Crisp just going to proc his support item as well off the tower. But ultimately, Demon, not much you can do in that one. Has TP, so can rejoin the play for Herald.
Yeah, so I think they're trying to make a play for it. Like, bear in mind, Doggo's not there, and Doggo doesn't have TP, so I guess this is why BLG are backing away. Seems pretty big to just give up the Herald in this manner, but I guess they're just happy with the plates and gold onto Lucian. They'll take that as the positive of the trade. And I think there's already a decent amount of damage already done to that bot tower before. And now Demon's here. He'll just be able to defend and stop anything more from happening. But still, 2 plates taken already. Oh, Doggo. Oh.
Yeah, not ideal for Doggo there.
It's been a rough series
he
for him.
Overestimated what Demon could do. It really has been. Doggo not having the best series of his life, but, you know, it happens. It happens. Not everyone can have the best day ever every day. We just have that exclusively for Dagda, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's not a Lego movie, right?
Everything is awesome, except for Doggo's cleanse, which was not awesome.
Yeah, a little bit less than awesome, you know, for once. But yeah, I think at this point, Herald and Pocket for WE, if they can use that to try and secure the first dragon, that's typically the best place. Like, if you could throw it down mid when the setup's coming for dragon, force BLG to respond, and lean into that, that's a solid one. But honestly, like, gold at all in general will be a positive, and they have their win cons, right? Honestly, I think something I talked about before was the fact that Senna often ends up starved from golden experience. That's the whole point. It's fasting Senna. So if you can get plate gold on Xing, it has, like, more value, because, you know, if you're wanting gold on a carry who tends to have less gold, it makes a bigger difference when you're getting, like, that extra plate value.
Yeah, exactly. You do get a lot out of grabbing plates. I will say Weiwei so far having a fantastic game for himself as well. 2-0-1, part of every single play BLG have made so far. It's WE in trouble on the bottom side again. Looks like no dive this time around. Icon and Weiwei just going to move towards that Drake. And as you can see, Icon kind of with the over roaming that you were talking about before, right? He's moved over for the bottom side to help with the Drake, but he's lost another wave in the mid lane for that. He's now 20 CS down.
Yeah, and honestly, LeBlanc, you know, can be really powerful. You can get a farm lead. Like, that's one of the things that typically LeBlanc ends up struggling to just farm consistently because she has quite poor wave clear. Especially, everyone's seen those solo queue games. It's like Katarina and LeBlanc are those champions where, you know, they end up having like 60 CS at 20 minutes but have like 18 kills or something ridiculous. Like, with Shanks farming up here, he can pose a pretty significant threat in the later stage of the game and is able to keep that farm lead pretty high. Herald did come down mid, obviously. They got those 2 plates. They did end up sacrificing the dragon, but getting some gold onto the LeBlanc, definitely not something you will regret.
Absolutely not. Icon feeling a bit of pressure in this mid lane, but does have his jungler nearby. View is there too, though. Icon doesn't commit to the Claw of Doom as Wei 1v1ing View here. We'll use the cone, but it's a little too late. And it does mean View walks away with his life now. In the bottom side, Doggo moving forwards to tidal wave onto the support. Tom Kench knocked up here. Culling not quite enough to finish the kill.
A lot of damage done, but yeah, I mean, the Tom Kench, probably one of the few champions tanky enough to just soak a full culling in that situation. Obviously, Shane would fare a lot worse. They still have the ultimates available for themselves to play defensive on the tower here, but you're seeing them really struggle with the harass out of this Lucian Nami. And I mean, I know the options were limited in terms of what they could take, but like, they opted into this matchup, and it really hasn't gone well for themselves. Now, Shanks is looking, but doesn't find the chain. Ooh.
Knock up onto Crisp here. Big damage from Xing. It's going to be Dawning Shadow as well. But Kadaya now, he's getting turned on himself. Great bubble onto Xing. Doggo doesn't have the cooldowns to follow up, though. Has to cleanse himself. Kadaya moving on forwards. It's a close 2v2. But nobody goes down in the end. About as close as that could have been, honestly.
The WE bot lane are happy with this. They burned all the sums from BLG, and they kept both their flashes, which, let's be real, those are the big ones, right? Managing to put a lot of pressure down. This is the thing with Lucian Nami. Short trades, great. Using the cooldowns, Lucian, fantastic. But once you burnt those, in the earlier stage of the game, there's a lot of downtime. You're just waiting for your E cooldown. You don't have enough CDR to be able to, like, get it back again. Like, you may get a second one after a few seconds, but then you're really starved for abilities. And so in that extended trade, WE's bot lane just started to outvalue with the Centaur, but we do see that famous one-item spike I love to talk about with the Mandate and the Gale Force. This is when this BLG bot lane should be super scary.
Oh, yeah. This is the point at which Doggo and Crisp can find pressure themselves. And we saw that in the previous game, right? Trying to make that play in the mid lane onto Xing and Kadaya and almost killed both. They both walked away on about 100 HP, so keep your eyes on Doggo's Lucian. However, with the summoners down, they might not be able to be that aggressive. Big damage onto Crisp. Good little play from Shanks to get some pressure out.
I feel like one of the things, like playing a champion like Nami, like just enchanters in general, but particularly Nami, who doesn't have any shielding, only healing, so it can be a bit difficult to mitigate damage rather than sustain up after. It's so scary playing against things like LeBlanc, things like Lissandra, Ari, like all these things that could just be hiding. And bear in mind, you know, Crisp is level 6, because obviously that's what happens on support. Pro play, you roam, you don't get as much XP. Shanks is level 11. That is not a recipe for a good time.
That is almost double the level right now of Shanks versus Crisp, which, you know, like you say, that is expected in terms of the roles, but still means a lot in terms of damage here. Big root coming across the team, though, as View tries to protect his team. Shanks gets a root as well onto Wei. Neither team can finish anything off just yet, and this feels tentative. Remember, both teams really, really want this win. For WE, it's about pride. For BLG, though, this is about playoffs. They can't afford to lose another one, especially after losing game number 2.
Now WE looking for the engage.
Just going to flash on in View, the one to start things off, but we'll follow up from the squad here as Shanks goes in as well. Kadaya tries to find a knock-up, but just CC'd by Icon. Dawning Shadow to keep the TK alive, but there isn't enough sustain there. BLG get one pick. They turn it into 2 as Bin joins the fray. And that will be a Herald, and finally, a significant advantage for BLG.
Yeah, and I think WE just making a mistake. I mean, View oversteps, doesn't find the engage. You're trying to force with the Poppy. If you don't hit the middle of a wall, it's not going to work. And then it's an easy turnaround for BLG. The tanks on WE are getting shredded by the power of the Lucian now, even without the Trundle ult being there. But yeah, View so overforced the flash. You can see the angle he was looking for, but it just doesn't happen. And then, I mean, at the end of the day, they could have just walked away. They could have just backed off, but they try and overforce here. flash comes out from Weiwei, so the Tom doesn't connect. And this is one of the issues with this composition from WE. It's fine at kiting backwards or like finding picks or something, but engaging a 5v5, there isn't really anyone who can do it easily.
No, there really isn't. Unless you can find, like, I mean, no, your statement is correct. Nobody can do it easily. If you can find like a route from center, Tom Kench can get a knock up, etc. But like you say,
5-man route from center into 5-man Kadaya W into 5-man view, old knockup. Yeah, I mean,
they call that the 2-man or 3. They call that the 3-champ Malphite. I think is the term. This Herald gets a charge out of the mid lane. Deep water dive just about comes off from Kadaya. Big damage out from Shanks though. Actually, I say that he did basically no damage. Here we go, second charge from the Herald. Remember, this is the second Herald, so it's tanky. And even though the eye was procced there, still gets its charge off.
Look at the souls. Jink and all. Only got 3. We got a 4. Yeah, you'll take it. You'll take it. I mean, this is kind of the issue that I was talking about with center. So, like, Xing is 2 levels down on Doggo. Doggo is nearly got the second item. And Xing has gone for Humble Glaive, which is cheap, and still doesn't have it done. Oh, Shank's looking.
Does manage to pull himself away before the damage can come on through. Shanks has that flash because he W'd aggressively, didn't ping back towards it. Bin walking forwards, trying to contest vision here. This will be the second Drake for BLG, and by the looks of things, with the control they have in the mid lane, they should be able to grab it.
Yeah, and I mean, 9% armor and MR is nothing to ignore. Having that for the rest of the game. Honestly, the fact they have the Hextech Dragon, that extra boost to attack speed, ability haste, and this Mountain Dragon makes a big difference. Phew. Looking for Weiwei has no flash though. He can't get out.
He's got teammates over the wall though, and View does not have that much HP. Bin coming in the top side of the play as well. Weiwei just chills at the back of the pit while the rest of BLG just wipe the floor with WE. Kadaya will not escape from this one. Bin wanted a little more as well, but he won't get it. He just chucks over a boulder to take out the frog. And this is looking brutal in favor of BLG.
Looking more similar to that game 1. You know, this is kind of the aggression that you guess they wanted in game 2, but it just ended up falling flat. But now with a 6k gold lead, WB are looking to be in such a rough position. And nah, you can see Bin before taking over the matchup for the top lane. We're going to replay of that team fight. Yeah, they thought they'd found Weiwei. They were like, yeah, this guy has no flash. We can just kill him. But you eat a culling over the wall, and Bin is also coming in on this flank angle. Like, look how much damage is done to View here. And then Bin just steps up and goes, okay, I'll take that kill.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if BLG wins this game now and they don't make playoffs on 1 game difference, they deserved it. Like, after game number 2, the way that they drafted and played in game 2, if they actually don't make playoffs now after this series, I feel like they just brought that on themselves, to be quite honest here. WE clearly outclassed here in game number 3, clearly outclassed in game number 1 as well. A bit of a tough one for WE, honestly, but at the end of the day, this is BLG. This is a roster that spent literally millions spent on this roster, whereas on the other side for WE, the same cannot be said.
Yep, and it's kind of surprising it's gotten to this point where BLG are fighting to make their way into playoffs. And if they do close out this game, win the series 7-9 with a negative game difference, I think they would end up on a -4 game difference. Really puts them in a rough spot, but they are. Oh, W looking.
This is the problem. You can't get the knockups with the Tom Kench, and he has to flash away instead, keep his verdict. Goes wide here, culling now onto the team. Xing down to half HP. Demon behind enemy lines. He's on the Fiora, wants team fights for some reason. Now BLG move into the mid lane once again. They can just keep this up all day long. Dawning Shadow onto Icon, but he's Lysandre. He's still got his ultimate. He's still completely safe there.
Oh my god.
And I will say, Demon is not having the same kind of good time that he was last game on this Fiora.
I mean, he would love to run it back. Couldn't you have played the Renekton again? Definitely not. Bin 2 items already. He's gone for that Kempong Chainsaw for that cheap spike, but the boulders are doing so much damage now. 8,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. And once more, you know, this is not the BLG that we've seen earlier in the split, earlier in the year, where they're setting a slow pace. Yes, they definitely did flub it in game 2, but it's clear that they are trying to accelerate the game rather than just being passengers and waiting for their spikes. And yeah, has failed 1 time out of 3 so far. We'll see if it goes up to 2 out of 3 on this one, but I think at the moment this should just be easy, clean sailing. Like, Shing's just gonna get blown up here.
Yeah, he just bubbled the top catch instead. Kedaya sacrificed for Shing's mistakes here. The tired away, flashed away from by Shing, and he will still just get chomped on down. The red buff taking away the subjugation as well to burn through the health bar. 2 more picks for BLG just as Baron has come up onto the map. And I feel like that's an easy turn now for BLG. View has his work cut out. He's got to earn his paycheck here if he wants to keep WE alive in the series.
I'm not sure they can even approach, honestly. I mean, they're going to try, but I think it's a hard ask, especially as Bin is about to hit Mega. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I gotta be real. I think you're doomed if you do, you're doomed if you don't, but it looks like they're just not going to be able to approach. And now, I mean, I feel like the issue with that fight was that Shing is the lowest level in the game, and especially with the durability patch, you get so much armor and MR. Like, you get even more than used to armor and MR. You get so much health. You get so many stats from levels. And being 3 levels down on your opponent, I mean, Shing is so squishy. Everyone just pops him. Like, the Trundle there basically one-hit him. And I mean, I'm sure we'll get to see the replay, but you just can't function in these situations. Shing needs so much time, and I just don't think BLG are going to give it over.
Yeah, absolutely not. I feel like they should be able to just group up and take control. Crisp thought that they were going to go towards him there. Shanks just trying to clear some vision in the pit. We have to get rid of that control ward, crucially. Way. Doggo, Crisp moving over, trying to cut off the rotation from WE. And with Drake spawning, look at this. The potential threat towards that mid lane inhib forces everyone back away from WE, and it means BLG can have complete control of the Dragon area and can also continue to pressure the bottom side. Remember, they have a Baron, so they can come back to the Dragon later. They want towers for now.
Yeah, they want to use the Baron as much as possible, and there's no wave clear on WE. This is another thing. They have a little Blanc in the mid lane. It's not like they have something that can just shred through the waves, so who can really stop this dive? Maybe the Poppy with the knockaway will slow them down, but not even.
And Weiwei's like, okay, I'll go start Drake then. Cheers, bro. Heads over that way. We'll return to the team as they pressure the bottom inhib here. It's 23 minutes in the game. This is absolute destruction from BLG. Bottom inhib will fall. They can move over to the mid lane here, as well as Icon has just been buffing a cannon minion. Icon literally, he's gone off to make a cup of tea. He's not even at his computer anymore, just watching the tower go down. Mid inhib should fall here as well. Pillar of Filth onto the team. View forced to flash. The culling from Doggo, not quite enough. So close to finishing the job onto the enemy jungler there. But now BLG, they just want to end things in style. What a way to end the series if they could do it. 23 minutes on the clock, almost 24, as WE try and force a fight here. Demon on the backside of the play, but he's just not tanky enough to get anywhere near. Doggo just hitting him so hard with every single auto. In he goes once more. Demon flashed upon and has to use the stopwatch. Grand challenge will not be much of a challenge for Doggo. This BLG just chase the members down. They make it look easy as BLG will take their series, and WE denied once more.
They get that one done quickly, but still, even though they get the series win, even though it puts them on 7 series wins, still a delicate one, because that one game loss could make all the difference in game difference. They kept their playoffs hopes alive. They kept the possibility there. But man, that game 2 is a painful one. And we'll have to see how the split pans out. We'll have to see how other teams do. It's just the state of the game at the start of the day is that even if BLG won, even if they 2-0'd, the fate wasn't purely in their hands. But it definitely will rely on other results to see if they can make it in the playoffs. Whereas WE still hunting for their first win. 2 left, 2 opportunities to break that only defeated streak.
Yeah, it's gotta feel so bad for WE when you had to fight so hard to get your win in game number 2, and then game number 3 and game number 1 are just so one-sided like that. Really disheartening for them, but at the end of the day, BLG getting themselves another win on the board, managing to find themselves those points, and crucially, keeping their playoff stream alive. They technically would have still been in the theoretical race for playoffs with 6 wins, but the odds would have been astronomically low at that point. But either way, they do manage to get themselves the win on the board. They do manage to get that 2-1 win. It's not an ideal win. They could have done with more points there, honestly. They could have done with a 2-0, but the dream is still alive at very least.
Yeah, I mean, the dream's alive. The -4 game score has some ramifications, though. LNG are at -1, so even if LNG get 2-0'd in the next series, BLG can't catch them, and I think they would have the head-to-head against them. So, these things make a difference. It's hard to specifically say right now that game will have denied them for playoffs. We don't know. They could still make playoffs. They could not make playoffs. That game may or may not have mattered. But at the end of the day, when when you have one series left, you want a 2-0. You want to get every single advantage you can. And they are in a tentative position right now. So they finished playing and they are 10th place in the standings, but they have no more series to play. FPX still have a series to play and they can beat them out in game difference. Thunder Talk still have series to play. OMG, LNG, AL do. Things can shift, but man, it is not a comfortable spot to be in. And I think this is kind of indicative of the split we've had from BLG. Yes, they did bring things up at the end, but they really haven't set the level we had in terms of expectations. And as much as game 1 and 3, we saw that, just a bit too inconsistent.
Yeah, inconsistent, not really able to make that happen regularly enough. And out of the teams on 7 wins right now, they have the worst game difference. If Thunder Talk can get 2 wins on the board, they will just straight up overtake Billy. But also, if TT get 1 win on the board and manage to gain 3 game difference, basically, which I think is only possible if they win both of their series, I'm pretty sure. But either way, it's very, very possible for BLG to be overtaken thanks to the fact that they couldn't get that 2-0 today. Looking at this, sorry, go on.
One of the issues is that if FPX have to play WE, and they were 1 game difference above BLG. So now if FPX beat WE, they overtake them. Like, it doesn't matter if it's 2-1, 2-0, does not mean anything. They just have to win against WE, and then FPX overtake BLG, and BLG will be hoping that someone from AL or OMG tank their game difference. So not the sort of condition you want to be relying on.
And realistically, I mean, it's just not going to happen, is it? Like, OMG would have to go -4 at that point, and then hopefully BLG. I mean, who has the head-to-head in that one? I feel like it's probably OMG. No, BLG beat them 2-0 last week. So
yeah, so
I guess if OMG gets O2'd,
that's the
BLG
hope.
would still make it. But
yeah.
I mean, look, we'll have to wait and see. I feel like OMG against IG. If IG wins that one, which is not very likely, IG, by the way, now knocked out of playoffs. That's official at this point.
Yeah.
If OMG were to lose to IG, it would probably be 2-1 anyway. I feel like that's actually a very exciting matchup. Honestly, standings aside, definitely watch IG versus OMG. That'll just be a banger. Like, the players across both of those teams, very mechanically talented. Both teams very willing to scrap and skirmish in the early game. So I feel like definitely just watch IG versus OMG. But it could also be crucial in terms of the standings for BLG. I can't believe how many series are actually still really important for the standings in week number 10. So often there's like 2 teams that are in contention at all, and the rest of it is just seeding by this point. But there's still 6 teams in contention with only 6 days left. That is mental.
Yeah, it really has. There's still so much to be decided. I think it's like, because what's crazy is top 4 got locked in for a little bit, and then 5 and 6 got locked in. Like, EDG and Weibo couldn't break in the top 4, and that's been that way for a while. But EDG and Weibo also can't fall below, because like 6th place is Weibo, who are 10 and 5. 7th place is AL with 7 and 7. There's such a big, like, the top 4 are in their own league. Then there's EDG and Weibo. Then there's like the rest. And the rest is where it's super close, and it really could go in any direction. So there's still so much to be decided here. And it really is going to come down to, we've shown a lot of graphics with this, who they're playing as to like their chances. Like TT, I think, have 2 matches they should win, despite that awful game difference. Should be in a good spot to be able to pick up a potential spot. But who knows? Who knows? Because I said that about LNG. LNG, they just had to beat RA. They would have playoffs locked in, and they lost that one. And now their final series against Weibo. So things are all really tentative right now for a lot of these teams. And any mistake, any single game, I feel like that's the thing. We've been quite negative on BLG today, but realistically, BLG came in wanting a 2-0. RNG, for example, came in wanting a 2-0. They got a 2-0. If they'd gone 2-1, I'd have been pretty heavy on them, because RNG needed a 2-0 to keep their chance of the top 2 alive, and they are a fantastic team. BLG have looked up recently, And it's a bit of a shame they haven't got that. But in fairness, at least they got the series win, because I think the bigger devastation would have been if they missed out on that.
Yeah, absolutely. If they lost the win, I'm pretty sure they are just out of the running for playoffs. Well, not quite, but no, yeah, I think they would have just been out of the running for playoffs, right? With the game difference that they would have been at that point would have been too low. So massive, the fact that they were able to win the series is still big for BLG, but they needed that 2-0. Realistically, it's a tough one. Let's take a look at our MVP for that final game as we finish out our series and finish out our day here in the LPL. It was Weiwei in the jungle, 3-0-7. Actually had an amazing series for himself. Game number 1 as well. Absolutely dominated View.
Yeah, I mean, I think Weiwei was a big reason why we saw that pace set to the game, why we saw that fast, aggressive play, and was really finding opportunities to cause issue for the side of WE. I think that is the role where I'd say there was a significant gap throughout the series, was in the jungle. And why, I mean, all 3 games, BLG had a massive advantage. But unfortunately for WE, they couldn't answer it back later. And I mean, here, like, this is the problem when the center is like level 9 and Weiwei can just chomp you and like auto Q auto. Really not much you can do in that scenario.
Yeah, it feels impossible when you're this far behind in a game. BLG, I mean, if there's one massive positive we could say for BLG, clearly they know how to snowball the game. Like, this last one was brutal from their side. And like game number 1, really, really great game from them across the board as well. It feels like when they turn it on, when they're ready to push a game forwards, they know how to. It's just a matter of whether or not they can do it consistently. Let's head over to Wendy once more, who's standing by with BLG's jungler Weiwei.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now we have Bebe from BLG with us. Congratulations on today's win. I know today's game is a very long foot set, but let's talk a bit more about game 1 because there is one team fight I really would like to mention. Around the Drake, Bin made a 1v5 fight, and with the help of other teammates, he actually win that team fight. So tell us more about who made the call around that, Bin or other, because that thing is very impressive. 那首先恭喜你们能够获得今天比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到的是关于第一局在小龙坑处边有一波直接冲上去1打5的那一波团战，那一波团战是比较让人印象深刻的，而且在队友的帮助下，你们也是成功的赢下了那波团。所以说当时是谁来做的指挥嘛？是兵哥还是其他人？
当时好像忘了是谁做的，反正就是说那时候虽然死了人嘛，但还是能打，然后说了能打，然后就上去操作。
Be honest, I can't remember who's the one that made the shot call there, but all of us, but we just feel that although we got some person got killed, but still there's a very good opportunity for us. We can still win the team fight around that Drake. And let's move on to game 2 because game 2 you guys have a very huge lead from the early game, but unfortunately BLG didn't manage to get the win. So what went wrong in game 2 and what kind of feedbacks made by the team in preparing for the last game? 那其实说到第二局 BLG 是有比较大的一个前期优势的，但是很遗憾没有能够拿下最后的胜利。那你们可能觉得第二局的问题出在哪里了呢？那在准备最后一局之前，有进行哪些复盘吗？
第2局就中间运营就有点差吧，然后大家玩的比较急，然后第3局就大家就不要急，就正常打就很好赢。
So I think we made some mistakes in game 2, especially for our macro. Our macro was a bit messy in game 2, and also we just rushed too much in game 2. So in coming into game 3, the last game, we would like to maybe slow down the whole game tempo. We feels like after this, it's super easy for us to get the win. And yeah, let's talk a bit more about game 3 because in game 3, our Toronto got the MVP, and it was a very clean victory. All the lanes got the lead, and your Toronto was actually everywhere on the map. So tell us more about how did you manage to find those opportunities to help the lanes to get more leads and snowball that advantage. 那其实说到第三局对于你们来讲是一个比较平滑、非常丝滑的胜利，而且你的巨魔也是拿到了本场比赛的一个 MVP，而且感觉到不但是每一条线都有优势，而且你的巨魔确实也是不断的游走，然后帮助线上，所以说比较好奇，可能微微前期的一些节奏是怎么样的呢？怎么去找到那些好的机会，然后帮助队伍来滚大雪球的？
因为巨魔这个英雄前期比较强势的，然后就尽可能找到对面打野，跟他就对打，然后没找到的话，队友有机会越塔就去越塔。
I feels like Trundle, this champion, can be super strong and super aggressive in the early game. So I tended to just find out the opponent's jungler. I would like to find out his paths. And if I cannot do so, maybe I would like to help my teammates to make the tower dive to enlarge our advantage. And definitely you perfectly did that. And BLG, after today's game, you guys ended up the regular season with a 7-9. So how would you evaluate your own growth through this journey? 那在今天的比赛结束之后，BLG 的一个常规赛征程也告一段落。你们是7-9的一个胜场，所以说也想问一下，可能微微你怎么样去看待自己在这一路走来的一些个人的成长呢？
赛季初的时候不是很自信嘛，然后后面的话就自信起来，就后面就会越打越好。
At the beginning of the summer, I was not that confident, but after I built the confidence through the games, I feels like I can do better and better in the future. And definitely, we're all looking forward to that. And best of luck. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你能够在未来越打越好。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy, and Wei Wei as well for joining and lending some insight to how things will be going within BLG. Hopefully, they can still make it to playoffs, but I'm going to be totally honest. I'm not confident it's going to pan out that way. Like Wei Wei was saying, a lot of it is down to chance now for BLG, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen for them, what the future holds for this team. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out today here, Dan. As we had a very fast first series. That is you. That is, in fact, you. 2-0 RNG, 2-1 to BLG in the end, in what realistically I think should have been a 2-0.
Yep, I mean, you saw game 1 and 3. Credit to WE for fighting, and I think that's something we could say, despite the fact they haven't got a series win, despite the fact they are long out of playoffs, still trying to fight for that series win and doing their best, but it wasn't enough for the series. But now you can see BLG, yes, they're 7-9, yes, they're in 10th, but a -4 game score. If FPX win against WE, they will steal their spot, as they will automatically have a better game difference if they win that. TT have a chance to overtake them, and then BLG is basically hoping that teams in that 7-9 margin end up losing and dropping down. LNG cannot drop below them. OMG can tie with them, and they would BLG would win the head-to-head, but there's so many ifs and buts. I feel like you never want to go into this position where you finish your series and you're hoping on conditionals. Now, RNG, with that win, they keep their hopes for top 2 alive. If they are able to win the next series 2-0, they will take the top 2 spot from JDG. They actually could still overtake Top Esports if Top Esports lose their next 2 series 0-2, but that's...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They're hoping for a miracle there, yeah.
Mathematically, is possible. Realistically, well, let's say less so.
Yeah, the next series for Top Esports is against V5. So it's very possible the Top Esports ends on, 14-2 as well. If V5 can pull themselves together and get that win against Top Esports, it could be a huge moment in terms of playoffs, because it would mean that Victory 5 get themselves up to 13 wins as well. So would certainly shake things up, and then RNG theoretically might be able to match up with Top Esports, but still a lot to be decided there. It depends on the final series, Top Esports 2, but ultimately a lot still to play for our top teams. A lot going on in the top 4, as you saw. That our final series tomorrow, or our first series tomorrow, LGD versus RA. One of these ones where it's about dignity for the 2 teams, but then Top Esports versus V5. Man, if you missed that series, what are you doing with your life? You need to watch Knight versus Rookie.
That's our match of the week, actually. Normally we have match of the week on the weekend, but this was too big of a banger to not have as match of the week. And I will say, I think to an extent it's lost a little bit of momentum, because I was hoping we'd have them both on massive win streaks coming here. But honestly, I fully expect V5 to come out. I feel like Rookie always just has this edge against Knight that we see. And I mean, yes, Top Esports are in the best form of the league right now, but I am certain that we're going to see a battle in that one.
I mean, V5 on a win streak as well, managing to edge out a 2-1 over Ultra Prime, now on a 2-win streak. Not bad for Victory 5. Yeah. We'll have to see what form Victory 5 is going to be in tomorrow. I think that they're going to pull it out, though, when it matters the most. That's going to be it from us, though. That's our day done with. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone at home. I've been Munch. I've been joined by Orcs. And thank you once again to our production team for putting this all together. We will see you guys in chat tomorrow for Top Esports versus V5. But until then, we'll see you in chat.